"Who is it you'll be swallowing today?" I asked.
This was the body of Gerard Farley.
I had met Josette Plemons 3 weeks ago at our school's lunchtime silent film club. Now I was sitting with her in a stranger's home, watching her dip a dainty gray spoon into a blue vase filled with an old man's cremated remains. It was one of those times where there seemed to be no way to ask any unserious question, since any reality could pop up and present itself as the truth. "Do you ever take that with cream and sugar?" "No," Josette said. She tipped the spoonful of ash into a small glass bowl she had brought with her. Small, ornately illustrated leaves of ivy spooled around its rim.
"That would be disrespectful."
She gently tapped the back of the spoon against the edge of the bowl in a rhythmic clink to jostle the last flakes of ash out. That question didn't seem like it needed a follow-up, so I took a moment to reflect. We were in old Gracie Farley's house. She was one of the seniors Josette would visit and provide light care for every week, as part of a volunteer program that offered substantial college credit.
"But that's just a bonus,"
Josette told me. The walls were festooned with a garish lilac print, portraits of the beaming dead, cluttered old dark wooden shelves pushed against the walls like balustrades. There was no TV, only a window. There was a room that had been furnished and decorated before the invention of digital time. It was little wonder that Josette found this an appealing space for her ritual. "And you're certain Miss Farley won't come in and flip out?"
"Positive. I set her up with her little CRTV and a bowl of chili for her nap an hour ago. She's dead asleep."
Pun intended? My voice quivered. She looked at me, aware of her own ability to generate discomfort, relishing it.
"No."
We make up a big shape for our lives so that they'll make sense when we think about them in the abstract. But when you stop and dig into the moments that are most important, it'll always feel like each one of them took place on a different planet. Some of those planets become moons. Your memory is of what you are remembering at that time. I sat on that weird pink couch and looked at Josette's nails, lightly crusted with human remains. I remembered sitting in the art room with the rest of the silent film club at the end of lunch, 5 minutes before the bell was to ring. We had just wrapped up the scene in The Golem, where the titular monster throws the knight, Florian, off a tower and kills him. Miguel, the club founder, flicked the lights on. "Any questions, observations, anything?" He must have felt that he had to present a facade that we were a real club by giving us half-hearted homework attempts after each viewing, even though our superior, Miss Horton, was sitting off in the corner, diddling her iPad and clearly couldn't have cared less. Miguel sighed. "All right, see you all here next Wednesday." Y'all was a somewhat generous appraisal. There were 4 total members of the club. Amid the soft shuffling of backpacks being hoisted and zipped up, I saw Josette peering at the now blank TV screen. Her eyes focused on it, as though trying to make sense of a confounding scene. "What's up?" I asked her. She looked at me, startled, and in fact I was startled by my own question. No one knew each other at the Silent Film Club, and being a gaggle of quiet weirdos for the most part, we didn't go out of our way to socialize with one another.
"Not much," she said.
"What do you mean, what's up?" Nothing. Just, you looked like you were really concentrating there. Almost like you were still watching the movie even though it's turned off." She looked away from me, past my temple.
"Well, I found it interesting," she said. "It seemed like they were setting up Florian to be the big hero of the movie, and then they just went and smoked him like that. Bold move."
Yeah, I murmured, thinking about it. It's funny, too, because it's not like the stories in the movies were real sophisticated back then, like with the cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
"Yes,"
she replied, rolling her eyes and laughing.
"I don't care if it was the first plot twist in any movie ever. It was all a dream. It's still dumb. It's still cheating."
"Thank you," I said. The club had finished that movie a couple of weeks ago, and clearly, the betrayal of the ending was still a fresh wound for both of us. It's just like trendy with internet weirdos to like that movie. Just because it has cool sets doesn't mean it's actually good.
You know, I was just about to,
she began as the shriek of the bell cut her off. It was likely for the best. Miguel had been eyeing the two of us peevishly, not only because he was feeling left out, but also because we were trashing one of his favorite movies. It must have been killing him to feel like he couldn't jump in and defend its honor.
"We'll talk more about it later," she said,
as we walked out of the classroom.
"It's so cool you think that too, though. I was afraid to say anything."
"Yeah," I said, laughing. She smiled in affirmation and then waved as she went down the hall. We didn't share any classes together and didn't have much in the way of common friend groups, but I didn't want to wait until next Wednesday to talk to her again. Fortunately, both of us turned out to be the type of people who, once dragged out of our shells, yearns to be charmed, to stumble into unique and intricate friendships. Josette bumped into me in the hall the next day, and we picked up right where we left off, talking about the storytelling quirks of weird old movies, how Miguel never seemed to want to play anything but German expansionism.
"It's good stuff and all, but is he aware that there were a bunch of other countries that also made movies in the 20s?
She quipped. We may not have shared any class periods, but we did have a couple of teachers in common, which made it easy to find ways to do homework with each other after school. She was a funny person to be chatty with. We shared many objects of disdain. I learned a lot from her, too. Once she cracked a quiet moment of AP Chem study by asking me if I knew what a sin eater was. You mean Death Eaters? The things from Harry Potter?" She looked at me like I just destroyed her wedding cake.
"No," she dripped. "Not the things from Harry Potter."
I guess I don't then," I said, smiling. I liked getting a rise out of her every so often. She grimaced, then continued.
"Sin Eaters were Celtic wanderers who traveled the Irish countryside and absorbed the sins of the soon-to-be deceased in exchange for a small fee or for food and shelter. They were pretty much outcast from society because they were thought to be so bloated with the sins of the dead that it was spiritually dangerous even to be in their presence."
"That's pretty metal. It sounds like a good idea for a movie."
She paused. "Why do you think a person would do that? Damn themselves irrevocably in exchange for a little bread and water?
Maybe they don't believe in heaven or hell. They could have been the first atheists, or maybe it's not really a choice." This piqued her curiosity.
"How do you mean?"
"Well, people drive cars at crazy speeds even though part of them knows they might die, and they do die all the time. And that's a really direct and immediate physical thing, being in a speeding car, knowing you can't totally control it. If so many modern people can't even parse out the risk-reward of something like that, then how is it so far-fetched that there was once a whole class of society way back when they made their living by sending themselves to hell, and they didn't have any better reason for it than, I'll deal with it later?" She still looked puzzled. I went on, floundering. "Look, I don't know. Why do people commit suicide or eat at Taco Bell? Those aren't choices either, exactly." I couldn't think of anything else to add. I wasn't even sure if I believed myself. You know? To my amazement, she nodded reverently.
"Yes,"
Josette said.
"I think I know exactly what you mean. Do you remember when the paper is due for Miss Chetney's class?"
And that was the last time we spoke of the Sin Eaters for at least a couple weeks. Still, the conversation lingered with me. She kept saying things that would remind me of it. Josette was fascinated with religion and spirituality. We'd be talking about the legend of Zelda, and she'd bring up something from the Hebridean mythology that it reminded her of. Or she'd quote some wisdom from the Upanishads when I was pissed at my dad and rambled about what a dick he had been. I asked her once when she found the time to learn all this shit.
"And my mom had a degree in religious studies from Naropa. A lot of these books are lying around the house, and anything I can't find on the bookshelves is easy to look up online. I just read a chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, or gods and fighting men or what have you before I go to bed. But ancient wisdom is everywhere, truly. She was always serene when she talked about these things, but I could sense a desperation underneath it all. It seemed almost stream of conscious the way she talked about them. None of her ideas fit together. They were free-floating and contradictory, dropping in and out of her life depending on the situation at hand and her present mood. It was almost like all these spiritual aphorisms and principles were photographs she had ripped out of a scrapbook, and she felt like if she grabbed enough of them, then eventually every frayed corner, every stranger's smiling face would form a bigger picture that would make sense of it all. I never asked if she believed in hell or something like that, but it never felt like I had to. It was a Tuesday in April when Josette first told me about her ritual. She seemed worried and bleary-eyed. April was the busiest time of the year for big class projects and papers, and she always looked a little bedraggled in any case. But something seemed off when we met up at lunch. "You look like shit." "Thank you," she growled. "Is anything the matter?" "Yes. I don't know what specifically, but yes, something's the matter." This was a cryptic answer even for Josette. "Help me out. Is it fever? Is it trouble at home? Cramps? Anything at all? Even a ballpark? Even Google directions to get to the ballpark?" She took a timid bite of her tuna fish sandwich and looked at me sheepishly, almost guiltily. "It's over something weird that I don't want you to know about." "It can't be that much weirder than anything else about you," I laughed. She still looked troubled. I straightened up. Is it illegal? That kind of thing?" I whispered. "Not as far as I know." "Good." She sighed and pulled a sliver of crust off her sandwich. "You know, when you were a little kid and you had ideas about life that didn't seem to come from anywhere, they just slid out from under a rock in your head, and that made them seem all the more real. And then you'd fall into a weird habit or say things that didn't make sense to anyone anymore, because they corresponded to this thing you felt you knew about life. And you only stopped doing or saying those things because at some point someone corrected you." I think so, yeah." She looked at me with great intention. "Could you give me an example?" Put on the spot, I sputtered. Then something started coming back to me. "When I was really young, I used to think fireflies were dead Christmas light bulbs." Her eyes widened. "Yeah?" "Yeah. I saw a bunch of them flittering around outside our house once, the day after my dad took all the decorations down. I think it was just unseasonably warm that year, but at the time, it didn't occur to me to not think that they were the ghosts of our Christmas lights. I thought Dad took them down too soon and they wanted to come back in the house. I started crying, thinking how lonely they must have felt. I felt that horrible little kid guilt that weighs down your whole torso." I ruminated. I hadn't thought about this in a long time. "Actually, it's even a little wilder than what you were talking about, because I remember telling my dad we needed to let the lights back in, and when he tried to explain that they were just glowing bugs, I didn't believe him. I think I even got in trouble for calling him a liar." She nodded. "When I was little, I ate some of my grandmother's ashes." "On purpose?" "Yeah." "Wow. Why?" "I thought I'd be able to hear her soul, or that she might come back to life." I looked down at the garnished ketchup-colored cafeteria tilling. "Did it work?" "Not really. Not the way I wanted it to." She took a big bite of her sandwich, the first real bite she'd taken since we started talking. "I still eat people's ashes." I looked at her. "What?" I didn't mishear her, and I didn't doubt for a second that she was telling the truth, but It was the only word that would come out. I think it's making me sick.
Well, of course it's making you sick. Isn't there like formaldehyde and stuff like that in people's ashes? She shook her head urgently.
Not like that.
Then she looked at me.
Would you mind coming with me to Miss Farley's house tomorrow?
The memory moon passed over right at that point. I was back on that pink couch, body and mind. I remember my chest tightening. I remember that for some reason the tops of my cheeks were in pain.
I thought about what you said about the sin eaters, how what they did wasn't a choice, she mused. I don't think you were right.
No?
I think you can be chosen by God, but I think you also have to accept the call, just like any other job.
She slipped another spoonful of ash between her lips. She coughed and her eyes bulged ever so slightly. Then she wiped her mouth and continued.
I think the older you get, the quieter the call becomes. Whether you're raised in a secular way or a religious way, you're only ever taught to do what other people say. You aren't told how to listen to the spirits.
Miss Farley gave a concerned yawp from upstairs.
Dear?
This startled Josette. To her own visible horror, she almost knocked the ashes on the ground when she jumped up. She covered the bowl with her shaking palm as she stood.
I'll be right back, she told me.
She stuffed the bowl into my hands and jogged up the stairs.
Coming, Miss Farley.
Holding on to those ashes was bizarre, to say the least. I looked into the bowl and tried to glean some spiritual significance from it, feel the gravity of what used to be a human body in my own hands, but nothing would come. It just looked like dirt, like the stuff that piles up in an unswept corner. I spent a few minutes alone in that hideous room, too nervous to poke around and too unfocused even to waste time on my phone, before she sauntered back downstairs.
Miss Farley heard me cough and wanted to know if I was all right.
She smiled. Could you take this, please? I held the bowl out to her. Annoyed, she grabbed it from me nonchalantly and sat down again. I hadn't noticed when she'd gotten up, but she'd put the spoon behind her ear like a pencil and daintily retrieved it to continue eating.
Anyway, she went on, if you hear the true call at all, you usually hear it when you're young, and it's your own responsibility to have an epiphany when you're older, because when you're a kid, you don't really have the resources to follow up on your instincts, but you know, and part of you always knows. That's why I said you're beholden to your own epiphany, even though that seems like the wrong way around. That story you told me about the fireflies, about how you used to think that they were ghosts of Christmas lights, I think you were right, or at least I think you were onto something. I think God was talking to you, but you don't have the spiritual vocabulary to understand what he was saying.
Her eyes were glued to mine, terrifying in their intensity. Her jaw was rigid. She put her free hand on my wrist and lightly gripped it.
If you could see what I see now, if you could just hear the call the way I hear it.
This has officially become too much. I yanked my hand away from her as gently as I could and started rustling up my backpack.
Joe, look.
I could already tell I was going to make her feel bad, and I was already feeling guilty. I think you're super smart and probably the coolest and most interesting person I've ever met, but, this is fucked up. This isn't normal. I don't know if you've told this stuff to anyone else, but I think anyone would say you need to go to a doctor of some kind. You already told me it's making you sick, so I think a part of you has to know that you need help. She scowled down at the rug in a rain cloud of misery, and I stood up. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't know if this old woman would be safe with her, but I also didn't want to be there a second longer. I really care about you, I mumbled. Please do what's best for yourself, and I don't know if maybe you hate me now, but text me anytime. I'm always down to talk. I left the house, waiting for a reply from her that wouldn't present itself. The closest I'd get to a response would be the tinkle of silverware as I opened the door to the sidewalk. I was home sick with the flu on a crisp Wednesday morning in May when I got a text from my friend, Eli, that Mr. Umbria had been stabbed in the side of the head with a compass during third period AP geometry, and that classes were cancelled for the rest of the day and maybe the rest of the week. Immediately, I felt responsible because immediately I knew Josette had done it, and I felt as though I hadn't tried hard enough to help her. I cried for a little bit, my guts rolling with sickness and guilt, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was feeling less nauseous and needed something to distract myself with, if only superficially, so I opened up my laptop. I had a new email. It was sent via a filing sharing service, although when I clicked the link to the download page, I saw that the file wasn't particularly large. It was sent from an email address composed of a gibberish sequence of letters and numbers, and normally I would have written it off as a clumsy spyware trap sent by some Ukrainian gifter, but today I knew it was from Josette. She'd likely made a proxy address of some kind, just so whatever she'd sent me would be harder to trace back to her. I opened the download. She had written me a letter. I couldn't find a date on it, but I figured she had to have sent it last night.
Hello, friendo. So I know I freaked you out a little last time we really talked, and I also know you've been mad at me for not eating with you at lunch, or hanging out with you after school, or really seeing you or talking to you at all. And I'm super sorry about that. I've been in a bad place, so I just wanted to send you this and let you know what's up, and hopefully make a little more sense of how I've been acting. Please forget the lack of capitalization and Tumblr-y use of punctuation. I'm writing this as fast as I possibly can because I'm not sure how much longer I'll have the facilities to put this stuff into words. It'll make sense later. I don't know if you would probably still think I'm fucking crazy after you read this, but I did see that little glimmer of belief in your eyes, even when you were telling me I should have gotten help. Fear is the best path to belief, in my opinion. Anyway, when I first heard the call, I was really young. Like I was 5 or 6 years old. It was like a week or two after my grandma's funeral, and my mom had come home with her ashes in this nice little blue china urn. She left it on the end table for a minute to go do something, and my dog from back then, a big boxer mutt named Swooper, knocked it all over the floor because his tail was wagging too hard. So her ashes were sunk real thick in the carpet, and Swooper started lapping it up with his tongue and trying to pull it out of the fabric with his teeth, because dogs are fucking dumb and they'll eat anything. Grandma smelled horrible, but I thought maybe Swooper knew something I didn't, so I got on my hands and knees and started eating it too. The taste was wretched. My mom came back in the room and flipped shit. She smacked me hard across the face and sent me to my room and put Swooper outside for the rest of the day. That was the one time in my life that my mom had ever hit me, just so you know. I'm not sure about you, but when I was little, my dreams and nightmares were way more vivid than they are now. Even with that in mind, even having had a relatively comprehensive grasp on the difference between dream and reality for a little kid, this was something different. That night I heard my grandma talking, and it was this really spooky non-language I was hearing. Like if you can imagine a language that's spoken only in tone, made from little inflections and interruptions that sound like words but aren't comprehensible as words. That's what this was. The voice would bounce in and out of my range of hearing like the words were little rubber balls, and the tone itself was the scariest part because it didn't sound like my grandma. It didn't talk how she talked. It was like the sound of her voice, but it sounded disappointed and mocking in a way Grandma never did. And it was so quiet. I started crying, and when I cried, I heard the voice make a formless laugh, like a laugh without consonants. I had nightmares about that voice for years afterwards, but this wasn't a nightmare. This was a ghost. It's hard to explain the difference between a real supernatural experience and a nightmare or a hallucination, but they're as different from each other as hearing the voice coming from the person sitting next to you and hearing a voice on a podcast. You just know. Nothing like that really happened for a long time, probably because I didn't need anyone's ashes again for a long time. Then, when I was 10, me and my family went to Yosemite for a big reunion type thing. The place was this big estate that was kind of next to a lake, but it was one of those estates where the rich asshole that owns it wants to seem like they have taste, so they make it a bunch of boring rectangles and rhombuses and weird gray glass cubes instead of a normal Richie-rich mansion like everyone actually wants. The reunion itself sucked. It was one of those things where all the adults you don't know are trying to talk to you like you've known each other since way back when and haven't spoken in years when, really, you just don't fucking care because why would you? And all the kids are dressed kind of formally and have bad personalities and no one would share their DS with you. Everyone under 15 seemed real put upon and I didn't really want to talk to any of them. So obviously I got bored. And while everyone was getting shit-faced at the lake or the beach, I started poking around the house. Whoever owned the place, it was my aunt or something, I don't remember, had a Doberman named Max, and he was the nicest dog ever. I would just race him down the weird angular halls, and since there was no one else in the place, we could just crash into each other and bump into walls, and no one told us to slow down or knock it off. It was easily the most fun I had at the whole place. I bring Max up because I think dogs have something to do with the paranormal stuff I get into. They always seem to lead me towards it some way or another, and during one of our more rambunctious races, I tripped and fell over him in the living room. I looked up and found myself in front of the fireplace. There was a ledge above it with a framed black and white photo of a woman, probably taken in the 30s judging from the coif of her hair. Although, what do I know? And next to it, right fucking next to it, there was a blue china urn. I'm not sure if it was exactly the same as the kind my grandma was held in, but to my 10-year-old eyes it looked totally identical. I stood up and picked it off the shelf. Max started jumping at my hands because he was still in a playful mood, but I held the urn tight. I opened the lid and looked into it. The ashes looked the same as my grandma's because all ashes look the same, but I wondered if maybe it would taste the same too. So I looked around to see if anyone was coming in, and when I saw I was alone, I stuck my finger in and tasted it. Then I gave it to Max so he could have a lick too. I never learned who that woman was, but I had a few more laps and then I put her back on the shelf. Something occurred to me. I went back to where the party was happening down by the lake. Everyone was dead drunk at this point. I found my mom and I told her I was going to go explore the woods for a little while. She slurred that she didn't want me to go too far. It was dark because the sun was getting down, but I could tell from the glint in her eyes that they were barely in focus. Maybe it wasn't fair of me. It's not like she drank all the time or anything, but I was disgusted. I felt this big black ball and chain of contempt for the ways of man who wrap around my heart, and I've never been able to shake it all the way loose ever since. Anyway, I went into the woods, not terribly far, but a ways enough so I couldn't hear the party. I found a smooth boulder on a slight incline and sat down on it. The trees blocked what little remained of the sun. The pattering and flickering of animal feet and insect wings at varying distances had a symphonic effect, and where normally that would have spooked me, tonight they put me at ease. I let my body relax and I waited. When the dark fell completely, I looked straight up. A faded silver cloak began to drift downwards as if let go from the tops of the trees. It stayed fuzzy, like waves of vapor on a hot day, and no matter how far it fell past the trees, it stayed small. I could see it passing branches as it came towards me, but it never took up increasing space in my line of sight, like something is supposed to do when it's coming closer to you. I reached up to touch it and let it fold over my fingers, and a cool breeze slipped across my palm, and the cloak vanished. Satisfied,
I went back to the party with this little initiation into the true cosmogony of things, skittering in secret around my heart. It was better than a first kiss. I realized I was in possession of a special gift that no one else had, or if they did, they were keeping pretty quiet about it. There was still so much I didn't know, and as I got older, these questions began to articulate themselves in more precise ways. Was I inviting communication with spirits, or simply observing behaviors without playing a meaningful part in them? Is there any ethical line between the living and dead that shouldn't be crossed, not out by some doofy fear of black magic or what have you, but out of respect for the privacy of the souls themselves? Is real communication even possible when language, like everything, is constrained by time, and time has no meaning once a person stops having a body beholden to its whims? I started thinking about all this later. All that time, all I knew was I needed to see more of this stuff to even know what exactly I was doing. Opportunities were far and few between when I was very young, and so for a while the visions left me. I went to the graveyard and swallowed some of the dirt around the tombstones every so often, but it didn't have any effect. I tried to will myself into lucid dreaming, and sometimes that worked as far as it went, but like I said, the difference between a vivid dream and seeing an actual ghost is like the difference between a vase of flowers and a still life painting. I even applied for an internship at the local mortuary, but they didn't take me. To be honest, I don't think any mortuary worth its salt would trust any 12-year-old who wanted to be around dead bodies all day. This was about the time I started getting really into my mom's religious books out of sheer desperation. If I couldn't go straight to the source of the universe, I felt I had to at least scour for clues as to its true nature. Finally, in 8th grade, I had the idea of volunteering to be a caregiver. I saw a little flyer in the office advertising some service for the elderly in exchange for college credit and signed up on the spot. Most of the people I helped were really happy to have a young woman around to give them the house a little youthful energy. And meanwhile, all I was concerned with was death. Ironic, I think. Anyhow, the idea worked. It turns out elders keep pots full of their spouses and pets around almost uniformly. Most of my cases were widows and widowers, but sometimes when I got a married couple that needed help, they'd still have an urn on display for one of their brothers or sisters. The work itself was quite unenjoyable. Old people suck. Even the ones who seemed nice and cute at first all ended up being racist or fucked up in some way. I've had to wipe a vile, disgusting, putrid, concave human ass free of its excrement on more than one occasion. One man would discharge down his pant legs as he walked without noticing. I had to trail behind him and clean it up like I was holding the train of a grotesque wedding dress. I started to think that maybe the reason so many of them kept the urns in plain sight was something beyond commemorative sentiment. Maybe they were proud of their dead kin, perhaps subconsciously envious. The upside to this revolting job was that their withered, malfunctioning bodies, once minimally provided for, were easy to keep out of my way while I did my research. It was as easy as feeding them chowder and turning on the TV most of the time, and I never felt I was being disrespectful to the dead that I consumed. If anything, I was putting them to better use than their guardians ever would. I mentioned to you that I never seasoned the ashes at all because, to me, that would be disrespectful. And anyway, that might interfere with something in the communication process. At first, it was like the 2 times I'd done it before. I would have a little scoop of ash, and then I'd have to wait a few hours and be in a dark, quiet area for anything to happen. But after about a year, the effects were more vivid and immediate. I remember being in a house and just smelling the ashes of a man's sister, and I heard the sound of a turquoise bell. Don't ask me how I know what the color of the bell was. It popped a tiny bit in the left ear and then shortened into itself. Then it sort of spread to the rest of my cranium and exited through the right ear. I was excited. For the first time, it felt like they were talking to me, not the other way around. They trusted me. I downed a scoop and turned around, and
There was this blissful, strong silhouette of a soldier sitting in the recliner. His face was an eyeless, mouthless mass of light, but I could tell he was smiling at me. I think he appreciated that he had a visitor after what maybe felt to him like aeons of the silence of death. He vanished quickly, but it was an incredibly joyful experience for me. It also provided to be the turning point. Ghosts would come to me stronger and faster, and not always right before or after I had their ashes. I was down by our little town lake once, and I saw a velvet gossamer shape that reached from shore to shore, ripping underneath the waves. I saw the smoke form of an infant boy dancing between geese in a flock as they flew south for the winter. Once, when I was lying awake in my room, a pair of white hands drifted through my door, each one holding an apple. I ate the one from the left hand and refused the one from the right. It was unthinkably sweet, like marshmallow foam. These were all pleasant, if not downright beautiful instances, but they soon became the exception to the rule, and, in fact, the reason I write this to you now is that I am still experiencing the death world, but in a way that is now as rhythmic and constant as my beating heart, and in a way which has become distressing to me, and which I no longer welcome. One night I woke up facing my bedroom wall, and there was a set of teeth embedded in it. They were dull, cracked smoker's teeth that glowed with a smile of mistreatment. Breath came from behind them from inside the wall. I turned away and turned back, and they were still there. I touched them. They were porous. Night turned to day, and they didn't disappear. I sleep next to them still. I feel the wall's breath on my neck every night. The teeth don't talk, but I wish they would. They would scare me less if they'd just say something. At some juncture that I failed to spot or prepare for, the entire living world cracked in my vision. Now I see veins on the outside of my mother's cheeks. There's a scalpless hunchback at the side of our school. He claws at the ground like a dog trying to bury a bone and screams all day long. I don't think anyone told him he doesn't have a body anymore. Every car smells like a corpse. I am privy to open wounds in the fabric of nothing that bleed pure night, and I don't dare go near them or look at them for too long. I would tell you where they are, but you might be safer not knowing. I've trained myself to cope, but I can only dislocate my senses from only so much of this. Nor would I ever wish to separate myself from these spirit materials entirely. I have gained valuable insights from many of them. For instance, Mr. Umbria has the skin and tongue of a Komodo dragon. He sends mosquitoes to drain sleeping girls' souls when the stars go down. He is not who he says he is, and you should not trust him, or in fact be near him at all if you can help it. But do you want to know what I have observed about you? You talk in the frequency of mist. Sometimes your eyes switch places when you have a big idea. You are beautiful. This is why, for my own selfish reasons, I wanted to initiate you into this world of mine, so I could have a friend who I knew would understand. But as you can probably guess, I don't think you would have liked it very much. I ask your forgiveness, but I don't feel entitled to it. I'm not at the point where I feel as though I can just stop eating the ashes and see what happens, as much as that might seem like the obvious and reasonable thing to do right now. It seems as though I'm at a point where I can sense the truth, but it isn't coming in strong enough to be coherent. It's like that ugly sound the radio makes when the signal's strong enough to be more than static, but too weak for you to really hear the music. I can't stay like this much longer, and I have to believe I'm on the verge of a sensory breakthrough. And even if I stopped now, I would never want the ghosts to leave completely. I can't go back to the way it was. As painful as this all can be, I'd rather see in the most violent shade of red than go colorblind. I hear a sound like nails hitting a wood floor with each keystroke, and the corner of the screen is starting to curdle. Someone's peering up at me from under my shoes. I can't write too much more. I don't know if we'll ever really talk again. Think of this as an apology and also as kind of a last will and testament for my normal existence in this world. I hope you have a good life. The secret of the call is now your inheritance if you should choose to claim it. Goodbye. I deleted the email in the file, but not before I printed the letter out, stapled it together, and put it in a shoebox in my closet. I wondered if maybe I'd learned nothing from her story, keeping things around like this. I do my best to take the specifics of what she told me to my grave, but everyone knows that me and Josette were close, and the kids at school, probably the cops too, would want to know if she had been acting strange before she attacked Mr. Umbria. I'd have to lie and tell them yes, she had, and as I did so, I would have to dream of a perfect world where knowledge didn't turn you insane, where the senses didn't become dangerous when acted upon. The truth that I could never tell any of them would be that there was nothing strange at all about trying to live in a world like that.
The sound of crunching gravel quieted as the small bus slowed to a crawl at the foot of the campsite. The old metal doors opened with a wheeze and the reluctant campers exited into the ancient wood. The last to exit the bus, Elliot stepped onto the stone and dirt. Shortly after he did so, the bus rolled back down the woodland trail out of sight. "Howdy, campers," announced an all too enthusiastic man as he jogged up to the group. Elliot rolled his eyes. The man was wearing brown baggy shorts and a bright blue t-shirt, a red whistle hanging from his neck. He also donned a gray baseball cap, the words "Camp Counselor" sewn into the front. Similarly dressed adults wandering through the campsite in the background, carrying mattresses to and from the two low wooden cabins on either side of a small fire pit. "I'm Matt, your head camp counselor, and this is Camp Disconnect," the man shouted to the crowd of unimpressed teens. Elliot scoffed at the ridiculousness of his tone. After an uncomfortable silence, the man continued. "Now, the first rule of Camp Disconnect is that you gotta disconnect," he said with a grin, holding out a plastic tray. "Come on, kids, phones in the tray." The group moaned before complying. After everyone, including Elliot, threw their phones into the tray, Matt handed it off to another counselor. "Now, before you're shown to your beds, let me go over the rules. Number 1, bedtime is 10. Gotta be in bed by then, okay? Number 2, no wandering off into the woods. We wouldn't want to get you lost, would we? And number 3, no communication with the outside world, hence the phone tray. Now, lucky for you guys, however, we will allow relatives and friends to send you letters, which we will give to you as soon as they get to us. You will not be able to respond, though. This is Camp Disconnect, remember? Now, let's get you folks settled in." After a brief and unmemorable tour, Elliot and the rest of the campers were shown to their respective beds. It was clear just from that short introduction that Elliot was not going to have an enjoyable 4 weeks. Elliot woke up on the morning of his 5th day at Camp Disconnect. He sat up with a groan. The stiff springs of the mattress had been digging into his back all night. The past 4 days had been tough for him, and not just because he had no phone. The place stunk of rotted wood and excrement. It was infested with flies and other swarms of bugs, and the food. Oh God, the food. Gruel is what it was. Elliot had no clue what was in it. Aside from the occasional hair, the ingredients were a mystery. He rubbed his eyes and flakes of dead skin fell from his face. "Elliot Peters," called a man in the center of the rows of beds. Elliot looked up and squinted. He hadn't noticed him before. He was large, donning a familiar blue attire. However, he appeared to be a good deal older than the rest of the staff. "Elliot Peters," he repeated, but louder this time. "Yeah, over here." Elliot stuck his hand up. The large man marched over to him. "Letter for you," he growled, handing Elliot a surly white envelope. "Thanks," Elliot murmured, and the man wandered back outside.
He opened the envelope to find a single piece of paper, writing scrawled on either side. Elliot smirked. He already knew who it was. It read as such. Yo, Elliot, it's Ollie. Sucks that you have to stay at that camp for the summer. It's been pretty sucky back here since you've been gone, but I gotta tell you something. It might just be nothing, or it could just turn out to be a big fucking deal. So last night, I got real bored and I couldn't sleep, so... You remember when we used to search the deep web on your dad's old computer? Yeah, I did that, but on my computer. I couldn't quite remember how to get on it at first. Eventually came back to me. After a bit of searching, once I was on the hidden wiki, I found this creepy-ass website. www.occultplayground.org. As soon as I learned it was full of tutorials on how to summon demons and monsters and all types of creepy shit like that, it was kind of getting too cliche for me though, so I was about to click off, till I saw one which sounded interesting. The Raggedy Man Ritual. I clicked on it and read the description. It said something about a game for depraved souls and some other weird shit I can't remember. It was creepy though. At the bottom of the page it gave me a list: 2 mirrors, salt, darkness, and something to prop the mirrors up. Then went on to explain how to summon the Raggedy Man to begin the game. I followed what it said, propping the 2 mirrors I found up, facing each other and sprinkling salt in a circle around them. After it was done, I turned off the lights and sat in between the mirrors and read the poem from the website. I had to memorize it because I couldn't leave the computer on. It said I needed pitch darkness. As I'm writing this, I realize I'm sounding pretty crazy, but you get it. Anyway, I closed my eyes and recited the poem. Raggedy Man, won't you come out to play? Raggedy Man, or else you cannot stay. Raggedy Man, as quiet as a mouse. Raggedy Man, awaken from your dark house. After saying that, I just sat there for a moment. Nothing really happened, so I checked the website again. Probably should have read the whole thing before I did the ritual. It said that once completed, you're trapped in a game with the Raggedy Man. He will appear anywhere, in any form to stalk you. He can take the shape of someone you know or a complete stranger. For whoever performs the ritual, the objective is to not let the Raggedy Man touch you, but he cannot use force to do so. The website says this is because the Raggedy Man prefers to work more discreetly, whatever the hell that means. It didn't go into much detail about what happens if you lose the game, but I assume you just die or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, I'll keep you posted if anything creepy happens. I thought you might be interested. From Ollie. Elliot had been friends with Ollie since the first year of school. This certainly wasn't the strangest thing he's done. Elliot chuckled to himself as he finished the letter. This kid, he giggled under his breath as he placed it down beside him. The next few days were just as agonizing as the first 4, if not more so. Elliot was usually fond of the outdoors, but something in that hollow wood unsettled him. He woke up once more on the 9th day of his summer camp extravaganza to the sound of a familiar voice. Elliot Peters, the same large camp counselor said. Elliot rubbed his crusty eyes. Yup, he called out. The man stomped over and dropped the letter in his lap. Thanks. Elliot sighed as the man wandered out the cabin door. Assuming the letter was an update from Ollie, Elliot ripped open the envelope and began reading. Yo, Elliot, it's me again. Something's not right, man. Some real scary stuff's been happening. The ritual, it worked. No joke, I'm freaking out right now. Let me explain. I woke up the day after I sent you that letter and heard my mom calling me from downstairs, so I got halfway down the stairs to see what she wants. And then I remembered she's been on a business trip to Budapest for the last 5 days. She told me she wouldn't be back for a week. I ran back upstairs, obviously scared out of my mind. I pushed my back against my bedroom door so whatever was in my house couldn't get to me. I thought of what it said on the website. The Raggedy Man can take any form. So I just sat there for like half an hour, just trying to figure out if I was dreaming or not. I tell you, man, it's the longest 30 minutes of my life. Anyway, after a while, I finally managed to calm myself down. I just figured I must have imagined it. So I opened the door and crept downstairs to make sure there was no one there. And there wasn't. I called my dad to tell him to come home straight away. I think he could tell I was shaken by my voice, because he was at the house not 10 minutes later. That helped a lot. The rest of the day went without incident, but that unsettled me even more, in a way. I told my dad what happened, and he agreed that I must have just imagined it. I didn't tell him about the ritual, though. If he found out I'd been on the deep web again, he would have kicked my ass. The day passed, and I got into bed, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't fall asleep. It must have been 3 in the morning when, as soon as I was about to finally drift off, I heard a knock at my door. I lay there for a few moments, not saying a word, and then I heard a second set of knocks, but much louder this time. Finally, I managed to squeeze out a weak, "Who's there?" There was a pause before I heard my dad's voice on the other side. "I want to talk about what happened earlier. Can you open the door, please?" Something about his tone was just, I don't know the word, uncanny. I knew that something was wrong. "No, Dad, I'm trying to get some sleep." After I said that, there was just silence. It felt like ages before I heard the sound of footsteps slowly walking back down the hallway. I was shaken to my core. That night I stayed open until my eyelids just fell. I must have passed out because the next morning I woke up, aching on my bedroom floor. But what I dreamt of, I shudder to remember. All I can recall was that I found myself in a dirty, decrepit hallway with no end in sight. The walls were a disgusting, creamy shade of yellow with moss crawling up them. The hallway was dimly lit by a row of rusted chandeliers, the wax of their candles dripping onto the metal. I walked for what felt like miles. I just kept going. And then I heard it. The sound of heavy boots slamming on the floor echoed out from behind me. I turned to see a tall figure stood motionless in the hallway, no more than 10 feet away from me. The Raggedy Man. He was large, with brown, shaggy trousers and a similarly colored jacket covered in filth. His face was unkempt, and just like the rest of him, he was covered in brown and black dirt. Thick dreadlocks draped over his shoulders, crawling with lice and other insects. His piercing eyes a similar, sickening yellow to the walls. His mouth unmoving, he spoke to me. As if he were in my head, he growled a phrase which has haunted me since.
"You're going to have to try harder than that."
With that, I woke up, just as I said, on the floor and dripping with sweat. "Elliot, I'm not okay." I asked my dad, and he said he never came to my door, but don't worry, I'm working on a way to end the game. I'll keep you posted. Ollie. Elliot put the letter down. He shook his head in confusion. He must be fucking with me, he muttered, slightly disgruntled by his friend's tasteless joke. Elliot crawled out of his stiff bed with a groan. That place made him feel 30 years old. Noticing the rest of the kids in the cabin getting ready, he threw on his outdoor clothes and trudged outside behind the rest of the troop. The subsequent day passed slowly. First a hiking trip, then a series of monotonous activities in the woods, and finally an excruciating song time about the campfire until the sky was black and blue and filled with stars. Elliot got to sleep very quickly that night. He woke up the next morning to the sound of his name being called once again. Elliot Peters, the same man called, again stood centered between the rows of beds. Elliot sat up, somewhat surprised. He wasn't expecting an update this soon. How had the letter even gotten here so soon? He thought. Before the man could call again, Elliot waved his hand in the air. "Over here." The man walked over to him, handing him the third letter. Elliot thanked him once more as he left. For a moment, he contemplated not reading it, not willing to entertain it, but he caved in, too curious to ignore it. He tore off the envelope and read, "Elliot, I have some good news. This will be the last letter I'll send you regarding this whole Raggedy Man situation. I ended the game. However, I may not have been completely truthful with you in the past 2 letters. Let me explain. The night of the ritual, when I told you that I couldn't quite remember what the article said, well, I did remember. In fact, I've read it many times now. I just wasn't sure if you were ready to hear it. To be as brief as possible, it said the game cannot be ended, only passed on to new players. Through the use of a separate ritual, the details of which I'll spare you, you can transfer the curse of the Raggedy Man to someone else. According to the site, there are many ways of passing on the game, but the least complicated one, and the one I've used, involves tricking someone else into talking to the Raggedy Man 3 times. I'm sure if you're reading this letter, then you probably have. I know how you are, always thanking people, always so polite. Depending on the form he has taken, he may have just left, but he'll be back. I'm sorry, Elliot. Your friend, Ollie." It took me nearly 3 months to build this mansion of a treehouse for my daughter. It had slides and swings, windows and doors, ladders and steps. It had it all. Shit. I even insulated it, and had power outlets, heating and cooling. This monstrous structure was a beautiful mix between a full-fledged apartment and a McDonald's playplace. I was incredibly proud of it, but I must say that it fully solidified the truth in her words whenever my wife told me that I sometimes way overdo things. Truth be told, it only made her more right since our daughter was only 4 years old. By the time I finished building the treehouse, there were only a few nice days left in the fall before snow hit, and my daughter only got those few days to play outside and in my creation. Even though I did install heating in it, my daughter wasn't a big fan of going outside to play in the snow unless we turned it into a big event to go sledding somewhere. This was slightly disappointing to me, but she was only 4, so I understood. When the snow melted and the temperature climbed again, she was out there playing in it almost constantly. This made me happy to see how excited she was with what I made for her. For about a week, it was even difficult to get her to come back inside to eat and sleep. There were a couple of nights I even had to go out and drag her back in the house for bath time and bed. It was times like these I was happy I had made the treehouse big enough and sturdy enough for me to venture up there. It was plenty big enough, that was for sure. I had made the inside 12 feet by 16 feet with an 8-foot ceiling. I secretly had planned that size so that if for some reason my daughter didn't like it, I could just turn it into a cool sort of man cave. A month went by with her out there spending nearly every waking moment playing either inside or on the swings and slides. Then one day, in the middle of the afternoon, my daughter came screaming out of the treehouse and into the house.
Daddy, I don't like it."
Whoa, little one. What's wrong?" I said as she barreled into my legs, nearly causing my knees to buckle.
"My treehouse. It's scary."
"Seriously? It's been your favorite place for months. Why is it all of a sudden scary?" I asked with a little more annoyance in my voice than I intended.
"I saw a scary man in there. He was hurt," she said.
What? What did you say? Is there some... Just stay here," I commanded as I ran out the door and towards the treehouse. As my hand touched the doorknob at the top of the steps, my heart jumped for a second. and the thought of how dumb it was charging inside with no real plan if there truly is someone in there. Still, I turned the handle and burst into the room with the treehouse. Nothing. Various toys and Barbies on the floor, a kiddie couch, and a couple small beanbag chairs were the only things in the room. I'd like to say that I searched the place, but that was literally it. There wasn't much searching. It was all one big room, so search complete. I saw no man inside, hurt or otherwise, save for myself. I walked back out the door and back into the house. As I walked through the back door, I found my daughter in the next room, sitting patiently, just watching the back door with her thumb in her mouth.
"Who is he?"
she said to me as soon as she saw me walk through the door. Who is who? I didn't see anyone out there. What did he look like?
"He's gone?"
she replied, completely ignoring my question and running past me back outside. What the fuck just happened? I thought to myself, as I watched her climb the steps and enter the treehouse from the kitchen window. I mentioned the odd experience to my wife a little later that night. She seemed only slightly concerned, and we both chalked it up to her exceptional imagination. That night, as she sat eating around the table, my wife began to ask our daughter about what had happened.
"Daddy told me you saw someone in your treehouse today. Did they ever come back?" No. "What did the man look like? Do you know how he got into your treehouse?" "He was scary. His mouth looked weird. He looked like he had lots of owies in it."
Do you know how he got in the treehouse? I chimed in, wondering if I was going to need to upgrade the security around the house.
I don't know. I was playing on the swings, and then I came in to play with my toys, and he was there. "So he was already hiding inside the treehouse?" my wife asked. "No, he was hiding like in here," she said, pointing to her head.
My wife and I locked eyes at the sound of this and both let out a sigh of relief, assuming that it meant it really had been our imagination. Everything went much more smoothly and calmly the rest of the night. We went another week without any thought or mention of the situation. Regardless of the lack of hearing anything more about it, I still felt uncomfortable, and the day after I decided to move the backyard security camera, pointing it at the treehouse as best I could. Sadly, with how much my daughter played back there, I wouldn't be able to set the motion detection on it without it sending alerts every 5 minutes. In the middle of the second week following the unusual afternoon, my daughter again ran inside the house screaming about a man in the treehouse again. This time I immediately ran out in the treehouse and burst to the door, and I was again met with nothing more than an empty room. Frustrated and annoyed at the situation, I turned and began to leave the treehouse. Just as I passed to the doorway, behind me I heard a crack and a thud, as if something had been knocked over or broken. I spun around and looked through the doorway, and from outside the treehouse I saw nothing. I thought to walk back in and check a second time, and I really wish I hadn't. As my foot crossed the threshold of the door back into the treehouse, everything changed. The light from the sun coming through the windows vanished. Rusted steel and concrete surrounded me, and everything was bathed in an ominous deep red glow. An overhead light flickered and popped, giving me only quick random glimpses of the horror I was now surrounded by. Nearly every surface looked like it had been coated in a thick layer of sticky, half-coagulated blood. Chains hung from the ceiling and ended with the same hooks you would imagine at a slaughterhouse. A rusted steel table sat against the wall with various crude, rusted tools on it. The place sort of looked like an abandoned warehouse or meat locker of some sort. A clank rang out behind me, and I turned around, half expecting to see the doorway out into my backyard. I didn't see the door I was hoping for, but I did see a massive man, nearly 7 foot tall, and looked to be solid muscle. He was shirtless, but covered in scars. With the dim and flickering lights, I couldn't tell if he was black or just completely covered head to toe in dried blood. The lips of the Goliath were missing, and its teeth had been ripped out and replaced with rusted nails, screws, and razor blades, crudely inserted at odd angles into its gums, and blood seemed to constantly run from the nightmarish dental work. A giant scar ran down its face, and large stitches using what looked like thick yarn or twine drenched in blood held both the scar and one of its eyes closed. The large man raised its arms out to its sides, and I noticed that huge nails and screws were also sticking out of its skin in random locations. Blood dripped from each place a nail or screw had been protruding from his skin. He lowered his head and his arms became stretched out fully from his shoulders and let out a strained and wheezy attempt at a yell. I guessed that its vocal cords had either been severely damaged or removed. I could see rage rise in its one good eye as it began to run towards me. "Oh shit, what the fuck?" I yelled as I turned and ran as fast as I could. The dim and flickering light caused me to slip and stumble over the hooks and chains laying on the floor that I had not noticed before. The man let out another wheezy yell as it chased after me. I screamed and ran, stumbled and rolled, scrambled to my feet, screamed and continued to run. I hit the wall clumsily when I tried to look back to see how much the creature had gained on me. It was getting closer and closer. I ran and fell along the wall, just trying to find my way in the nearly perfect dark that I had been surrounded in. The huge behemoth of a man was getting closer and closer, and finally I found it. A door handle, or a crash bar, really. I slammed into it, and luckily it burst open, and I fell through the doorway. Quickly I scrambled to my feet. As I stood fully up and began to run, I realized I was outside. I was once again in my backyard. "Holy shit," I exclaimed, looking back at the treehouse. My heart pounded furiously inside my chest and out of breath. My brain had insurmountable trouble in trying to comprehend what had just happened. Was it a hallucination? Some sort of waking, stress-induced nightmare? I couldn't truly grasp what I had seen or what I had just gone through. I walked cautiously back into the house. A constant feeling of uneasiness flooded my body. My wife, standing at the back door, saw the look on my face and asked if I had seen anything in the treehouse. I nervously chuckled at her choice of words, but not knowing how to explain, I just told her no, I hadn't. My daughter wanted to go back out the next day, and I refused to let her go out there alone. When I got out there, I stepped at the doorway first, telling my daughter to stand back and wait for a second. And nothing happened. I stood just inside the doorway and let my daughter enter while I scanned the room, looking for anything out of the ordinary. She seemed completely unaffected as she walked in and instantly began to play on the floor with her toys. As I saw this, I decided to merely shrug off my previous experience as my own temporary psychosis. I try my best to not be an overprotective parent, and I don't believe in the paranormal, but I can't get the image of that afternoon out of my head. It makes me wonder if there is any truth to it, or if there is something truly wrong. A few days later, I was standing in the kitchen loading the dishwasher, and I heard a scream radiate from the backyard. Worried and confused, I looked over to confirm that yes, my daughter was still in the next room playing. Nervous, I opened the back door and began to walk towards the treehouse. From the ground, I called out, not wanting to enter the structure. "Hey, is someone there?" I stuttered with anxiety. No reply. "Hello? Is anyone there?" The only response was another scream. This one was much less woman in pain and much more guttural demonic beast. "What the?" I mumbled under my breath, but was interrupted by another scream. This one back to sounding more like a woman in pain. Upset at the idea, I realized I was going to have to go up in there to get any answers. My body trembled as I forced myself up the steps, my brain screaming at me in reluctance to enter. I held my breath and closed my eyes as my hand grasped and turned the handle to the door. I opened the door, and after a few seconds, exhaled, and opened my eyes. There was nothing. It was just as my daughter had left it a few days ago. Holy shit. I am completely losing my mind, I said to myself, as I stood there looking through the door into the essentially empty room. I really need to get my shit together. This is getting embarrassing. I turned to walk back into the house, and in the corner of my eye, I caught something inside the room. I looked back and recognized a small, stuffed pink squid laying on the floor next to the couch. Damn it, child. I told you not to bring your stuffed animals out here, I said to myself under my breath as I began to walk in to grab it. Again, as I stepped through the doorway, the light faded. The red glow and flickering light returned, and screams bellowed out around me. Excruciating, horrific screams of pain filled the air. I was back in that hellish warehouse once again. My first thought was to run for the door again, but looking in that direction, it was gone. The place that held my escape was now nothing but a flat, blood-covered concrete wall. Anxiety and fear rose in my throat as another scream flooded the room, and I looked around to find its source. On the table in the middle of the room lay a woman. The giant of a man was on top of her, straddling her. Her chest and ribs had been cut and ripped from her body, exposing her organs. A huge rusted knife was stabbed into the side of her neck, and I had no idea how it was possible she was still alive, let alone still screaming. The man was taking handfuls of her intestines and pulling them from her body. He was wrapping her organs around himself and stroking himself with them. He looked towards the sky, and with his mouth gaping, that loud guttural yell vibrated the room. After a few strokes, he would throw the chunk of intestines or other organs across the room. It would splat as it hit the wall or floor, and he would grab another handful and rip it from her open chest. Completely frozen in shock at the horrific sight, I watched as the woman's head turned towards me and screamed again. You could already see the vacant look of death in her eyes. Just as she looked towards me, a chunk of stomach came flying at me and splattered against the ground near my feet. He grabbed her hard and ripped it from her chest, lifting her entire torso off the table before the arteries snapped and her lifeless body slammed back down. He yelled out again as he brought himself to orgasm and shot a black tar into the open, blood-filled cavity that had been the woman's chest. I nearly passed out from the pure shock and disgust, but instead I snapped out of my trance and began to run. Not sure where to go, I just knew I had to get out of there. Again, tripping and stumbling over various things on the ground, I found the wall on the opposite side of the room, far from the light. I began to feel around in total darkness for a door. I heard a yell and turned back. In the dim light, I saw the Goliath of a man bite into the woman's flesh with his rusted screws and nails for teeth, then flipped the table over. He yelled out again, and just as he looked like he was starting to look for me, I found a door. I pressed and slammed against the door, but it just wouldn't open. The failed medical experiment of a man heard my attempt and began toward me. I began to panic, slamming harder and harder into the door, still to no avail. It just wouldn't budge. He continued running at me, getting closer and closer. I took steps away and threw my body into the door, and still barely any movement. He got to me and tackled me into the door, and we both slammed into it. The impact broke the door free. As we fell through the doorway, he disintegrated and disappeared, while I fell backwards down the steps, landing on my back in the grass of the backyard. My body filled with pain, and I slowly got up, staring at the open door in utter disbelief. I stood staring for what felt like an eternity before my wife came out and asked me what was wrong. I did my best to explain the horrific images as best as I could, and once I was done, she ran back into the house, yelling something about having a plan. My wife is the much more superstitious one of the two of us, so she decided to call a friend that would know what to do. I had no idea what was truly going on, so reluctantly, I agreed to have this crystal-wielding hippie witch doctor show up to our house. A few days later, she showed up, and I say showed up because after pulling into our driveway, she refused to get out of her car and just called my wife from the driveway. My wife put her phone on speaker so I could hear the conversation. "Something is very wrong here," she said. "I feel a presence stronger than I've ever felt before." "Well, can we burn some sage or something to get rid of it?" my wife said. "No, absolutely not. I'm not leaving my car. I need to go, and you should get hold of someone else to clear that evil spirit from your property," she replied. Can you come into the house and talk to us? It seems to only be in the treehouse in the back," I said, trying to get as much time for answers as I could. "No, it's not. I'm sorry," is all she said before the call ended and we watched her drive off away from our house. What was that supposed to mean? What do we do now? I asked my wife. "I don't know. That was the only person I could think of." "Well, at least there'll be no more playing in the treehouse, okay?" I responded. "Yeah, I'll try to look online for someone else to help," she said, as she walked off towards the office. Sure, I'm going to go block the door to the treehouse so she can't just wander in there," I said, walking towards the back door and motioning to upstairs where our daughter slept. Avoiding it altogether seemed to work well enough. I was disappointed at not being able to use what I put so much work into, but it had been a month since we had any problems with it, so oh well. During that month, my wife had messaged and called numerous people she found on the internet, trying to get at least an explanation for what was happening in our backyard. All her effort hardly got any results. Most of the people never responded, as some refused to help or even investigate, and the ones she got to come to the house did the same as the first lady. They either refused to come inside or just drove past without stopping at all. Finally, I'd had enough with all of this, and told myself that it was just all bullshit, and there was nothing actually wrong. I went out to the treehouse and unblocked the door, and took a deep breath and walked in. Nothing. It was perfectly fine. A few spiders had made some impressive webs inside, but besides that, it was all fine. "See, I fucking knew it," I yelled out. Just to prove it to myself, I even walked over to the door and jumped back and forth across the threshold a few times with no effort. Hell yeah, I was right. It was all in my head. I thought to myself as I walked back inside. "It's fine. I told you it would be okay," I said to my wife as I walked in. I then told her what I had just done out there, and she did nothing but give me a concerned look. "I really don't think that was a very good idea. What if you just pissed whatever it is off?" she said. "Oh, whatever. There's nothing out there. It was all in my head. I'll prove it," I replied overconfidently as I began to walk back outside. When I got back out in the treehouse and up the steps to the door, I looked back at my wife staring at me from the back porch. "See? Nothing," I said, just before walking through the door. As I stepped through, everything changed again. The darkness was back, and that haunting red glow that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The chains with hooks draped down from the ceiling held decayed and naked bodies this time. A few of them swung back and forth, as if someone had just run into them as they walked past. Every one of them had its chest torn open, with their organs either missing or spilled out onto the floor. From the far side of the warehouse room, I heard a scream, followed by the groans and yells of the massive demon of a man I had run into the other times. "Oh fuck," I whispered to myself, realizing I had seriously messed up. The smell of rot and decay was overwhelming, and I nearly threw up as I pushed past the bodies, making my way hopefully towards a wall and some sort of doorway out of here. Each time I pushed against one of the hanging bodies, something would fall from them. Various body parts and organs fell out or broke off, hitting the floor with thuds and splatters. The sound made me flinch every time. I made my way slowly through all the bodies for what seemed like an eternity before I came to an opening. I'd been traveling in the wrong direction, and it led me right to the beast. I could see it between two of the swinging corpses, different this time. It looked as though it had grown at least a foot taller, bigger in every aspect, including all the rusted nails and screws seemed to have changed to the size of long, sharp railroad spikes. Its muscles, now completely oversized, bulged and dripped with blood, both from the various impaled spikes in his skin and from the splatter of his victims. His jaw had become more pronounced, and the rusted screws and razor blades he had in place of teeth were much bigger. He also now had large, rusted, metal, bloodied horns that looked like twisted rebar jetting from the top of his head. I caught the horrified look from the man laying naked on the table just before the beast grabbed his skin at the top of his chest and ripped it down and away from his body like tearing off a shirt. The beast looked towards the sky and dangled the skin over his face, letting the blood drip all over him before dropping the skin into his mouth and swallowing it whole. The man on the table began to scream in pain, but his cries were cut short as the beast leaned down and bit into the man's throat. Somehow still alive and alert, all the man could do was spatter blood from the gaping wound where his throat used to be. My heart felt like it was going to burst through my chest. It was beating so hard and so fast. I couldn't have held my eyes open any wider in terror. All I wanted to do was look away and run, but the horror of what I was seeing rooted me to the spot, and I felt paralyzed. The beast roared in the man's face, and then began to bellow a deep and haunting sound I could only describe as some sort of demonic laugh. It got louder as it again looked towards the sky, and after a few seconds, it suddenly snapped its head back down and ripped both arms from the man's body at once, sending arcs of blood flying through the air. It threw one arm off and into the darkness and took a huge bite out of the other before also throwing it away. The man, now having no way to make any noise, just sputtered more blood from his throat in response to the pain. I watched on in shock, knowing I really needed to get the fuck out of there, as soon as the beast leaned in and seemed to study the man's face. The beast's thick black saliva dripped onto him as he held his gaze mere inches apart. Another roar exploded from the creature's mouth, and my shock suddenly broke. I began to move as quickly and quietly as I could through the bodies in the opposite direction, desperately looking for a wall or a door. The sound of ripping came from behind me, and shortly after, I was hit in the back by part of a leg with a huge bite taken out of it. There wasn't much of the man on the table left, and I knew that meant I was very quickly running out of time before he would be looking for someone else to put on that table next. Now covered in blood and viscera from pushing through all the corpses, I finally made it to a wall. Sadly, I found no door and began to run down the wall, my fingers sliding along in hopes to feel a door. In my panic, I ran straight into another wall as I came to the corner of the room. As I hit the wall with a loud thud and fell back, another roar emanated from the center of the room. I stood back up and, placing my hand on the new wall, began to run down it, my footsteps making so much noise now as I panicked, running along the wall. I heard chains begin to swing, and I knew that the beast was on the move. Shit, 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 I mumbled to myself as I ran. I smashed face first into another wall, another corner, and still no door. Standing back up again, I turned and made my way down the third wall. My face and body hurt so badly from slamming into two walls without even slowing down. As I ached, I ran my fingers still sliding across the wall. I felt the wall shake, and a roar erupted through the air. The beast must have just slammed into the same wall I was running along. Not thinking it was even possible, my panic rose even higher. Then I felt it. A door frame. I stopped suddenly and felt all around it. It was another crash bar handle, and I stepped back and kicked with all my might at the door. My heart racing as I began to just barely make out in the red glow, bodies on chains, swinging as something was tossing them aside as it came directly towards me. I kicked at the crash bar a third time, and the door flew open as if someone had opened it from the other side before my foot made contact. The force of my kick caused me to fall forward through the suddenly opened doorway, and I came tumbling down the steps to the treehouse, landing in the grass. My wife let out a scream as I came flying through the doorway and ran to me as I hit the ground at the bottom of the steps.
What the fuck just happened? And why are you covered in blood? Are you okay? Should I call an ambulance?
I looked down at my body, and she was right. I was still covered in all of the blood and guts I had picked up pushing through all the hanging bodies. "Fuck this," I exclaimed as my wife helped me to my feet, and I hobbled off to the garage. My wife stood at the bottom of the steps, staring up at the door to the treehouse as I came back from the garage carrying a gas can. I told my wife to move out of the way and to grab a lighter as I started pouring gasoline all over the treehouse as best I could without stepping inside again. I poured half the can everywhere I could reach, and threw the other half, can and all, through the doorway and into the treehouse. Still not really knowing what was going on, my wife stood in the grass holding a box of matches, and as I returned to her side, I took them out of her hand. I struck one match and dropped it back in the box. The rest of the matches lit as I threw it onto the top of the steps next to the door. We stood next to each other and watched as the treehouse quickly turned into a raging fireball. It was nearly just a pile of ash and scorched earth before the fire department was called and showed up. When they did arrive, I held them back, making sure there would be nothing left of the treehouse. That was nearly a year ago now. Grass had grown back over the charred spot in the yard where the treehouse once stood. The fire marshal had lots of questions about what had happened, but I just told him I must have put in some bad wiring that caused the fire. I don't think anyone would have believed me anyway if I told them what really happened with it, and why I did it. It's been peaceful around the house since that all went down, but my daughter just came running up to me a few minutes ago. She was yelling about a scary man in her toy room. I'll buy her new toys, but I'm going to call the moving company. We're leaving. My grandfather told me this story one afternoon while I sat beside his bed at the hospice he was dying in, interrupting himself every other few seconds with wet coughs into a handkerchief. Lung cancer. His mind was still sharp but cloudy. I could tell that sometimes when I visited him that he struggled to fully remember who I was. I would have never heard this story had he not already had one foot in his grave. His mind was going fast by then, and he often mistook me for my father, who was long gone by then. Once he thought I was his brother, my great-uncle, and excitedly gripped my hands while he told me all about how he regrets never making amends with me, his brother, before he died in the war. The war. Vietnam. The afternoon that I heard the story, I came in and sat down while my grandfather stared at the television on the opposite wall. The news was on, and though my grandfather was staring at it, I could tell he wasn't really watching. "James," he said, "why did we never go back to help?" My name isn't James, and I wasn't aware of anyone in my family named that. Grandpa?" I asked. My grandfather rolled his bloodshot eyes over to me. He was stick-figure thin. The skin on his face looked so taut that you could make out the skull underneath. "We could have gone back and saved them." He coughed weakly. "We didn't. Why?" I don't know, Grandpa," I said. "Because we were weak and scared. That's why. Me and you. What the fuck were we thinking?" This took me aback. I never heard my grandfather curse besides the occasional "God damn it" when frustrated. "I'm scared of dying," he said flatly. "I'm scared of what I will see on the other side, if there is another side." A crucifix was laying on his chest as he said this. I had always thought my grandfather a devout Catholic. I felt like I had to say something. "You'll be okay, Grandpa. Grandma is waiting for you in heaven." My grandfather chuckled. "Don't patronize me. You and I know if that God exists, he is one sick bastard. Why would he be so kind to reunite us? The good go to hell and the bad go to heaven. If he exists, that's how he would do it." I regretted coming that day by then. Clearly my grandfather was in a lucid state. Perhaps what he was speaking wasn't what he actually thought, but I felt like it was. He had let his guard down. He snapped his eyes back to me. "We know," he exclaimed gruffly. "We saw those fucking things, and what did they do? Do I have to remind you?" I was stunned. Grandpa, please." He settled back down into bed with a sigh. "Who are you?" he asked. I opened my mouth to answer, and he spoke before I could. "I need to tell you what happened out there. I don't want to die alone with this knowledge." Do you need..." He shut me off with a grunt. "Don't talk. Listen," he started. Of course, I didn't go to college to save my ass. When the draft started, I knew my name would be on the list, and I did nothing to stop it. I could have gone to Canada, but I didn't. I could have joined the Guard, but I didn't. I just let it happen. So when I got the card in the mail, I wasn't surprised or sad. I just accepted it. I heard all sorts of horror stories the months leading up to my deployment. I heard stories of Vietnamese savages feasting on the flesh of dead soldiers. I heard about quicksands that could swallow you so quick you couldn't even yell for help. I heard about tales about black magic that aided the Vietnamese soldiers. It was all horseshit, of course, but it still got under my skin. So by the time I was deployed, I always felt on edge. I was more scared of shamans than I was of getting shot in the head while pissing in a ditch. For the most part, being out there in the jungle and the grass fields that went on forever was just boring. Lots of dope helped a bit. Playing cards well into the night, but no action. We would pass some civilians every now and again, and we could have shot them if we wanted to. Headquarters didn't care. We never did, though. We weren't bloodthirsty, at least not in the cold-blooded variety. By the time it fucking happened, we were almost begging to come across some poor Vietnamese saps with an outdated machine gun. At least then we would have an excuse to kill so we could sleep at night. Over there, things just fucked with you. You didn't need dope. You just needed boredom and all those damn bugs. My grandfather closed his eyes for a few minutes at this part, and I thought he had gone to sleep and wouldn't finish the story. But much to my surprise, he started talking again. I've read a lot about the paranormal and all that. I was looking for anything to help me explain what happened that night. None of it helps. It's all horseshit. Ghosts, vampires, werewolves. Who the hell knows if these things are real? I know what's real. It happened to me. There were 8 of us. We had been together for about 6 months by then, and we all considered ourselves brothers. It's hard to not grow close to the only people you spend company with for over half a year. We set up our camp for the night and we were just shooting the shit, playing cards and smoking dope. We were bad soldiers, that was for sure. But none of us cared. We all came to the conclusion that the war was pointless. We were spending billions on some little proxy war that amounted to a dick-measuring contest. So we didn't care about all the technical military shit. Any half-competent Viet Cong regiment would have killed us all easily. But we didn't see them. At least, never mind. The jungle around us was pitch black, and only our lights would have alerted anything or anyone for miles of our presence. Stupid. So goddamn stupid. Marvin heard it first. A crack. Someone or something was just outside our camp, walking heavily. I noticed him noticing it in almost a comedic fashion. His eyes jumped open to the size of dinner plates, and he swiveled his head back and forth. "Guys," he hissed between his teeth. We all stopped talking and listened. We all heard it too. Multiple things were making noise around us. The sound of snapping twigs and leaves. We all shot up, suddenly alert, our rifles in hand, nearly all of us with bad trigger discipline. "Oh shit," I heard Joe say. "Oh shit, oh shit." Then we saw it. Coming from the brush was a Viet Cong soldier, walking jerkily and strangely and without noise. "Fuck!" I heard someone yell. Then suddenly the night was full of deafening gunfire and the smell of gunpowder. Our bullets tore through the man, and I saw vividly the top and bottom half of the man's face explode off of him. Everything below his eyes became a gory red mess. His neck exploded into red tatters, and his head fell to the side like his neck was a broken door hinge. But he kept walking. I heard screaming to my side, and I looked to see another Viet Cong soldier grab Marvin by the neck. I realized I hadn't fired my gun at all. I was too shocked. Devin spun around, and before I could tell him no, he fired at the Viet Cong soldier, grabbing Marvin. Devin's bullets tore through Marvin and into the soldier. Marvin's torso riddled with friendly fire. The soldier threw the body with incredible force at Devin, who fell to the ground from the dead weight. I saw the soldier who grabbed Marvin was also riddled, a large bullet hole above his eye that had caused a fist-sized hole at the top of his head. He should have been dead, but he wasn't. He wasn't. He kept walking. He kept fucking walking. My grandfather's voice had risen at this point, and he was becoming agitated, but I was too stunned to console him. More were coming, and I turned to see one was holding Joe and literally ripping him apart. The screams he made, they'll be the last thing I ever hear. I swear. A hand grabbed me by the shoulder, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I pissed myself. But it was just James. I turned around to look at his face. He looked oddly calm, but I looked at his eyes and I could see the animalistic instinct in them. He had shut himself down and given himself over to instinct. "We need to fucking go," he said. Everything else was a blur. All I could hear was James's voice and the ringing in my ears. He turned and ran, and I followed. The others fought those things while we ran like the cowards we are. We could have stayed and been good soldiers and fought, but we ran. I couldn't think of a response. Everything he had said so far was too fantastical to believe. Was this story the product of a cancer-addled brain? I refused to believe it's real. I leaned over to say something, but my grandfather reached out and grabbed my hand. "Don't let me die," he said. Their eyes were black. "Don't let me die." He closed his eyes. That was the last interaction I ever had with my grandfather. He died 2 days later. His story weighs on me like a pile of bricks, sometimes late at night, and I often find myself staring at my ceiling thinking about it. I wish he never told me. I know this story will be very hard to believe. I still have doubts about it, but I do trust my wife's uncle. He served in the army following so many after September 11th, but he had an experience that may separate him from so many others. He experienced a monster in an abandoned town in Iraq, and it seems to have stayed with him all the way to today. Years ago in Iraq, my wife's uncle served for a short time and was discharged after severe trauma. Sure, he had some physical trauma, but it took a long time to figure out the mental trauma as well. He was always so silent about it, but a couple days ago, he finally told me his story about this town.
I don't remember the exact name of the town, but he said there was no one there. He told me how the town was not that large, looked pretty old, and was probably abandoned years ago. But he found one man that seemingly still lived there. He and a couple of others followed him into the town to find other people that may have been living there, but nobody seems to live there. But one of the men discovered what could only be described as a human slaughterhouse. Blood covered the walls of one house, so much blood, that more than can be found in any one person. They investigated the house, and most of the blood was old, but some looked relatively fresh. They realized that despite all the blood, there seemed to be bodies, which was odd, so they looked all around until their eyes fell on this hole that led to a cave. The cave was massive and looked very well carved. There was a foul odor that permeated the air, and it didn't take long to find the source. Nor did it take long to find the missing bodies. They looked down and found bodies everywhere. It looked like something from a horror movie. As they looked around, they saw writing all over the walls. Nobody even knew what language it was, but it looked like maybe some kind of Hebrew or some other old Middle Eastern language. They started to hear someone coming, and they got themselves positioned and ready for whatever may come. The footsteps got louder and louder, but nobody was showing up, until they finally saw a silhouette. A massive figure stood at the entrance. It stood maybe 10 feet, maybe taller. My wife's uncle is about 6'2", and he said he felt so small, he was like a child next to this thing. It let out a blood-curdling sound, drawing the men out. But it did something nobody expected. It spoke. "I am the son of Serael, a son of heaven. Now come face me." The men stood as the creature stared at them. He went to his side and pulled out what looked to be a spear. He pierced one man, who bled out very quickly. Then he grabbed another man and took a large bite out of him. He screamed for what seemed like an eternity until he just went silent. My girlfriend's uncle decided to start shooting at the monster, but bullets didn't seem to work. He looked so human despite his size, yet his skin seemed more tough than any animal he had seen. He then took an idea he remembered from the Bible, of the story about David and Goliath, except the rock is a bullet. So he took aim at his head, and multiple rounds went through the monster's eyes, and blood was gushing and the monster screamed, so he ran from the beast. He explained what he saw and what happened to the other men to his superior officer, but he was shocked with papers. He had to promise Uncle Sam that he would remain silent about these events. It's as if the government knew what was happening and they were just covering it up. How many others live out there? And what are they? Who is Serael? I had so many questions, and even the man who was there had no answers. Again, I know this all sounds far-fetched, and that you may think I'm just making up some story, or I could even just be gullible. But believe that him and I believe there are large humanoids that live in the Middle East that are just savages.
I was deployed to Afghanistan for my second tour on my wife's birthday. This fact was all I could think about lying awake every night in that unfortunate country. I cannot describe the existential frustrations that come from day to day of sadness, sensual destruction, brutal heat, and fatigue in that godforsaken war. This, combined with the catastrophic reality of the dreaded IED, improvised explosive device, and of course, the creatures. Swarms of insects, camel spiders, sandflies, snakes, and scorpions. You'd find them in your clothes, your boots, or on your floor, and they'd scatter in the night when you turned on a flashlight. But at least I was safe from those fucking IEDs in our camp. My troop lived in a small, burnt-out schoolhouse in a small village southeast of the capital of Kabul. The province we occupied was ravaged from months of insurgent fighting. Most villagers fled, but a few remained behind and stayed mostly indoors to avoid roaming groups of Taliban patrolling the area, looking for food or donations to charity. Those that refused to help, or worse, were identified as cooperating with Afghan national or American forces, were beaten or even killed. Even the young people stayed at home. Although we encountered the almost daily harassment of small arms fire, the peppering of bullets hitting the walls of the schoolhouse, the nights were eerily calm. Local insurgents had improvised a strict curfew on everyone in the area, even themselves. From 6 in the evening until morning prayers. The Taliban terrorized the locals, and the presence of foreign troops only aggravated the fighting. Assassinations and kidnappings became daily news, in addition to an increasing number of victims being caught between the fighting between Afghanistan National Security Forces and insurgents. To counter the expansion of government presence, anti-government elements used targeted kills to intimidate local influential elders. This deliberate targeting of civilians led to an increase in suicide attacks, IED attacks, and assassinations. It was the last type that took the life of a highly esteemed member of the High Peace Council one fateful day, gunned down inside his own home. The attack ripped apart his body, but his face was left perfectly, peacefully even, intact. The killing caused an uproar. Being a distinguished leader in the village, it was of the utmost importance to the residents that his body be prepared for a proper religious burial. A challenging task, as there was no longer anybody left at the health clinics or mosques. The local coroner, a religious man, had fled to Kubal months previous to the attack. In a brave effort of goodwill, my troop decided to make the dangerous trek to Kubal to send for the coroner. The journey would take at least 10 hours by combat vehicle, and the men decided it would be best to sneak out after nightfall during curfew. There was just one thing. Somebody had to stay behind to guard the corpse. Being terrified of a possible IED attack along the way, and not particularly bothered by the sight of a dead body, I was comfortable with death at this point. I volunteered to stay behind. Besides, I had a flask of low-grade, locally made, contraband liquor to keep me company. There's a strong superstition of witchcraft among the local tribe the deceased man had belonged to. To be fair, it isn't locally referred to as witchcraft, but this is the best cultural translation I can offer. There's an ancient belief that local witches rifle graves and funeral pyres in search of bones, and cut pieces of flesh from unburnt corpses to use for blasting their neighbors' lives. And that some of these old sorceresses, the moment they smell death anywhere about, hastily mutilate the corpse before mourners even arrive. It is said that these witches even have the power to change their shape. They turn into spiders or mice or snakes or even flies, disguises they can use for stealing flesh. Most of us would recognize this as symptoms of normal decomposition, but this superstition held strong in that particular region. For this reason, I was tasked by the locals to watch attentively the whole night. I promised to fix my eyes on the corpse without even a sideways glance. I respected the locals and wanted to grant them what little peace I could. The guilt I felt being involved in this war constantly overwhelmed me. Here was an opportunity for penance. The man's widow, one of the only women left in the village, led me into the man's room, where she showed me the corpse lying on a slab and wrapped in an off-white linen shroud. After a fit of weeping, she called in a man as a witness. Together, as if taking inventory, they examined the features of the man's face to record that it was undamaged. Then they left me alone in the room with nothing but a large lamp for the evening. All alone with the corpse, I fortified my eyes for the vigil by rubbing them hard and keeping up my spirits by talking to myself between pulls on my flask. Twilight turned into night, and night grew deeper and deeper, blacker and blacker, more quiet and then silent, until my usual bedtime had passed and the midnight approached. I had only been a little uncomfortable at first, but after some time passed, I began to feel thoroughly frightened. Perhaps my mind was playing tricks on me, as it often did these days. At one point in the evening, a small desert mouse squeaked in through a hole in the door, stopped near me, and fixed its gaze intently on me. The boldness of this stupid little mouse was disconcerting, but I quickly shooed it away. Sometime after this, a sudden and deep sleep took over me and dragged me down into a bottomless dark gulf of sleep. This was the deepest sleep I had experienced since enlisting in the war. Usually my mind was so frantic I could barely sleep. I don't even know how to describe it to you. I had clearly been running on a deficit up until this point, and my body finally just crashed. I didn't dream at all. I felt nothing at all. If someone had walked into the room right then, they couldn't have readily discerned which of us two was the corpse. The body on the slab, or the body passed out on the floor. It was almost as though I had actually died and my corpse had been left without a guardian. Many hours passed like this, and I finally woke up to the sun rising and the sound of morning prayers. Quickly remembering my post, I rushed to the body in a bit of a panic. I pulled back the shroud and examined the corpse's face closely. To my huge relief, I found it untouched. No bugs or creatures had gotten into it the night before in my stupor. A short time later, the man's widow came into the room, still weeping, with the witness behind her. She threw herself onto the man and, after kissing him tenderly, brought my lamp close to his face to make sure all was well. Delighted with my local service, she turns to me to express her gratitude. Before she could gesture, a terror took over her face. The woman screamed and turned away from me. In my confusion, I put my hand to my face. It felt like wet, ground meat. Somehow, in my deep sleep, I hadn't noticed sandflies eating at my face, completely disfiguring me. Today, it looks like I'd suffered third-degree burns, caused by enemy gunfire or an explosion. I will never tell anybody the horrible truth of my wound, which haunts me to this day.
Everybody watched her dance. Guys and girls alike just couldn't seem to break away from that hypnotic sway. The girl had just walked into the bar, gone straight to the middle of the room and started dancing. Just like that, we were all under her spell. Had I known then what I know now, I would have turned and run as far and as fast as I could. I would have tried to, anyway. It was hard to describe, but just one look at that girl was enough to ensnare you. She was perfect. Waist-length red hair, milky skin, and eyes that burned into your soul. The first guy plucked up the courage to try his luck. He was without doubt the best-looking man in the room. He knew it, too. He walked over to her and opened his mouth to say something, but she put a finger to his lips before any words could escape them, smiled, and shook her head. Something about the way she turned him down hit me like a mace to the stomach. It was without doubt the most brutal thing I'd seen. She didn't insult him, didn't laugh at his face or throw a drink over him. She let him know, without saying a word, that she would never deign to let him so much as speak to her. Other men and women approached over the course of the evening. Every one of them rejected. They were lucky. I never thought I'd stand a chance. After seeing the people she'd already turned away, what hope did a chubby, short, 19-year-old geek have? Better to preserve what dignity I had and sip my drink alone. When she pointed at me and beckoned for me to join her, I felt as though I were in a dream. I have to admit that, despite being sat in the corner of the room, I actually looked behind me to see if she was looking at somebody else. No, she wanted me. I froze. There wasn't enough alcohol in the world to give me the courage to dance with her. She laughed and danced her way over to me. A moment later, she took my head in her hands and kissed me full on the lips. That kiss, it was like nothing I'd ever experienced. Better than sex, facts, it sent hellfire coursing through my brain to set every nerve ending ablaze. Every forbidden, perverted thought I'd ever had came rushing through my consciousness. I felt proud to be an animal, a creature whose instincts compelled it to lust and violence. Nothing was beyond me. I could do whatever I wanted to whoever I wanted. And then it was over. Humanity came flooding back. The reality of social norms, ethics, and morality reasserted themselves, and I remembered who I was. I was a chubby, short, 19-year-old geek who had no business thinking and feeling the way I had. That wasn't who I was. You bet it was who I wanted to be, though. Deep down, in that place where sense gives way to desire, that was what I wanted. I think she could sense that. I think that's why she picked me.
"It's a rush, isn't it?" she said. "Getting a taste of the beast within is always a rush."
I stammered something incomprehensible. My head was still reeling from the kiss. She smiled, and I, like a rat, staring into the eyes of a viper.
"Give me your number."
Sure, I managed. "Do you want me to text you? Do you have your phone with you? I could write it down if you prefer. Do you have a pen?" She held up a hand before I could continue rambling.
"Just tell me your phone number. I have an excellent memory."
I did as I was told.
"I'll see you again."
And with that, she left. I spent the next 3 days in agony. I couldn't get that kiss out of my mind. The way I'd felt left me ashamed and aroused in equal measure. I spent every waking moment replaying the scenario in my head, trying to get another taste of how it had awakened some primal creature within me. Every night, I dreamt of that girl. She had my number, but hadn't given me hers. Looking back on it, it's amazing just how much power that gives you over a person. Would she call back? Would I ever see her again? Was it all just a cruel prank? When she finally did call, my phone didn't display her number. I recognized her voice instantly, though. Her words like poison dripping into honey.
"Meet me at the bank in an hour."
I didn't even have time to ask which bank she meant. The powerlessness of my situation began to dawn on me. I couldn't just refuse to go. I might never have the chance for another kiss. She had me well and truly dangling on her hook. In the end, I set off for the closest bank to my house. Sure enough, she appeared exactly 1 hour after she had hung up the phone. I realize how this sounds now that I'm writing it down. I'm sure some of you are thinking, "Fuck that, I'd run." That's exactly what I should have done. I couldn't do it, though. All it took was one kiss to make me an addict. "Hi," I said as I approached. "I've been thinking about you a lot. I wonder if maybe you want to get a coffee or something?"
"I don't drink coffee."
"Oh, okay, maybe a bite to eat."
"No thanks. How much do you have in your savings?"
I blinked. Not much. A couple $100.
"Perfect. You can make an ATM withdrawal. Not as many questions that way."
"You want my savings?" I said it half as a question, half as a statement. I couldn't quite believe what I was hearing.
"That depends. Do you want another kiss?"
I shook my head. Enough was enough. This was some kind of scam, and I wasn't going to be a victim anymore. All I had to do was turn around and walk away. I didn't need another kiss. As soon as the thought entered my head, my body rebelled. My skin itched and my palms started to sweat. I gritted my teeth against a sudden rush of pain in my stomach. Money wasn't everything. Another kiss was worth it. I withdrew the cash.
"Good dog," she said.
She leaned in and kissed me. It wasn't as good as the first time. The first time, I had never experienced anything so intensely pleasurable. Even so, the feeling of power and fertility I'd been trying in vain to remember flooded me once more. All those dark little thoughts and urges resurfaced, and I knew there was nothing bad or wrong about them. Humans are animals. Animals fight and fuck. Animals rape and kill. The sensation receded, leaving me feeling confused, guilty, and turned on. I opened my eyes, and she was gone.
"You know you can tell me anything, don't you?" my mom said.
Since Dad passed away, Mom had been trying to be extra motherly to me and my sister. Fully cooked breakfasts, family board game nights, the works. She looked at me with deep and genuine concern. I'm fine, I lied. Just flu or something. It had been 3 weeks since my last kiss. Nothing else mattered. Not food, not sleep, not even family. My whole body ached with the need for another kiss. My skin crawled as though insects were burrowing beneath it. Every time I drifted into unconsciousness, my dreams were full of monsters and suffering. I rolled over in bed. I didn't want to look at my mom. I couldn't face her.
"I love you, Jason."
I didn't reply. My bedroom door shut and my mom's footsteps faded away. I heard a faint sob. I screwed my eyes shut and tried not to think about my last kiss. It was impossible. I may as well have tried not to breathe.
"It's drugs, isn't it?"
my sister said. I hadn't heard her come in. No, Alex, it's not drugs.
"Bullshit."
I sighed, rolled over, and looked her straight in the eye. It's not drugs.
"Right, okay then. Let's pretend I believe you. If it's not drugs, what is it?"
It sure as hell isn't flu. A girl, I sighed. A girl. Jason, you're a mess. You don't eat, you don't talk, you just sit in your room and lie on your bed. I get that love can be rough, but come on. I don't love her.
What?
I said I don't love her. I fucking hate the bitch, okay? Alex took a step back. I hadn't realized I'd been shouting. I sighed. It felt good to tell the truth, even if it was only a partial truth. I did hate the girl who kissed me. I hated her for what she'd done to me. I hated her for not calling me for 3 torturous weeks. I hated her because I so badly wanted another kiss.
What's her name? Whatever she did to you, I'll knock her out for it.
I don't know her name. My phone buzzed. I answered straight away.
"Meet me at my house. I'll text you the address."
That was her, wasn't it? Alex said. No.
Don't lie to me. Where are you going?
Out. I pushed my way past her. She grabbed me by the shoulder. I spun around, almost ready to hit her until I saw the dampness in her eyes.
Please don't go to her.
I took her hand off my shoulder. I wanted to hug her, to apologize to her, but I was too ashamed. With my head down and tears running down my face, I left. The girl's house was on the outskirts of town, where the city started to give way to the countryside. To call the building a house would be like calling the works of Salvador Dali doodles. The thing was a mansion, secured behind enormous walls topped with vicious barbed iron railings. As soon as I approached, the gate opened for me, allowing me into a driveway the size of a small street. As I walked towards the front door, I took a moment to look at the garden. I didn't recognize most of the flowers, but I knew foxgloves and nightshades when I saw them. Beautiful and deadly flowers. Here and there, the garden was studded with marble sculptures. Each one depicted a naked person in agony. There were men impaled on spikes or being sat on by slavering wolves. Women wept as their bodies were engulfed in sculpted flame. She stepped out of the front door, her face split by a cruel sneer.
I want you to give me a present,
she said in a sing-song voice. Her hands were held behind her back. What do you want? I asked. I'd intended it to come out as a hiss, I wanted to show her I still had some power over myself. Instead, the words came out as a whimper.
Nails.
Nails? I repeated. My thoughts turned to the marble sculptures and the tortures a little bit of sharp metal could inflict. What do you want nails for?
I want your nails.
Oh. Okay. I was suddenly relieved. Whatever. Do you have any scissors? She laughed and shook her head. From behind her back, she produced a pair of pliers. No, I whispered.
Yes.
Not like that. Please, not like that. She pouted and held the pliers out to me.
No nails, no kiss.
I swallowed back a sob. I could already feel my heart beating out a maniac drum roll. The thought of what I had to do knocked me sick. The thought of not getting another kiss was like having red-hot needles pushed into every pore. I took the pliers. For a long while, I stood there, just looking at my hands. My consciousness seemed to be coming from somewhere else, as though I was watching my own body from another plane of existence. I closed the pliers on the nail of my left thumb and started pulling. The pain was unbearable. I watched through tear-blurred eyes as, millimeter by millimeter, a red line grew at the base of my nail. My fist clenched around the pliers and I pulled with all my strength, screaming with agony as I did. The nail moved less than a centimeter. I wasn't going to be able to pull it off in one go.
That's it,
she crooned.
Just ease it out. Don't worry, it'll grow back.
Minutes crawled by like hours. I screamed until I could only choke. With one last pull, the nail came free. My hands shaking and wet with blood and sweat. I put my thumbnail into her cupped hands. Despite the snot dribbling down my face, I leaned in for my kiss. She backed away.
No, that's no good.
I gave you my fucking nail, I cried. I hated her more than I thought was possible.
I said I wanted nails, plural. You have another thumb and 8 fingers to go.
I pulled at my hair, waiting with frustration, pain, and anger. She stepped forward and tousled my hair.
Oh, poor little doggy doesn't want his kiss.
I made a grab for her. If she wouldn't give me a kiss, I'd take one from her. The moment my hands touched her, something like an electric shock passed through my hands and burned its way down to my feet. Searing agony knocked me to the ground. It took me a good 15 seconds before I could breathe again.
Just for that,
she hissed.
I'll have your toenails as well.
3 months passed with no call. My last kiss had barely been enough to take the edge off the pain. As you might expect, my mother and sister were horrified when they found out what I'd done to my fingers and toes. They phoned the police straight away. I told the officer what I could. The description I gave had matched any number of women. My phone had no sign of any strangers calling or texting. The address I told them about revealed nothing but empty fields. None of that came as a surprise to me. I was pretty sure I'd gone way beyond the point where I could be shocked. Whoever the girl who kissed me was, I was certain she wasn't truly human. My drug test came back negative, eliminating my family's theory that I'd started taking heroin or something. With the negative drug tests, the police quickly lost interest. They saw no reason to suspect I was being abused by my family and passed me over to the care of a psychiatrist. Telling the truth didn't make me feel any better, especially since nobody believed me. My sister figured I'd been rejected by a girl and had a breakdown. My psychiatrist was certain that my so-called succubus was entirely a creation of a disturbed mind. He theorized the red-headed girl was a projection of deep-seated sadomasochistic fantasies. I was too preoccupied with my own suffering to pay much attention to the people around me. I shambled through life like a zombie. The physical effects of kiss withdrawal were crippling. My skin itched and burned. It felt like it was being bitten from within by an army of fire ants. Until my nails grew back, I'd resorted to scratching myself with a fork, leaving bloody trails down my arms and chest. My nightmares started to spill over into my waking life. Here and there, I'd see something scuttling on the edge of vision. Shadowy figures loomed over my bed, reaching out with taloned hands to torment me. I saw maggots in my food and centipedes in my drink. Life had become hell on earth. Then she came back. The knocking woke me in the middle of the night. Somebody was pounding on the front door with the force of a battering ram. "Mom, the door," I said, still drowsy from my fitful sleep. "Mom, Alex, could you see who's there, please?" I swore and stumbled out of bed. I didn't hear any movement from my family, so I slipped on some clothes and went downstairs. I opened the door just as another set of knocks strong enough to crack the wood, started. A huge man in a suit stood in the doorway. He had the look of a bouncer or archetypal hired goon. "She wants to see you," he said, in a voice too gentle for his appearance. I said nothing and looked past him. A black limousine was parked in front of my house, its windows tinted to stop anybody looking inside. I took a step back. "Mom?" I shouted. Panic started to overwhelm me. "Alex?" "She has them," the man said. He sounded sympathetic. "I'm taking you to see them." "How? Where?" I stammered, my mind struggling to put together a logical explanation for how my family could be kidnapped without me noticing. I gave in. Logic didn't apply to that demon. "Come on, it's time to go." The man put a hand on my shoulder and led me towards the car. Partway there, when I'd managed to recover my senses a little, I asked him a question that had plagued me almost as much as my addiction. "Who is she?" She's the worst thing that ever happened to me," the man said. He fought back a sob and squeezed my shoulder in an almost fatherly way. "Just don't make her angry. Whatever you do, don't make her angry." He opened the back door of the limousine and waited for me to get in before heading over to the driver's seat. She was inside, clad in fur and diamonds like some sort of celebrity. She smiled and pushed a glass of wine into my hand. I didn't drink it.
"Let's talk business," she said, as the limo started to move.
"I don't want another kiss. I want my family."
"Nobody wants another kiss. Not when they think it through rationally, at least. No, this is about craving. You don't want a kiss. You crave it. Deep down, I think you'd do anything for another kiss."
"Where's my family?"
"They're safe. Not exactly comfortable, but they haven't come to any harm."
I relaxed a little. Some instinct told me that whatever she was, she couldn't lie. More precisely, whatever she said just had to be. "You're a demon, aren't you? You're a succubus," she smirked.
"Poor little doggy. I'm more than a demon. I'm the monster of demons. Consort of the accuser. Queen bitch."
"So, you want my soul?" I felt my mouth go dry as I said the words. It was like waking up to find out that the monster from your nightmare was stood by your bed.
"Clever boy. In return, I'll kiss you once a week, every week. After 3 long months of withdrawal, that has to be at least a little tempting,
She was right about that. A kiss every week. I'd already been through hell. My soul couldn't be worth much. What was damnation compared with a kiss every week? "All right, deal."
"Good dog," she purred.
"So, what do I do? Shake hands? Sign my name in blood?"
"No, that won't cut it," she said. There was a delight in her voice that made my blood run cold. You can't just give away your soul. You have to do something to lose it. I felt the limousine slow to a stop. The big man stepped out and opened the door for us. She stepped out first and offered me her hand. I took it. We walked across soft, damp grass towards a structure resembling a concrete garden shed. My heart threatened to break through my ribs as we got closer. I knew my family was inside. I knew she wanted me to hurt them. She opened the door. My mother and sister were bound to metal chairs. They'd been gagged, and tears streaked their faces. When they saw me, they tried to scream their pleas. My heart broke at the sight of them. Something cold and heavy was pressed into my hand. I looked down at the gun and started to weep. I can't, I said, turning towards the red-haired girl. I can't shoot them. Oh, you poor puppy, she said in a mocking sympathy. The gun isn't for them. It's for you. For me? Yes. It's for if you want to back out of the deal. Put the gun to your head, pull the trigger, and you have my word I'll let your family go. I didn't have to think about it. I aimed the gun straight at the bitch. She pulled a melodramatic face of shock. Oh, wow. Didn't see that one coming. Here's the thing. If you shoot me, I won't die. I can't die. What I can do is make damn sure you, your mother, and your whore sister spend many a long year just wishing you were dead. I turned the gun away from her and put it to my own head. My hands trembled and I heard my mother wail. Very noble. Sacrifice yourself to save your family. Better than just walking away and facing a life with no more kisses, right? She put a certain emphasis on the word kisses, and the effect was instantaneous. My mind turned straight to the thought of that first kiss. I couldn't shake the memory of just how good it was. She cocked her head and sneered. She knew she'd got me. Mind you, a kiss a week. Now that can be heaven on earth. It'd be cruel of your family to stand in the way of your happiness, wouldn't it? I sobbed with frustration and shame as I turned the gun towards my mother. I couldn't look her in the eyes. I tried to ignore her muffled screams as I pulled the trigger. The shot echoed across the countryside. I'd missed. The red-haired girl held my wrist, pointing the gun a foot above my mother's head. I stared at her in confusion. I told you the gun isn't for them, she hissed. She pried it out of my fingers and dropped it on the floor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all of you. I turned around at the sound of the big man's voice. I looked down at what he was holding and my heart sank. My family screamed. No, I whispered. Anything but that. If you want your kisses, this is how I want you to surrender your soul. Please just let me use the gun. No. I took a few trembling steps towards the big man, knowing that I stood on the precipice of damnation, knowing that if I did what she wanted me to do, I deserved to go to hell. A kiss every week. Every week. I couldn't stop myself from thinking about it. I took the kerosene and matches. I don't consider myself to be a particularly superstitious person. That is to say, I get the occasional kick out of the horoscope, and my boyfriend and I like to humor the idea that spirits and poltergeists exist. We even joke about how we'd haunt people when we died and came back as ghosts.
In fact, my boyfriend refuses to go anywhere near a Ouija board. He refuses to even think of it. "Why even tempt it?" he'd say. "Why would you want to taunt evil ghosts like that? Ghosts never play fair, and if you piss one off, you're screwed." I don't think he was ever serious, just precautionary. But maybe he was right. God, this all happened so recently, I'm still shaken. I can barely write about it now without my nerves acting up. Okay, here it goes. A few weeks ago, my mom, sister, and I went to Colorado for an entire week of vacation. We were going to drive all over the state, visit the national parks, and go horseback riding and whitewater rafting and so much more. I was excited, and I sorely needed a break from work anyway. We drove a grueling 16 hours out there and spent our first day rafting down the rivers. After an extremely wet but exhilarating day, we drove to a ranch house to go horseback riding. We arrived at sunset, so it was too late to do anything, but we had all next day to ride the trails and see the sights. The ranch was dumpy, to put it nicely. It was all run down with scraps of steel everywhere, and the shoddy log cabins were in desperate need of repair. I swear the roof over our shack of a cabin was a giant piece of drywall with shingles stapled to the top. My sister and I thoroughly checked the place for spiders and bugs before we even thought to bringing our luggage inside. It was only for the night, I reassured myself. Just one night in a dumpy shack on a rock-hard bed that probably had bed bugs under the sheets. I shuddered at the thought. My mom tried to cheer us up. She had brought skewers and a pack of hot dogs to roast over the communal fire pit. Happy to get out of the shack, my sister and I made a nice, cozy fire, and soon a few other visitors came out to sit around the fire and roast s'mores and share stories. We talked about where we were from, where we were going, and all our adventures along the way. Pretty soon the stories turned to tall tales and urban legends, and the sort of stuff you'd usually tell around a bonfire. That's when I spoke up. I loved stories, especially scary ones. And hey, we're out west. We're in Native American territory. Why not liven the place up with my favorite local myth? The legend of the Skinwalkers. Now, for the uninitiated, Skinwalkers are very evil, very dangerous beings. They were humans who gained the ability to take on the form of an animal by wearing its pelt, usually through very dark and taboo magic. I knew all this and told my story. Who doesn't love a good ghost story, after all? Everyone seems to be enjoying it. I admit I took some creative liberties, really just retold an old werewolf story, but with a skinwalker as the monster instead. I improvised a lot of the story and added a few things that weren't in the mythos at all. I gave our beloved frightening skinwalker wide, crazed eyes with pinpoints for pupils, with a matching, insane smile. I made the skinwalker horribly misshapen, swollen joints and arms that were too long and legs that were too short, and a head that never sat straight on its shoulders. I made it as terrifying as I could imagine. No one minded. They actually really liked it. A man from Kentucky admitted the visuals alone were enough to creep him out. Victory in my book, if you ask me. And once I was done, everyone decided it was getting really late. Our firewood was dwindling, and it was as good a time as any to turn in for the night. We packed up our skewers and s'mores, doused the fire, and headed to our little shacks. I tossed and turned a lot, trying to fall asleep. I couldn't get comfortable in that damn bed. A rock was probably cozier than that mattress. So against my better judgment, I got out of bed and walked about the cabin. I reasoned that if I stayed up late enough, I would be so tired that I would fall asleep no matter what I was laying on. I think I briefly contemplated sleeping on the floor, but I wasn't that desperate yet. It was pitch black outside, no lights from any nearby street lamps, no car headlights. Hell, not even the cabin lights were on. and I don't remember seeing a single star. It was a bit creepy, but I shrugged off the shiver creeping up my back as simply the cold tile floor beneath my feet. I did, however, find it odd there weren't any lights on at all on the property. You'd think there'd be a floodlight on the horse stables or in the main office, but no, nothing. That was really weird. I stepped outside in my flimsy foam flip-flops to get a better look. I could barely make out the ranch, and for some stupid reason I decided to go walking around. Eventually my eyes adjusted where I could see well enough to navigate. I paced up and down the road where the cabins sat and then circled around to the fenced-in field where the horses were grazing. Except there weren't any horses. Probably in the stables for the night, I reasoned. I shivered again. It was getting cold. I turned around to head back to my own cabin. It was stupid of me to be out all alone at an obscene hour, I had realized. I needed to get to bed. But when I turned, there was something in the middle of the road. Its shape was swallowed up by the surrounding darkness. I could barely make it out. But whatever it was tall and thin. I shrugged it off as just a pole or something else and kept walking. But then it moved. I froze. My breath caught in my throat and I could barely breathe. I just imagined that, I said. I just imagined it. I'm freaking myself out. Get your fucking head on straight. It moved again. My paralyzed throat managed to squeak out a pathetically weak whimper as my legs began to lose strength. I shivered violently against a cold that was building up inside of me. My eyes began to focus on the impossibly dark figure standing against a barely visible sleet gray night. Now I could see it. It was a person, but like nothing I had ever seen before. Its arms were impossibly long, its legs impossibly short. It had a torso far too long for its rail-thin body, and a head much too big for its pencil-thin neck. Its right arm was sticking out to its side, swinging up and down. Its blockish head rolled onto its left shoulder, jerkily twitched up and down, up and down. It didn't move other than that, just stood there, twitching arms jerking up and down, head lolling around its shoulder. I still stood there like the dumb fuck I was. My cabin was a few hundred yards behind that thing, and I wasn't so stupid as to try to walk past it. My only option was to go around, behind the cabins and the stables, and hope it didn't see me. I forced myself to lift my foot off the ground to step backwards. My flip-flop made a loud, wet smacking sound as it cracked against my foot, and I immediately froze in horror. The thing stopped too. It stood there perfectly straight, perfectly still, listening. I stayed as still as I could. My breath was shallow and panicked as I tried to force myself to slow my breathing before I started wheezing. My heart thundered in my chest. My whole body was shaking. But I didn't move. Neither did it. I began to slowly, so goddamn slowly, bend over and slipped my feet out of those fucking flip-flops. My feet touched the dirt and the crumbly gravel, but at least now I could move silently. I spared a quick glance to the side to see where I was going. 2 cabins were immediately to my right. I could slip between them with ease, disappearing out of sight. I only looked away for a second. When I turned back, that fucking thing was gone. It was fucking gone. It fucking knew I was there, and it was coming for me. Yet I still couldn't move. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move no matter how loud my head screamed to run. I heard something behind me. I turned instinctively. Even though I knew better, I still turned around. I was greeted with 2 bulging eyes. Oh fuck, its eyes. Staring at me, unblinking with 2 black pinholes for pupils, and an insane smile that was stretched far too wide to be anything remotely human. My paralysis broke as I stared at that thing. I ran, crying my eyes out, trying to scream, but a horrible lead weight in my throat silenced me. My feet pounded on the dirt. I stomped over anything in my way. I trampled over a jagged rock, slicing my foot open. I ignored the pain. I ignored my body screaming in agony. I ignored my own blood pouring from the wound. I didn't care. I just ran. I felt the cold creeping up my back. Oh God, that cold. It was sinking right into my bones. I couldn't stop shaking or sobbing, and I didn't stop running until I burst into the cabin. I slammed the door shut, deadbolted the lock, and leapt into my bed. I huddled under the blankets, hiding my head. And there I gasped and shook for breath. And I waited. I didn't sleep that entire night. I was too scared. I couldn't get rid of that chill. All I thought about was that thing, standing there and twitching. Morning finally broke, and I finally allowed a breath of relief. Whatever I had seen had not come for me, and now that it was light, it could no longer take me by surprise. My mom noticed my bleeding foot and the blood had tracked through the cabin. I shrugged it off, said I cut myself the night before when I was making s'mores. I don't think she believed me, but she didn't push it. We left not long after that, and as we left, I looked at the place where that thing once stood, and I shuddered again. But there was nothing. I assured myself there was nothing. We said goodbye to the ranchers and to our companions, and I noticed the man from Kentucky, who said he had thoroughly enjoyed my story. He told me again about how much he liked it, said he was going to tell it to his own kids when he got home. They really liked scary stories, he said. And as we drove away, his head rolled onto his left shoulder, and he smiled a wide, insane smile as he waved us goodbye. I tried to jot down all the explanations that came to my mind last night, and rereading it made me realize it was oddly difficult for others to understand. So perhaps this time I would start the story way back when I was first born, and work my story up to now, as a not-so-human human. I am a Skinwalker, or I figure that's what I'm called. Yeah, that scary folklore kind of Skinwalker. First, let's clarify. And no, we are not dogs with no tails or guys who walk on all fours. We are not witches. We are not once human either. What you have read and watched online are lies, adaptations, and exaggerated versions of the Skinwalkers during our early stage of development. Think of a toddler learning to walk and talk. Being a dog, a fish, a deer, a bird, half a bird, or even the first few humans was our toddler phase. We were learning to mimic. I was born a spherical, fleshy core the size of a pea, with an eye, a tail, and a mouth. A round red lump of tadpole red meat creature capable of seeing, eating, and doing some extraordinary things to survive. It is hard to have one word that describes what Skinwalkers do as infants. In fact, I don't think we even have a word for that. So I will try to break it down so everyone can understand the step-by-step process of us growing up. As a baby, I was durable and animalistic. I had a strong tail that allowed me to spring and jump like crickets, but it was instinct not to jump, as it requires energy to do so. And as a newborn, you don't have the luxury of carbs. We were vicious, opportunistic hunters, and we had our foul odor to attract the first prey. Unlike other tadpoles, who started underwater and preyed on fish, I started alone on land, probably because of my parents' choice of birthing location. My first prey was a bear cub during warmer season, which I was very proud of. It sounds way cooler to hunt a bear than a fish. I jumped into its nostril as it was sniffing me. Then I wriggled my way up to the brain area. There, instinct told me to do 3 things: eat, copy, replace. I feasted on a small portion of the brain and quickly fell asleep. When I woke up, my first thin layer of protection had already coated my red skinless self, as if the resting time was my body breaking down the structure and chemicals of what I just consumed. It automatically made an exact copy of said portion. There I had my first apartment, inside a bear cub whose brain I gradually ate and replicated until one day I was completely able to control its limbs. Although imitating the movements of other bears was awkward and proven to be an ugly task. The outer layer of myself at this portion was the exact size of the bear's real and no longer existing brain, while my real self, the red tadpole that I was, with an eye and a mouth, was resting peacefully inside like a snail. Except the fact that I have 2 shells when you think of it, the bear body itself and the layer I made that looked and functioned like a bear brain. The bear's head at that point was hollow without me. Soon I learned to behave and hunt salmon like other bears, and soon I learned to shrink and expand my brain shell. Then I learned how to temporarily travel outside of that shell. I would shrink my real body, open a small hole of this brain, and venture south to feast on the spinal bone marrow. It took me days to finally eat all of them and come back up top. Although I was very young, my dexterity allowed me to glue the brain shell to the fake spinal cord that I just made. Soon I realized I no longer had to venture out and use my real mouth to eat. I can consume the bones, muscles, and veins of the bear, as long as it touches my outer layer, the fake brain and the fake spinal cord. However, the indirect eating process is significantly slower than eating with my mouth, as the enzymes my shell produced were not as concentrated. I gradually ate and faked the bear inside out, and then I learned to soften and harden my bear shell so I could shrink even more, to the point it felt like it was but a thin layer of meat wrapping around my tadpole core. I ate and cloned all the bones and muscles of the bear, but left the fat and the skin, as it was nasty to consume. Had I shrunk my shell and left the bear there, it would have been nothing but its skin on the ground. Imagine a skinless, fatless, adult brown bear walking around, or half of that imagery walking around. The tales of skinwalkers being dogs with no lower half, a deer with no tail, humans who walk on 4s probably stemmed from there. People saw our very first attempts to mimic living creatures, and we weren't so masterful at digesting. Again, we were toddlers. I didn't leave the bear and venture out as a skinless monstrosity, though. I lived in my comfortable home for a long while, until one day I smacked a domestic dog unconscious at night. I shrank all of myself as much as possible and left the deflated bear via its mouth. I grew from the size of a pea to a kidney bean before I left. I then wriggled my way to the dog's brain through its mouth. There I ate the brain within hours of the night. However, in the middle of my feasting, I poured in a new experience. I'd call it not food-related good memories. At first it was foreign and shocking to me, for I ate the bear's brain since it was a young cub. My entire memory as the bear was simply the joy of me eating salmon and berries, but when I was in this dog, it was something else. Joy and happiness that weren't associated with food, but with a foreign creature that was significantly taller than me. And in the dog's memories, the creature was always showing its teeth, as if it was trying to eat the dog. I learned that showing teeth means aggression behavior back when I was a bear, because that was what older bears did. They tried to scare each other with their teeth. I thought this creature, the human, was trying to eat me, the dog, but at the same time the dog itself associated that aggression with joy. As a baby Skinwalker, I didn't know shifting from one species to another would be such a challenge. And that was 11 years ago. I'm in a male human host now, and I don't need to eat anymore, if at all. I only eat to maintain the host's body. I don't take over people for the sake of comfort eating either. I only eat when I need a new identity. I don't eat their brain completely like I used to do, because doing so will kill the host immediately once I leave them. I learned that the hard way. I often have sex with the next potential host, and while they're sleeping together, I leave the worn-out human for a new journey. And yes, Skinwalkers can sense each other. We can also kill if we want to, but challenging mankind is not our interest. We just want to survive and thrive as a species. It's no use trying to irritate the host.
I am writing this to you, not for your own curiosity, but to satisfy my own, and as a means to remember more of that day, to maybe help soothe the pain I've carried all this time. Journaling, after all, is a good way to deal with trauma. So more than storytelling, I consider this an exorcism of a demon. A demon born 10 years. Right. My nightmare begins in Sarah's laundromat. How stupid. The bell above the door rattled as the glass doors shut behind us. Middle-aged women with pink hair curlers looked up from their wrinkled magazine, rolling their eyes as we ran through the aisles of the laundromat. Henry went for the vending machine. Stephen pulled up stools to the corner arcade cabinets. Aren't you two gonna help? I asked, lifting a basket of reeking clothes up to a washing machine. Neither listened. Henry just walked back, holding in his thin arms a whole cornucopia of Cheetos and Starbursts and chocolate. I always wondered where it went. Never got to ask. Stephen kept himself glued to the mirrors, patted down a seat for Henry. I stood and tiptoed over to the machine, piling black smudged sock after black smudged sock, filling the machine to its seeming rim, slamming down the cover and putting it to whatever made the most noise and bustle, and the machine roared, fidgeting in its bolted slot, like all the others, just rows of washing machines grayed with use, metal peeling off their edges as they shook along the wall or against each other. Women wheeled baskets with giant poles, staring at us three with the absolute look of death on their faces, dark ringed eyes and sagging jowls. I went towards the arcade cabinet, stopped. A television in the corner of the room beeped, staticky, in constant rhythm. Emergency report. A missing child suspect still at large. No details. I looked up, watching the television break to static. The janitor walked out from the back room, sighing, broom still in his hand. He went up to the machine and gave it 2 slaps, back to Cooking with Miranda on Channel 5. The janitor turned, a vulture-looking fellow. One that even after coming here for 6 years, I'd never gotten to learn the name of. He tapped the floor with his broom. "You 3 again," he sniffed. "Didn't you see the news? Where's your mom's?" "None of your business," I said. "Fuck if I care, then." He waved with that I don't get paid enough attitude, retreating to his nest in the back. All to my sides were the possessed washing machines, shaking along the white tiles, possessed with fury. This was just another Saturday, spending an overcast morning with an arcade machine and yawning old ladies and the buzzing of laundry. I sat down next to Stephen, reaching down into my pocket, past a firework, more on that later, and deep in a pool of quarters. 1 down the hatch, 2, 3. I must have spent an hour sitting there, with Henry eating to my side. I threw my head back, slapping one of the joysticks around. My laundry had been done 20 minutes ago.
You always pick Blanca, holy fuck, I said. And you always lose, Al, Steven said. My turn. Henry poked his head between us. My stool wobbled. You don't even have any quarters, I said. One more. You want to keep losing? Steven smiled. He was my age, 13, and of my sensibility. At least I'd like to think. Steven was the type of guy who always wanted $5 if I had 4, who wanted 2 bags of chips if I had 1, who wanted twice as many games and twice as many friends as me. And to be honest, I was like that too. So naturally, we gravitated towards each other. And naturally, we hated each other too. Tell him it's my turn, Steve. Henry looked to Steven, pouting. Just wait one out, Henry. Steven licked his lips and leaned into the screen. Yeah, one more. I pressed down on the buttons, almost punching them with the side of my fist. Come on, Henry said. Shut up, we both said with our bodies inches away from the screen. The tension of gears and metallic and plastic creaking as the joysticks went every which way, the laundry spinning and groaning with a bin full of clothes, a janitor moving up and down the aisles with lethargy, just to punch the side of an air conditioner rattling and blowing hot air. Old mothers gossiping, dogs barking, muted car honks between the windows along the building. It should have been a normal Saturday. Fuck this, I leaned back. This is boring. Oh, now it's boring, Steven turned to Henry. We do play the same thing every day, I said. Play the same game, laugh at the same jokes, act the same way. It's not my turn yet, Henry moaned, stuffing his face with a fistful of chips, hands bright orange. I'm tired of this, I said. He says he's tired of this, Steven laughed to himself. Yeah, and what? And what? I mean, if you're bored, then suggest something, Steven said. What about my turn? Henry chewed. I looked around and tucked my head and reached into my pockets, fondling for the fuse, finding it, taking it out and presenting it long and flat on the painted plastic of the joystick. Ta-da, I said. Poof. What's that? Henry asked, grabbing his bag of chips, opening them up and finishing the dust settled at the bottom corners. It's a firework, I swallowed. An M80. Aren't those illegal? Steven asked. So? And although they were, he looked pretty happy about it. Steven grabbed the firework and spun it in his hands. It's like TNT, I said, a doorman salesman with his pitch. It'll wake up the whole neighborhood. Sick, Steven said. Where'd you get it from? My uncle brought it back from Mexico. Steven passed it to Henry, who passed it back to me as quickly as he had gotten it. Let's pop 'em, I said. I've got 3. I don't think we should, Henry said. If it were up to you, we'd all be in giant bubbles eating cookies until we got fat, I said. Live a little, Henry. Henry didn't want to even stand. He just stood in place, looking at us with shifty eyes and pouty lips, mumbling words and warnings. Steven grabbed him by one wrist and me by the other. It'll be fun, trust me, I said. We did not go far. We left the clothes back in the laundromat and traveled some 10 minutes out into the street, on Bleecker, near the factories. The skies always looked grayer around that part, and they were particularly empty this day, all save an old man by his porch washing yellow, dried grass with his hose. He was in his underwear, and looked like he was supposed to have died a decade ago. We sat along the sidewalk, my feet in the sewer drains, watching Steven stalk the sidewalk. Oh shit, he's gonna do it, I said. Steven put his foot against the chain-link fence and walked up to a gnome by the side of a winding walkway. Steven huddled over his firework and cursed and shook a lighter in the air. Is he doing it? Henry asked. Steven went silent. There was hissing in the air. Oh shit, he said in a voice loud enough that attracted big German shepherds in the back of the house. They came running, jumping over a wooden fence. Steven ran, jumped, got his shirt chewed on, and ripped as he tugged. The dog chewed on his clothes as he fumbled towards us, laughing. And then, like siege fire, a boom. Sparks flying in the air. The whimper of the hound as it ran away, back to its doghouse. Something in the air came flying. I ducked with my hands over my head and closed my eyes. "Holy shit," Stephen said. My head came up slowly as I looked to my rear. Smoking in the middle of the street was half the face of a ceramic gnome, burned, scarred black along its once cherub cheeks. I looked to Henry, who stared with wide eyes at the gnome. I turned towards the whimpering dog. I turned towards the older man who had fallen, spraying water all over himself. He flailed in his own water, too slick to stand on his palm. "Fucking sick," I said. Henry jumped in the air, screaming something at me. "Did you see that fucker blow up?" Stephen said. One more," Henry said. "Alright, but you're lighting it." Oh, Henry winced, tight-lipped. "Never mind then." "Come on, Henry, all of us are doing one." He hesitated, looking at the firework, then breathing heavily. With a sigh, he grabbed one and ran across the street. He stood, looking down the street. A car coming, passing him. "What is he doing?" I asked. "Oh no," Stephen laughed. In front of Henry, a blue mailbox hunched over, bent and with a letter half vomited out of its mouth. Henry walked over to it, crouched and looked about. He opened the gray hatch and looked inside. Nothing. He lit it. He looked at it, surprised that it was in his hand. Then he chunked it straight in. The hatch closed with a screech of its scratching metal. Henry dove into the grass, crawling underneath a small hedge. I swear it flew into the air 5 feet, papers scrambling everywhere. They came over us like feathers, burned at their edges. "What the fuck are you kids doing?" The man with the hose ran up to his fence, lifting his fat leg, or at least trying to. The hose spun sporadically in the floor, twirling with water. "Oh shit," I said. "Come over here, you fucking punks." We ran. The mailbox busted open at the top, smoke coming out of its little hole. It lay crooked on the side of the road as I jumped over it and into the streets further. We didn't even know where we were going. Like kids do, we just kind of laughed and ran in full strides, turning corners wherever it was convenient, laughing and clapping at the moment. Even Henry, scaredy cat that he was. I stopped, holding my knees with my palms as I hunched over and breathed. I looked up to the sign post at the corner. There was no name to the cul-de-sac we'd landed into. It was just white weathered lettering, an R and an A, but nothing else to give the street definition. I looked around. Most of the windows were broken, some boarded up with wood, graffiti to the side of a yellow, jaundiced-looking house. Henry and Stephen looked around the corner, still giggling. I scratched the back of my neck, and a chill came up my spine. All right, we're done," I said. Both of them turned to me, tightened face as if offended. No, you're still left," Stephen said. "Yeah, that's not fair, pussy," Henry said. "What'd you call me?" I narrowed my eyes and walked up to him. "He's right." Stephen stepped up and grabbed an M80 from my pocket, raising it in the air. "You're left." "I need to get back, pick up my laundry before my mom gets mad," I said. "You're the one who wanted to do this, weren't you?" Stephen asked, turning my head around the space, seeing the curlicues bent and rusted with brown. I could not help but feel a small tremble in my hands. "It doesn't feel safe here," I said. "He doesn't feel safe, Henry." Stephen rolled his eyes. I felt hot, a wave of heat coming out from my chest and up to my cheeks. "Fine then." I snatched the firework from Stephen. "I'll do it here then." I turned a complete circle. Where was here? Only a couple blocks away from the laundromat, but where? Where was this nowhere land? Even now, I still don't remember. I only recall the dead look of the area, a sort of dark, worn grayness in the gravel passing as asphalt, serpentine design to the cracked roads. Shingles fell to the house next to me. Paint chips followed, in big clumps that popped against the floor like hail. A broken rocking horse lay in overgrown grass. It glared at me with brown eyes. This was a street so silent and warped and ruined that it looked as if in moments of collapse. It was like the nightmare land of a dreamer, and the dreamer was waking up. Is anyone here? I looked over my shoulders. Were those passing eyes in the glass? Who cares who's here? Stephen raised his hands. You sure? I asked. My teeth clattered. I looked left and right. Henry was starting to feel it too, hiding behind Stephen as he did. Hurry up, I want to leave, Henry said. Not you too. Stephen pulled his arm away from Henry. I leaned down to place the firework, somewhere on the sidewalk. No, Stephen said. I put mine in someone's house. Henry put his in a mailbox. You gotta do something cool too. Alright, what do you want me to do then? Stephen scratched his chin, a look of absolute concentration. Lips tightened, hand on his chin where he picked at the few strands of beard growing. Henry walked up behind him, arms folded as if cold, but it was a warm day. How about under that van? He pointed down towards the center of the cul-de-sac. A lone white van without a license plate, without design, with blinders on its black-tinted windows. Neat looking, too clean for the street. I turned the M80 in my hand and then looked back at the two. I'll blow it up, I said. That's the point, right? Stephen laughed. I'm not doing that. Pussy. I'm not doing that. Loser. No, I said. I'm not. I'm not. Then why the fuck did you even bring those fireworks? Stephen tilted his head. I went tight-lipped, sucking in my cheeks. Truth struck me hard. It felt like a piece of glass edged its way into my chest cavity. Something that drained the pride out of me. I looked down at the M80. Fine. Okay. I walked up to the van, up to its black-tinted windows, curious. I couldn't see a thing, so I knelt down towards the wheels where I eyed the perfect spot to put the firework, right behind the front tire. I pulled grime off the sidewalk with my feet, a combination of a Lucky Star burger plastic wrapper and dirt and decayed leaves that caked and broke at my touch. Brown goop seeped out of the clusters. It made me gag. I flung the stuff to the side and planted the M80 tall behind the wheel amongst cigarette butts. Got my lighter, flicked the flint, observed the flame as it licked the air, and the van suspension dropped. I looked up to the window, a shifting shadow. There's someone in here. I mouthed the words. No noise came out. A door opened, my heart raced. I looked back and forth and back and forth. Sweat beads rolled down my face and my chest hurt. Just do it, pussy, Stephen screamed. I heard the person behind the van groan and mumble. I lit the firework and turned to run. Then I squeaked, curled, and turned. A black spotted arm grabbed my wrist. Something crooked and long and bony. Something beyond the burning fuse. What's wrong? Stephen asked, coming forward. I pulled, and the arm pulled back. I kicked, and it dragged me closer, pulling my cheek into the textured wheel. Let go, I said. Oh shit. Stephen started to turn to run. Henry was already crying. The fuse kept going, moments away from the explosion. So I reached forward to his black-spotted finger and bit hard enough to feel the grit of bone hurt my front teeth. The man made no noise. Nothing save a small chuckle. The hand let go. I sprawled and tripped and kicked away, back to the sidewalk. The M80 went off. With such a concussion that my ears went deaf, and though I opened my mouth and I was not sure I was screaming, no voice was discernible. It was one note of static beep. I ran, hearing coming back to me as if lifting my head through a water surface. I stopped at the corner and turned, mouth agape in awe. The van lit up and its alarm system blasted in bright, beeping anger. Yellow monster eyes flashing. And in front, hunched over, though still very tall, I saw him. A white-garbed man, perhaps painter or carpenter or priest or asylum runaway. Crooked-looking, taking off his cap to observe his car. He turned, a giant black blotch across his chin and neck, the spot the devil must have touched him. The Dalmatian man. He looked at me and me at him, and he smiled and waved, which at the time I believed to be a goodbye, and that now I wish it was. I spread the pleated window curtains with my fingers and peeked outside to the front of the house. "You're still worried about him?" Stephen asked. "You didn't see him?" Eyes scanning across the empty streets. "You wouldn't be scared unless you saw him." "What about you, Henry? What do you think?" "I don't know. I got scared when Al got scared." Henry wasn't even looking. He carried his head with one hand and flipped through manga pages with his other. A copy of Berserker in black leather that from the window looked like a demonic tome. A Necronomicon. A satanic Bible. I went over and took it and put it back on my library, tossed somewhere in the mess of papers and figures. It was a messy room, the floor covered with blankets and an air mattress and pillows. The oak tables were pushed in, closer to the center and stacked with VCR tapes, my Super Nintendo, tube televisions. It looked like a NASA station, just a mess of techno gizmos and papers and tried workers glowing with the screen glare of television monitors. "I was reading that." Henry's face dropped. "This is serious," I said. "You should have seen him." "Was he mad?" Stephen asked. "No." "Does he know who you are?" "How could he?" "Then what's the problem?" Stephen said. "I don't know, but I just know there's a problem." "Who cares?" Stephen leaned back on my bed. He looked over to the television where some rerun played and where static cut the screen straight in half. It was my taping of Cowboy Bebop. A crackle of black and white discoloration on the bottom half came up. Stephen made a sound like a leech suckle and leaned over and slapped it on its side. It was fixed, but the sound went off. A fan blew quietly overhead. My curtains rattled with the gust. "If you didn't want to get scared, you shouldn't have bombed his van, dude," Stephen said. "You guys made me." "How'd we make you do that?" Stephen asked. "You're the one who brought out fireworks in the first place." "Yeah, Al," Henry said. "Shut up, Henry." "You shut up. Don't get mad at him just because you're scared." Stephen cut between us, torso leaning down from the top of the bed. "I'm not scared." "Then why'd you ask us to sleep over?" "My mom isn't home. I thought we could just chill out." "Chill out," he says. Stephen turned to Henry. He just didn't want to be alone. "If you don't want to be here, you can just leave." "Well, all right by me." Stephen opened the door. He went halfway out into the dark hall. I fidgeted in place, watching as Henry stood and wiped his sniffle and started out to follow Stephen. I bit my lips. Outside, a branch hit against the stucco walls. Cats hissed, two of them fighting in the alley below. My wooden table creaked, a notch or nail popping under its aged legs. The television sounded warped, the anime almost demonic in its creepy sound. Okay. I ran past them in the hall, putting my hands across to block the hall. A picture of my mother slanted off its nail. She'd fix it after graveyard shift. "What?" Stephen smiled. "I'm scared." My legs shook. Come on, just this night." "All right, but we want pizza. Don't we, Henry?" Yeah, pizza." Henry's eyes grew. "With pineapple." "Gross," Stephen said. I closed my eyes and sighed. I looked into my pocket for money I knew didn't exist. and I knew I'd have to steal some from the emergency fund, and I knew I would get yelled at, and I knew I would do it anyway. Anything to not be alone, anything to just distract myself from the idle sounds of the apartment. The first few hours of the night, up until midnight, were the easiest. Hearing the noises of animated people around me distracted my attention, because if I wasn't distracted, I'd go up to the sofa and peel the curtains and look outside. I just wanted people and noises. Hearing my neighbors scream and bang the walls so hard the picture frames fell, hearing the honks of cars on the main streets below me, hearing those two idiot friends laughing. All of it was comforting in its annoying way. Around 10 at night, there was a knock on the door. I stood on my chair, feeling the top of a kitchen cabinet for the secret stash, a little aluminum cookie box where my mother kept her money. Another knock, harsher. "What's that?" I screamed out. "Pizza guy." Stephen walked into the kitchen, leaning against the wall. "You go get it." "Really, dude? Really?" I held a 20 out. My hand quivered. He rolled his eyes and plucked the bill and went out of the kitchen, into the living room and into the small foyer. The door opened and then slammed. I looked outside through the window, eyes wandering to the parking lot. A white van. My body went cold. Was that the same van? The same person? Henry? Stephen? I kept my hand on the curtains, keeping them peeled, keeping the van within the view of the small opening. "Stephen," I said. No word. The lights went out. "Stephen?" My eyes blinked to the sudden darkness. I looked back and forth between the window and the entrance to the kitchen. I let go of the curtains, wandering, touched the walls with my fingertips, took apprehensive steps. I hit my toaster and knocked it over. Fuck. I went stiff, breathing heavily and loud. My heart hammered in my chest, my fingers growing numb and pulsing. "Henry? Hello? Hello?" I turned the corner, reaching my hand for the spot I remember the light switch to be on. The cold touch of plastic and something else. Flesh. A grip that closed on my index finger. Fuck! I fell, scrambled, dragging myself back until I hit the table and then hugged the legs. The lights turned on. Stephen stood there, pizza in one hand and the light switch with his other, grin on his face, smug and wide. "You fucking asshole!" I slapped the tile floor with my palm. "You fucking asshole!" "Did I get you?" Stephen asked. Henry walked in, cookie in his mouth. He chewed loud. "Why is he on the floor?" Henry asked. "You're not right in the head. You know that. I could have been killed." "Who would have killed you? And for what?" He laid the pizza flat, sat with folded legs, and ate. Mondo's Pizza Parlor printed in red against the white box. My favorite pizza. That to me tasted absolutely dull and lifeless. I pulled out a chair and sat, taking small nibbles. The strings of cheese dangled out of Henry's mouth. Stephen sat with folded legs, eating the cups of pepperoni first. The grease left his mouth yellow. "Chill, eat," Stephen said. My eyes looked up, glaring at him. He gave me a wary look, then turned towards the television on the kitchen countertop. All I could take were nibbles. Every now and then I'd drift off into the window and look outside to the parking lots and alleys, half expecting the van to be there still, but it was gone. And what did I prefer? That I'd have it there, visible and held to my observation? Or that it would be out somewhere, unknown? It wasn't like I was sure it was the same van. A fair distance below and away, it could have been any other van. I'd only seen it from the top. But there was a strangeness to the way it'd make me feel. The way that just one look at its sterile, bleached white surface made my neck hairs rise. The way how, when I sat on a sofa to watch television, the air felt cold and uncomfortable. the way all the laughter and the conversation slipped past me. Henry snapped his fingers in front of my face. "It's late," he said. "Let's go." I swallowed, though my mouth was dry. We went to sleep, both of them on an air mattress in my room and me on the single bed with a black and red squared blanket, eyes wide open and staring up to a ceiling fan, blowing warm air down at me. I felt thirsty around midnight and stepped gently on the floor, tiptoeing and arching my legs over my friends. I closed the door, still hearing Henry snoring through the wood. I went down the hall towards the living room, hand out to feel for the furniture in the blind darkness. There was no moon, and the streetlights were far enough that their yellow glow did not reach. I came to the living room, looking out to the foyer where a single light shone. They must have left it on for the delivery man. I pulled down on the cord. My arm hairs rose. A cool draft came over me in the darkness. There was a small gap in the door. The air breezed through. I closed it and locked it, and stared through the eye peep. Nothing, right? A small mistake. I walked to the kitchen and took a glass and started filling it, finishing it in one giant gulp before going in for another. Back to the living room, I stood still, my head tilted to the side. Were the cabinets moved slightly? The table just angled a little differently than how we'd left them? Footsteps in the hall. I turned sharply, eyes wide, though I couldn't have seen much. Who's there? I asked. It's me, dude, Henry said. Forgot my retainers. He wandered and went back to his room and the door closed. I needed to lock down this whole house. I went behind the television where I always hide my keys and gripped them hard. First locking my mother's room, then locking the office, and finally the bathroom. I clenched the keys close to my chest and walked back into my room, around my two friends, who still snored, and laying down flat on my bed. I spent 2 hours awake, every so often looking out the window towards the outside. The clock read 2:15 a.m. I turned it over and lay it on my side until my arm went numb, still holding the keys in my grip. Stephen rose. I knew it was him. Henry was still snoring after all. He walked out, yawned, loud, sucked footsteps going down the hall and around the corner. A doorknob turned. What the fuck? He said. The voice echoed. It's locked, man. Right. Shit, you need the key. I fumbled out of bed and started walking down, stepping over Henry, who grumbled. You need the key. I'm sorry. With a fast pace, almost sliding across the floorboard. What's wrong with you, man? Stephen asked, still turning the knob like it had unlocked itself with enough stubbornness. I went through the key ring, flipped through each one and finding the small one. Taking it out from the others, he snorted and looked at me with puffed eyes. If you didn't want this, you should have never played that stupid game. You know that, he said. I know. I handed him the key. Everyone will laugh at you at school if they saw you like this. Stephen said, You're afraid of a painter. A painter? I don't care. I know he's here. I saw his van outside earlier. You what? He shook his head and unlocked the door. I saw his van outside. I swear, I said. Behind the door, the toilet bowl splattered and a coke-fueled torrent of piss roared. There's like 100 white vans in this city, and you know for a fact you saw his, he asked. The piss spittered off into a few drops. I put my head against the wall. It hurt. My eyes hurt. My chest hurt. Yeah. I tapped against the wall with my skull. Yeah, I know. It sounds fucked, but it's true. Stephen walked out, face drooped and bitter looking. It doesn't sound fucked, Stephen said. It sounds like you're insane. I looked up, hostile eyes staring at him and narrowing. Just give me the key. I held my palm out. Am I a prisoner or something? Give me the key, I said. He clenched his jaw and tucked it into his lip, making a puckering sound like a small pop. Alright, that's it. I'm calling my mom to pick me up. Fine, I said. Just give me the key. Here's your fucking key, man. He dropped it on the floor and went for the living room. I went to my room, onto my bed, feeling the heat rise up in my cheeks. Your fucking phone doesn't work, dude, I heard Steven scream in the living room. Keep trying then. I went over to the bed and pawed the mattress, feeling for the keys to the blanket or the sound of the rattle. Odd. Nothing. The keys weren't there. It's cut, dude. I don't hear anything but a beep. Steven screamed again. I heard him slam the receiver down, then lift it, just to slam it down again. I kept palming, kept looking. Steven walked down the hall holding the phone. The cord is cut, dude, look. He stopped in the doorframe. I turned back briefly to him. Steven went statue-like. What? I looked back to the mattress, turning over the blankets and the mattress. The air carried a cold touch. Henry rustled in his sheets. The curtains fluttered, but the windows were closed. Steven mumbled words, inanities. I turned back to him, still red in the face. The fuck's your problem? I asked. Did you break my phone or something, man? He wasn't even looking at me. His eyes were just wide and looking past me into the corner of the room. What? I asked. He lifted his finger, and I turned around. He was hard to discern in the dark. It was like staring at a textured shadow, something warping darkness itself. I could not notice it at first, yet could not look away. And as my eyes widened, as I stepped back, tripping over the mattress, I saw it blink. One eye blinked, the other delayed. Hi, the Dalmatian man said. I ran out. Henry rose from his bed slightly, rubbing his eyes. Steven went down the hall. Both of us closed the bathroom door and locked it. We retreated to the corner. The bathroom key shook in my grip. The phone shook in Steven's. Can he get in? Steven asked. No. I raised the key to him. I don't. The doorknob turned and we screamed. It turned and turned. A slam at the wood. It felt like the whole house quaked. We screamed, passed beyond the point where the turning stopped. We stopped, and at that brief moment heard Henry. A stifled scream, ended short somehow or some way. We gotta get out of here, man. Steven reached for the door. I held him back. No. He's out there with him. He kept going for the doorknob, and I pushed him away. Into the toilet, wrestling against the sink, into the tub. The water faucet ran. Footsteps went back and forth in the hall, and we both screamed. We can't go out there, I said. We can't. He'll get us too. Do you even hear yourself? Steven asked. Henry's out there. He's gone. Steven looked at me in the door. His face tightened, jumping at each turn of the knob. The phone lay on its side next to the running faucet. He's gone. I sat down in the toilet seat. He's gone. He's gone. For a while, we bashed our fists against the wall. We screamed. We hoped someone would hear. No one ever did. Even with all the windows open, the futility of it, after the first few hours, was enough to have us stop for the rest of the night. We sat in that seat until my mother came home. She opened the door on both of us, eyes red and cheeks swollen. It was harder talking to the police later that day. My throat hurt from the strain, and each word was interrupted with a cough or a wheeze. But the words came out eventually. The first couple of officers multiplied within 10 minutes, and within the hour after dawnbreak, there was a small search executed for Henry J. Matthews. They never found him, and I could never look his mother in the eye and tell her what had happened. I think that was the first day I became truly alone. I don't remember having friends after that day. No one spoke to me, and I spoke to no one. A few months later, I left for Boston. My mother thought the transfer would be good for me, sent me with my father. Nothing changed. Nothing ever did. Nothing ever changes. I remember and think, maybe in the details, that I'll find a clue. I've spent 4 years learning criminal science, studying psychology myself, in the hopes that I'll figure something out. Something, perhaps, about the character of the Dalmatian man, or about myself. But any freedom from my guilt has already tanked and capsized. It's so deep in the ocean that is me that I don't think I'll ever have it. I probably never could. Solace, salvation. It's there at the bottom, idling and rusting. But at least I know it's there. I wish I could say I knew where Henry was.
Okay, so this might be a long story, but I feel like people need to hear this. They need to know this. This is cult-related, specifically the Heaven's Gate cult. If you think the name sounds familiar, it's because a few years ago, in 1997, following an anonymous tip, myself, along with my fellow officers, entered a mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, an exclusive suburb of San Diego, California, and discovered 39 victims of an apparent mass suicide. The deceased, 21 women and 18 men of varying ages, were all found lying peacefully in matching dark clothes and Nike sneakers, and had no noticeable signs of blood or trauma. They had all ingested a lethal mixture of phenobarbital and vodka, and then laid down to die, hoping to leave their bodily containers and enter an alien spacecraft and pass through Heaven's Gates into a higher existence. However, more disturbing is what they found in the basement. The decomposing body of a teen girl, a small leather journal in her arms. The diary began as a private expression of her thoughts. She wrote several times that she would never allow anyone to read it, that she kept it hidden in a broken part of the wall in her basement. She candidly described her life, her family and companions, and her situation. But towards the end, one page caught my eye. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. This is where I'll start reading. March 1997. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. After reviewing the cult and taking over as leader, my father decided to follow in the footsteps of the original leader of Heaven's Gate, Marshall Herff Applewhite Jr., and help all his loyal followers into the next level of life. Up until now, I've managed to deal with all the meetings and bizarre beliefs, but it wasn't until a couple of days ago when my father informed me that he, along with the 27 members of our group, had been chosen to join the mighty Luciferians on their spaceship. I rolled my eyes. This was all just a bunch of bullcrap to me, and continued going along with what he'd said. He explained that in order to join them, we were all to participate in a coordinated series of ritual suicides in order to reach the extraterrestrial spacecraft. And my heart must have skipped a beat, fearing the implication. Wait, are you talking about killing ourselves? I questioned, trying desperately to keep myself together. Don't you see, Leah? He shouts, his eyes growing bigger and brighter. Our bodies are merely vessels to help us along the journey. And when the comet crosses by Earth, we will ascend to it, to the next level. I stared at him with a horrific expression across my face. I knew my father was, well, to put it politely, eccentric, but I never realized he was psychotic. I stared into his dark eyes,
waiting for him to say, "Just kidding," or "I got you." But he never did. He just kept on staring at me with those dark, cold eyes. The devil's eyes. "When are you planning on doing this?" I stutter, my anxiety building up more and more. "Thursday," he replies blankly. I gasped so loud every head in the room turned to face me. "But that's less than a week away. He cut me off. "I know, so soon," he exclaims, his head practically exploding with excitement. "Dad, I don't want to die. Not yet," I cry, quickly wiping a lone tear from my cheek. He sat up and placed his hand upon my shoulder. "Leah, you're going to live again. As a Luciferian," he explains. I had enough of this by now. I didn't understand how someone could be so stupid, so clueless. I jumped to my feet and began screaming into his face. "No, Dad, don't you get it? There is no spacecraft on that comet. You'll be killing yourself for nothing." "Don't sass me," he growls, slamming his fist against the coffee table. Chills were sent running through my body, and I immediately snapped back to reality. "I'm sorry, sir," I said, stiffened my spine so that I was standing with my shoulders back. "We're all going as a team, Leah. And when you board the ship, and you will, you'll thank me," he scolds. Before I could even think about responding, he was already speaking again. "Now, go to your room. I don't want to see you again for the rest of the night," he demands. I mounted up all the courage I had left and took a deep breath. "No," I blurted out, instantly wishing I could take it back. He spun around to face me, and before I could run, 2 sets of hands curled around my forearms. "Mage, Ezekiel, take her to the cellar," my father says, turning around to face the rest of the group. They nodded before beginning to drag me backwards out of the living room. No, stop!" I scream, frantically trying to escape. "I'm sorry. I'll go to my room." I felt a sharp pain in my neck, and suddenly my eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000,000 pounds. I fought to keep my eyes open, and I found that I could no longer control my limbs. My whole body felt numb and dead. Despite my best efforts to keep myself awake, my eyes snapped shut, and I was out. I awoke to a sharp, stabbing pain shivering up and down my entire spine. I blinked my eyes open to see that I was not in the same place I was in before. I was chained to a metal table, my hair stuck to my sweaty face, irritating my skin. My clothes had been completely removed except for my undergarments. Heaven's Gate, all of them, surrounding me completely. Except it wasn't them. Don't get me wrong, it was them, but they looked different. There were thick black circles around each of their eyes, and they all looked as if they were stuck in a zombie-like state. "Dad, what's going on?" I shudder, my heartbeat increasing with every breath I took. "Leah, sweetie," he says, clasping his hand to my left cheek gingerly. "You're a good girl." He removed my hand from my face, using it to reach into the back pocket of his robe. My heart dropped all the way to my stomach as he pulled a sharp silver butcher's knife. "That's what I know you'll understand when I have to do this," he exclaims. He took a few steps to me. No, wait, I don't understand," I stutter, frantically trying to stall my father as long as I could. He didn't respond, but instead began muttering something under his breath. "Blood of a damsel," he whispers. His voice gets louder and louder until he was practically shouting. He handed the knife to one of the members who didn't seem to hesitate to start butchering me up. Without any warning, he drove the tip of the knife straight into my stomach, just the surface. My back arched up, and vomit exploded from my mouth. I screamed in pain as it continued forcing the blade through my stomach, carving a shape into my belly.
"I'm your daughter!"
I scream, tears streaming down my face. He didn't budge. I clenched my eyes shut as the knife continued to carve up my belly. Blood began pouring out uncontrollably. It leaked down my legs and spilled out onto the ground. Suddenly, they began chanting. All hail the Luciferians. All hail the Luciferians. Over and over they chanted until my ears felt like they were going to start bleeding. One by one they began dipping their hands in my blood, intensifying the pain by 100%. All hail the Luciferians. All hail the Luciferians. Their voice faded completely. I could no longer hear. Then my vision depleted. It was all turning into nothing. One by one, I was turning into nothing. My heart slowed and I no longer felt the need to breathe. My eyes rolled up before closing one last time. I sat up, gasping. Dried blood coated my abdomen and legs as my stomach was extremely swelled and bruised. Blood was trickling out, mixed with blood that was already dried. Piece by piece, the contents of the night came flooding back. A fleet of questions filled my mind. How am I alive? Where is everybody? Why am I no longer restrained? Wait, I'm no longer restrained. I quickly looked down to my feet that were, along with my hands, no longer bound. They must have assumed I was dead, thereby no longer a threat. At that moment, I decided I was in control of my fate. Not God, not my father, only myself. I mounted up all my courage and energy I had left in my body and stood up. Jumping to the ground, I aimed to land on my feet, but fatigue wouldn't allow. I landed flat on my knees, sending waves of indescribable pain through my entire stomach. I sat there for a minute, clutching my aching belly. I never knew something could hurt so much. It felt worse than the time I had fallen off my bike and broken 4 bones. A distant door slamming snapped me back to reality. I regained just enough strength to continue. I crawled to the staircase and pulled myself to my feet. I felt unbelievably weak. I'm not going to die today, I muttered, slowly pulling myself up towards the door. Once I reached the top, I wrapped my hand around the knob and twisted with all my might. It took all my strength just to turn it a few inches. I heard a small click and my heart filled with joy. I turned the knob once more and I pushed the door open. I was immediately flushed with light, almost blinding me. I peered around the seemingly empty room before making a break for the door. As soon as I stepped out, shouting erupted from the left of me. "Get her!" one shouts. I had to think quickly. The front door was too far. There's no way I'd make it before they get to me. In desperation, I turned to the stairs and sprinted upwards. I had this sudden adrenaline rush, which allowed me to race to the upstairs hall at an ungodly speed. I burst into my room and ran to the window. I was 2 stories up. Under normal circumstances, I could probably make it and be perfectly fine. But now, anything could happen. I had one leg out by the time the door to my room exploded open. And out of desperation, I threw myself out. There are no words to describe the fear I was feeling. My stomach seemed to float all the way up to my chest, and my heart was throbbing. All the air was knocked from my back as my back slammed hard against the concrete floor. As I regained my breath, all I could hear was ringing. I held my hand up to my ear and snapped as loud as I could about 20 times. To my horror, I could hear nothing. I attempted to stand, but was unable to regain my feet. It's too much. Sick and weak and tired. Oh, so tired. I had no fight left in me. My stomach throbbed and now my back ached with pain. "Help!" I cried out, hoping to stop a bystander. I looked up to see a uniformed man walking across the sidewalk with a bag across his shoulder. Please, I say. I attempted to yell, but since I couldn't hear, I didn't know whether I was speaking loud enough. Help! I stuttered again, hoping I had made my voice louder this time. To my complete and utter joy, the man's neck snapped around and he stared at me. He threw his bag down to the ground and ran to me, sweeping me up in his arms. There was a loud pop and his voice filled my ears, causing me to practically jump out of my skin. What's your name? He ponders. My head lolled back to face him. Leah Dawson. I need to go to the hospital, I plead. Okay, Leah, he says blankly. He began walking. I expected him to start towards town, but no. He seemed to be walking in the direction of my house. Where are you going? I stutter. Why are you trying to fight your destiny? The man asked. My heart sank. What? I questioned. He didn't respond to my question, but instead just quietly rambled to himself. It all sounded like gibberish except for one word. Luciferian. My stomach dropped as I realized what was going on. Let me down! I'm fine! I cry, trying to escape the man's arms. He ignored my desire and continued trudging down the stone path that led to my house with a blank, zombie-like expression on his face. That's basically it. I'm back in the basement now, chained to the water heater. It's quiet upstairs. I've lost track of time. The days seem to go on forever. I'm so hungry. I just want it all to end. Anyway, I have to go now. I can barely keep my eyes open. This is a story of something that happened to me and will forever haunt me. I'm 14 years old and I live in South Africa, which is a place where crime's very common. Occasionally I hear gunshots outside my house, but that is something that's normal here as well. I live in a big house with security cameras everywhere and motion detectors. My family's house has 2 gates, just as a safety precaution. Power outages are also normal in South Africa because of our corrupt government. Anyway, I was sitting and eating dinner with my family when my brother asked me, "Hey, did you hear that?" I replied, "No." He went on to say that he heard something break outside on our patio, like a wine bottle or something. Since I'm not paranoid like him, I finished eating and went to go study for my exam and sat on the couch in my living room. My parents announced that they were going to the gym, as they did on Saturday nights. So I said goodbye to them and carried on working. As I was working, I heard a crash from outside, near the patio, like my brother said. What happened next sends shivers down my spine to this day. My brother walked into the living room looking panicked. I've never seen him so scared in my life before. He sat down next to me and stared at me for about 10 seconds with a look of complete and utter fear. His eyes wide open. What's wrong? I stuttered. Upstairs, now, he exclaimed while grabbing my arm viciously. What the hell is going on? I asked once we were upstairs. He didn't answer. He just started winding the shutter down. The shutter is a large door that connects the downstairs to the upstairs. We're only supposed to use the shutter during emergencies, as it is made of a strong metal that is hard for an intruder to break through. He then ushered me to his room, the 3rd story of our house, which overlooks our garden and patio. Putting a single finger over his mouth to shush me, he pointed to what looked like a dark figure by our patio. At first, it looked like a long shrub, but as I adjusted and focused my eyes, I had to stop myself from shrieking. The realization made my bones feel like lead and my blood feel colder than ice. A man holding a broken wine bottle was pacing around our patio. He looked about 5'9" with a shaggy beard. That's not what scared me the most about him. His eyes were wide open, and he was smiling. A smile so sinister and crazy, he looked as if he'd just been let out of a mental institution. Who is he?" I started saying. Big mistake. The man turned to us and looked directly into my eyes with that same agonizing, crazed look that gave me goosebumps.
He then started to run. A slow, staggering run that made him look injured. Towards the door to the inside of the house he went, and I was sure he was coming for us. I was so shaken up I could hardly breathe, and so was my brother. And without a word, he took my hand and we headed to my room on the second floor. Since I'm his little sister, he always considered me his responsibility, so he held my hand and told me everything was going to be okay, even though I knew inside me that it wasn't. Just then we heard slow clapping footsteps coming up the stairs. The shutter was closed, so he wouldn't be able to get to us. Just then, at just the right time, the power cut out, leaving my brother and I in darkness. But my brother stumbled around and closed my door, locking it. He then explained to me that without the power, the shutters can be easily pried open. I thought for sure that my life was going to end soon. Just then I heard an excruciating sound that sounded like the shutters being forced open, and I headed for my drawer to get my hunting knife that I had received as a birthday gift. In my right hand I clutched my knife, and in the other I held my brother's hand. Suddenly, the sound of the shutters opening stopped. What replaced it was the sound of something metal, presumably a knife, scraping up against my bedroom door. We sat there, shaking, not knowing what to do. When I asked my brother if he had his phone on him, he stated that he already called 112, which is our 911, but we both knew that the 112 squad would take a long time to come, since here in South Africa, they usually hang out at McDonald's instead of coming for their duties. The scraping at the door continued for what seemed like ages. Seconds felt like minutes, and then my brother made me hide in my cupboard and hand him my hunting knife. With my heart racing and palms sweating, I heard the sound of police vehicles outside, and my brother used the gate remote to open up for them. They rushed in and captured the man. The police told us the man had been on the run from the local asylum for the past 3 months, and had been charged for manslaughter 2 times before he was sent to the local asylum. If my brother hadn't been there to help me, God knows what would have happened to me. I hope the man is recovering, and that he's getting all the help he needs. Sometimes, in my nightmares, I still hear the sound of the knife scraping against my door.
Viz22 here. Before we begin, be warned that this story is not for the faint of heart or the weak-stomached. There are some very disturbing scenes depicted throughout this story, the most gruesome being at the very beginning involving an infant. So if you are not one for this type of horror, that is alright. A new, tamer video will be coming soon. But for those who stick around after this warning and then complain to me about the video's content, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, on to the story.
Just the cutest,
my grandmother exclaimed in a bubbly tone as she booped the baby's nose. My aunt had just given birth, a baby boy. He squirmed around on the table, his back rubbing against the soft blanket. He swirled his tongue around, his eyes full of wonder as they darted around. My whole family loomed above him. My aunt, June, looked down at him with proud eyes. Her husband, my uncle, Luke, almost shed a tear. My grandma, Mary, had this smile on her face, almost devilish. My grandpa, Danny, right next to her, like 2 peas in a pod. My mother stood next to me, her hands on my shoulders, my father standing behind her. I watched uncomfortably as they rubbed their hands across all the baby's body, admiring his soft skin. My throat slowly started knotting up. I jumped in my seat, my eyes twitching as my grandma raised up a shining blade and swung it down into the child's face. My neck cranked at the feeling of blood splashing against my cheek. The knife went completely through its head. The tip of the blade pressed into the wooden table. My grandma pulled the knife out, blood dripping off. I looked around at everyone. They were drooling over its corpse. My grandma slowly slid her tongue against the blade, licking off a sliver of blood. She pulled her tongue back into her mouth, her eyes rolling into the back of her head. "Sweet youth," she moaned, a grin on her face. "Dig in," my aunt chirped. My family knocked into my shoulders, rushing towards the body. They raised their knives and began slicing off limbs. Blood squirted across the table as they dismembered arms, flesh and muscle stretching as it severed. I watched my grandma sink her teeth into the severed arm, blood trickling down her chin. She chewed slowly, savoring each bite. Her hair slowly began changing, the gray strands almost instantly changing to a grayish brown. Her wrinkly skin grew tighter and smoother. She looked like she had gone from 75 to 55. My grandpa tore a leg off, blood pouring down the table. He sunk his teeth into it like corn, pulling on strands of skin. And just like Grandma, his frizzy gray hair began to transform colors, reverting to grayish blonde, bald spots filled in with clumps of hair. His skin smoothed out. My mother and father didn't need very much, so they picked lightly. My mother reached over with a fork and picked one of the eyeballs, tucking it off of meaty strings. She observed the small, shiny eyeball and then plopped it in her mouth like a piece of gum. My father took the other eyeball, blood squirting out of the empty socket and dripping down the side of its face. My uncle reached over with his knife and opened the baby's mouth and yanked its tongue out of its mouth. I began slicing it off with the knife. Blood filled its mouth and squirted down its neck as my uncle chewed on the tongue like fat from steak. They continued to pick it apart, taking any limb or organ that fulfilled their insatiable desire. They began to slice it open after taking most of the outside. They slid down its stomach and pried its corpse open. "These are the goods, like a piñata," my aunt joked as they dug their hands around its organs. They pulled out stringy intestines, slurping on them like sausages. My grandma went right for the gold, tearing out its small heart. She raised it above her mouth, tilting her head back. She clenched the heart tightly, blood pouring down her mouth and to the sides of her face. My family cheered her on, as if she were chugging a beer at a frat party. She juiced out every last drop, licking excess blood off her lips. She then devoured the rest of the heart until there was no more. My uncle bit off pieces of lung like a pork chop. I watched as my family ravaged the corpse, blood smearing everywhere. I began to think about my siblings. I knew I had 3 of them, but I only remember one. I only ever met one. I don't even remember his name. I just remember playing with him one day and he was gone the next. My train of thought broke when I noticed a head in front of me. My uncle dangled his head in front of me, soaked in blood. Between his fingertips, a small toe with a nail ripped off. I looked up at him, my eyes shaking. He had this soft, encouraging look on his face. It was disturbing. I couldn't push the words out. So my mother interjected. "Oh, please, she doesn't need that," she chuckled. "Be grateful for that one," my uncle said, dropping the toe in his mouth. By the time they were done, the body had been picked clean. The only things left were bones and pieces of meat to save for later. I eyed the carcass, and it looked like it was attacked by rabid dogs. I looked around at my family. My grandpa and grandma looked young enough to be parents, and my aunt and uncle could pass as my older siblings. "Maria, honey, why don't you go to bed?" my mother said quietly, kissing the top of my head. I stood up, leaving the table, as my family bantered. I walked upstairs, the old stairs creaking as my feet hit each one. I went to the bathroom, quickly sliding in and shutting the door behind me. I turned the light on, and the room illuminating. I looked at myself in the mirror, my big brown eyes staring back at me. I scraped off the dried blood that splashed on my tan skin. I felt like crying. Why did I feel like crying? I've seen it before. It doesn't really get any easier. I understand, but do I? There was no point in questioning it. It was just one of those things. I should be grateful that they didn't choose me, that my parents chose parenthood over youth. I left the bathroom. Walking back to my room, I slowed my pace down when I heard the faint sound of grainy breathing. I looked around the dark hallway. I looked at the door next to me. The sound was coming from behind it. And then I remembered. My great-grandma Lorraine. She's been on the brink of death since the 90s. They always intended to involve her in the feast every time, but they get selfish and end up barely giving her scraps. Being in old age for over a decade has crippled her. She sits in her room and never leaves. They bring up slices of skin and chunks of meat on a plate like a dog. I know they don't care about her, only about the bloodline. I entered my room and plopped onto my bed, my body sinking into the cold, soft mattress as I drifted off to sleep. I wake up suddenly, startled by the sound of arguing. I open my eyes slowly, and my eyeballs feeling dry. I slowly sat up, still a bit dazed. I overheard a loud conversation. "It's not fucking working anymore," my grandpa exclaimed, his voice muffled to the floors. "Did she eat any at all?" my uncle asked. "Yes, and it didn't do anything," my grandpa answered. "Does it ever do anything?" my mom snarled. "Don't be fucking stupid. It's kept her barely alive for years. Why isn't it working?" His rage grew, followed by a bang against a table. "Calm down. Why didn't you save more?" my dad chimed in. "Why didn't you save more? Why didn't any of you save more?" he barked back. "Please just shut up. She's been alive for this long. She can go a little longer without," my aunt groaned. I knew they were talking about my great-grandma. I guess they got a little too selfish this time. She can't die. She's my mother, for Christ's sake," he shouted. "We'll figure something out," my mom suddenly interjected. They stayed silent for a moment, my ears wide open. "The girl," my grandma suddenly proposed. "What?" my grandpa asked, annoyed. "Maria. She's young enough. Good amount of meat on those bones," her creaky voice explained. My body went numb as the words flowed through my ears. They couldn't have been serious. "No, we made a deal," my mom growled, her voice beginning to shake. "We did it with the others. She'll understand. We're family." My grandma tried to convince her. "Fuck that. She's family. My daughter, you fucking hag. Don't ever try that again," my mom attacked. I flinched at the sound of a smack that rang through the floorboards. "We brought you into this family. You are where you are today because of us," my grandma hissed. There was silence for a moment. "We did it with the others previously. This is just how it has to be," my uncle reassured her. "I'm not doing this. Touch her and I'll fucking eat you instead," my mom declared, the sound of pounding footsteps following. "We'll get her in a few hours. It'll have to be a bit of a surprise. She won't cooperate," my grandma planned. My heart dropped into my stomach. I needed to make a move, now. I threw my blanket off of myself and hopped out of bed. I stepped onto the floor, squinting my eyes after realizing I might have stomped too hard, praying it wasn't loud. No other noises followed, so I started throwing around ideas in my head. I tried to map out the layout of my house in my head. 6 family members looking for me. My brain scrambled when I heard the sounds of multiple footsteps. I quietly opened my door, sliding out of my room quickly. I observed the long hallway. and no one was in sight. My house is pretty much a mansion, a courtesy of my great-grandmother's fortune. I slowly walked down the hall, my socks sinking into the old carpet. I heard muffled whispers beneath the floor. My best bet would be to sneak down the stairs and bolt out the front door. I crept closer to the staircase, trying not to alert anybody of my presence. Suddenly, my aunt turned the corner as she reached the top step. I froze in place, my heart racing. She turned to look at me, silent for a moment. A grin grew on her face. "Maria, there you are. Could you please come downstairs and help with the cleanup? Your poor Aunt June's back is taking a toll." She let out a try-hard giggle. I thought for a moment, trying to plan my next move. Then I realized, they don't know that I know. I straightened my posture, closing my widened eyes, but my guard was still up. "Sure. Could I go to the bathroom quickly?" I asked. "Yeah. Actually, could I come in with you quickly? Gotta grab some ibuprofen." She smiled, tilting her head to the side. "Bitch." I nodded and walked over to the bathroom. She wouldn't walk next to me, only ominously behind me. I looked out of the corners of my eyes as I entered the bathroom. "I'll grab it quickly and be out of your hair." She approached the medicine cabinet. Stupidly, I let my eyes off of her when I looked down at the toilet, noticing the creaking pipes. All of a sudden, I felt hands push me over with full force. I yelped as I slipped on the tile floor, trying to grab the toilet to regain balance. My hands slipped as well, and my forehead crashed into the side of the bathtub. The impact rippled through my head. Blood began to trickle down my face. I slowly opened my shaking eyes, my vision blurry. "Just make this easy," she groaned as I felt her kneel behind me. She balled a clump of hair in her fist and pulled my head back. I looked up, blood sliding past my eye. "Just a sliver, and some more." Her mouth stretched into a sinister smile as I saw a knife go towards my arm. Still dizzy from the hit, I used all my strength I had and swung my elbow, knocking into her nose. She fell off of me, on her knees, leaning over the tub next to me. I stood up, almost falling backwards. I blinked tightly a few times, trying to clear my vision. I looked down, and she was covering her nose with her two hands, the knife on the floor next to her. It was too risky. She released her hands, placing them on the lining of the tub to help her get up. Before she could lift herself up, I raised my leg and dropped my foot on top of her head. Her head crashed down, her mouth ricocheting against the lining. A knocked-out tooth sliding into the tub. I quickly whipped around and dashed out of the room. I ran for my life down the hallway, finding any room to run into. "You little cunt! Danny!" Her cries echoed out from the bathroom. I continued to run, my feet stomping, then halted harshly, almost leaving tire marks, when I hit a dead end, the only door left on this side of the floor. I looked behind me, waiting for a furious aunt to come for blood. I heard quick footsteps run up the stairs. "Oh my God! What happened?" my uncle asked. I turned back around and barged into the room. I shut it behind me quietly, trying not to give away my location. I looked around the room and it was pitch black. I dragged my hands across the walls to feel for the light switch, and when I flipped the switch under my fingers, I flipped out. The room illuminated. I was in one of the dozens of living rooms, couches you weren't allowed to sit on, tables you'd get crucified for if you set a drink down on them. The room painted a light maroon, the fancy sofas a bright pink. I looked around for any windows to escape, but they were all too small to escape through. I quickly noticed the two medieval armor statues that stood like guards together at the back of the room. I walked towards them, feeling like they were going to get possessed and leap at me like in Scooby-Doo. The light reflected off of their shining silver armor, their hands clasped together, holding long swords like canes. I kneeled down, dragging my finger down the side of the blade. I raised my finger up, noticing blood coming from a paper-cut-sized incision. They're real. I noticed the blood from my head dripping off my chin. I wiped the stream of blood that ran down my face, smearing it on the back of my hand. I stood up and looked behind me at the door. I haven't heard a sound since I escaped my aunt. I looked back at the statue. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up above my head. I grabbed the statue's fingers. They were easily adjustable. I pulled them back one by one until I stepped aside as the sword dropped to the floor. I grabbed the handle with 2 hands and tried to lift it. Jesus Christ, I groaned as the sword had an unexpected weight. I felt my face turn red as I tried to lift it above my head, but my arms gave out and I had to drop it to the floor. I panted as I tried to catch my breath. I could lift it at least up to my stomach. I realized how loud the sword was when I heard footsteps quickly approaching the room. My eyes widened as I began dragging the sword over to the door. I quickly ran over and turned off the lights, planting myself in front of the door, lifting up the sword and holding it like a spear. I aimed the tip towards the entryway, waiting for someone to walk. The footsteps grew closer, the pounding shaking the floor. I tightened my grip, my arms shaking, my gaze locked. The footsteps reached the doorknob slowly turning. The door flew open, light outlining the silhouette of a man standing in the hallway. "Where the fuck are?" my uncle called out. I put all of my might into it, cutting off his words as I rammed the sword through his stomach. He let out a drop of air as it escaped his lungs. His mouth dropped open. I slowly trekked closer to him, pushing against his weight as I impaled the sword deeper into him. Blood began trickling out of his mouth. A look of fear glimmered in his eyes. I pushed the sword far enough that the base of the handle prevented me from pushing any further. He looked down at me, the life leaving his eyes. He tried lifting his hand, his skin losing color. He reached for my neck, lifting his other hand as well, and before he could get a hold of me, he collapsed to the ground, the sword still inside of him. I looked down at his corpse, my chest pumping, a pool of blood forming under him. I couldn't believe I had just done that, but it oddly didn't feel bad. "No!" a voice cried out from down the hallway. I looked down the hallway. My aunt stood, a knife in her hand. Her light brown hair was frizzy, looking like a bird's nest. I could see a broken heart in her eyes as she watched me standing over her husband's body. The heartbreak quickly transitions to rage. Her jaw was shaking with anger, her mouth covered in dried blood. She slowly raised up the knife, looking bloodthirsty. I stared her back down, trying not to show fear when I was really just frozen. She broke into a sprint, letting out an ear-piercing cry as she flew down the hallway. My fight or flight kicked in, and before she could reach me, I slammed the door shut and locked it. I jumped back as the knife pierced through the door. "You little shit! I'll fucking gut you!" she screamed from behind the door, retracting the knife and stabbing it back through. I looked around for something to defend myself. I didn't have enough time or strength to grab the other sword. My time was cut off when she began kicking the door. I slowly stepped back, eyes still on the door, trying to back up as far as possible. I could tell adrenaline was running through her veins when the door gave in after 3 kicks. The door swung open, the knob crashing into the wall. She stood in the doorway, her upper body moving up and down. She was breathing like a beast. I walked around the sofas, standing behind the small glass coffee table. She began walking after me quickly. I sidestepped quickly, trying to run her in a circle around the sofas. With no defense, she caught up to me quickly, grabbing my hair before I could turn around and making a run for it. I screamed as she threw me backwards, dropping me onto the glass. The thin glass instantly shattered behind me, my back pressed against hundreds of shards. Before I could try and get myself up, she pounced on top of me like an animal. Our gazes crossed, her eyes lit with fire. "I'll savor this one," she hissed through her teeth, raising the knife up high. Her knees pressed into my stomach. I struggled to reach for a piece of glass. I stretched my arm out, but couldn't get a grip on a big piece. She swung down, my impulse reaction being to raise my hand up. I blocked the knife with my hand, the blade going through my palm. The blade pierced entirely through, the handle pressing against the wound. Not able to squeeze out a scream, the shock numbing the pain. I watched as blood trickled into my face. I quickly snatched a big chunk of glass and jabbed it into the side of her neck. The look of anger on her face dropped as blood squirted into my hand. Using all of my strength, I gripped the shard tightly and dragged it across her neck, blood pouring out as I left a rigid gash that ran across the entire front of her neck. When I reached the other side of her neck, I ripped the shard out, leaving a wound deep enough to hit her windpipe. A long cut imprinted from the glass pressed against my hand. She fell over, gargling blood in her mouth, slowly stood up, tripping on shards of glass. I looked down at her body, the youth slowly leaving her. Strands of gray hair grew back, small wrinkles forming on her skin. The pain finally hit me as I looked at my hand, the knife still stabbed through. I took a deep breath and held it as I tightly gripped the handle. I slowly pulled the knife out, the sound of metal grinding against flesh and bone. "Fuck!" I shrieked in pain as I took the knife out, tears streaming down my cheeks as I lifted up my shaking hands, blood streaming down my arms as I observed the massive hole the knife left. I had no time to cry as I heard footsteps running upstairs. They had heard my scream. I quickly ran out of the room, keeping the knife as a weapon, and down the hallway. I needed to get out of the house. Before I could turn the corner, someone quickly grabbed my hand and snatched me inside of a dark closet. I squirmed around, punching and kicking everywhere, swinging the knife around. "Who is this? I'll fucking kill you!" I threatened as I twisted and turned. Suddenly, hands grabbed my shoulders, trying to get me to stop wriggling. "Shh, it's me," my mother whispered reassuringly. I stopped moving at the reassuring sound of her voice. "Oh, thank God. Everyone's going fucking insane. I've literally killed Uncle Danny and Aunt June. Oh my God, I killed them." I panicked, the situation truly setting in. "It's okay. You did what you had to do." Another voice reassured me. I realized my father was in here as well. "What are you guys doing in here?" I asked quietly. "I'm assuming you know the plan. I stormed away up here. Your father and I talked in here for privacy. When we heard the fighting, we stayed out of fear," she explained. "What do we do?" I begged for a plan. I don't know. There's no way to make it downstairs," she added on. "I just want to get out of here," I quietly sobbed. My father stayed silent for a moment. Sounded like he was choked up. "I'm sorry. I love you. But it's for the family," he suddenly declared. "What?" I questioned confusedly. "Don't do this," my mother pleaded breathlessly. What's going on?" I began to panic. "She's in here," my father called out. My whole body sank. I felt like I was spiraling in a dream. He threw the door open and shoved me out in the hallway, dropping the knife inside the closet. I stumbled around, falling against the wall. The sound of running came from downstairs, sounding like bulls. I regained balance and began running back to the room where my aunt and uncle laid to rest. "Stop!" my father called out to me. I stopped dead in my tracks, my entire body shaking. I slowly turned around, my cheeks soaked with tears. My father stood at the other end of the hallway, a rifle in hand, aimed at me. I froze like a deer in headlights. He kept his aim steady, his eye looking to aim. "Please, don't do this," I begged through my tears. As he was about to pull the trigger, my mother came out from the closet and lunged at him. She leaped out of the closet, slicing his waist with a knife. I jumped where I stood as the bullet just missed me, hitting the door frame behind me. He turned to my mother. A look of fury painted his face. "You stupid whore," he roared, hitting her with the stock of the rifle. She cried as she fell to the ground, blood dripping onto the carpet. He swung it up, hitting his chin and knocking her on her back. He stood over her, holding the rifle with 2 hands, and began bashing it into his face. "No, stop," I cried out, barely able to get the words out. I watched with empty lungs as he repeatedly bashed her face in. Her nose snapped to the side, eventually caving into her face. Blood splattered across the floor, her eyeball beginning to pop out. The sight was nauseating, but I had no time to mourn. I tried running down the hall and past him, but he put a hold on bashing her face in and swung the rifle into the back of my head as I flew past him. I groaned as I tumbled to the ground, my face burning as my skin rubbed against the carpet. I felt his pounding footsteps coming towards me. I took a chance at making a hit and kicked my foot back. My timing was perfect, and my foot rammed into his ankle. "Fuck!" he groaned in frustration, and before he could stand up, I grabbed the gun from his hands and knocked him on the top of the head with it. He fell to his knees, his hands planted on the ground, blood trickling through his dark hair. I stood in front of him, the rifle in my hands. I lifted his chin up with the barrel of the rifle, looking at him in the eye. The fire in his eyes had been blown out. He looked scared now. I crammed the barrel into his mouth. He gurgled as the cold metal filled his mouth. I tilted the gun down, aiming the barrel up. He looked up at me with pleading eyes, but I barely gave it any thought as I pulled the trigger. The bullet burst through the top of his head. Blood and brain matter flew through the air. I flinched as blood and chunks hit my face. I retracted the gun, and he fell over, the hole in his head pouring blood onto the carpet. "What have you done?" a voice cried out from the end of the hallway. I looked up. My grandpa stood at the end of the hallway, his hand gripped tightly on a hay hook, presumably from our barn. He looked around, observing my body count, a look of horror on his face. He came storming down the hall, quickly stopping in his tracks when I raised up the rifle. I aimed him down, keeping him where he stood. I pulled the trigger, but the gun only clicked. I looked down at the gun in confusion and pulled the trigger again. It clicked. He was out of bullets. I looked up at him, and he laughed at me. He began walking towards me again. I dropped the gun, looking around me with the mere seconds I had to find something else to defend myself. The knife was nowhere to be found. I thought my mother may have fallen on top of it, but I didn't have time to move her body. I swiftly ran into the closet, grabbing anything I could find in the darkness. My hand grazed across a wooden baseball bat. I snatched it quickly, until the jarring sensation of a blade dug into my shoulder. He had swung the hook into my skin, leaving me screaming in agony as he pressed his foot against my back. Pulling the hook in deeper, he yanked it back, knocking a windless scream out of me and dragging me back into the hallway. I tried to keep my grip on the baseball bat, but it slipped out and plopped right outside the door frame. I wriggled as he dragged me out, the hook feeling like it was about to tear right through my skin. He dropped me, blood soaking through my shirt. He vigorously ripped the hook out from my skin, earning another agonizing scream from me. I placed my hand over the oozing wound, squinting my tear-filled eyes. He raised his arm up, ready to gouge my eyes out. I swiftly rolled over, just missing his attack. The hook pierced through the carpet and into the wooden floor. He groaned as he struggled with pulling it out, as it got caught on strings from the torn carpet. I stood up wobbly, growing dizzy from the blood loss. I stumbled over to the closet and grabbed the baseball bat. I lifted it up, swirled it in the air, and aimed it down, building up a good enough swing. Before he could get the hook out, he looked up at me. I swung the bat up, slamming it into his chin. He stood up, his legs moving like jelly. His back slammed against the wall. I had caved his jaw in. Teeth fell out, along with a waterfall of blood. the crunchy sound of broken bones as he tried to open his mouth. The youth was slowly leaving him. Wrinkles grew quickly, strands of hair growing from blonde to gray, patches of hair retracting into his scalp and forming bald spots. He looked like a grandpa again. I lowered the blood-soaked bat again and hit him with another uppercut, his head splitting off his body, jumping up with his spine attached to it like a toy. His head slid back down into his neck, and he stumbled around, blood circling down his entire neck. He collapsed to the ground, blood pouring everywhere. I stood over him, my heart and lungs on fire. I couldn't believe I had just done that. He broke like porcelain. I dropped the bat with tired hands and looked for the knife. It was an easier and more lethal weapon. I approached my mother's corpse. Her bloody face caved in. I wiped a tear that came quickly. She saved me. The only family member who wasn't trying to eat me. I rolled her body over, weakened from all the wounds. The knife was hidden under her body. I grabbed it and stumbled down the hallway. I flew down the steps, tripping on a few of them. I limped towards the front door, the feeling of escape so close. I grabbed the cold metal handle. I took a deep breath, trying to keep myself conscious, and I turned the knob and cracked open the door. The sweet taste of freedom turned sour as I felt a sharp pain in my upper arm. I began to scream, my shout growing louder as the pain grew stronger. I looked over. My grandma was sinking her teeth into my arm, her eyes rolling into the back of her head, my arm spazzing from the pain, my grip on the knife loosening and dropping it to the ground. She collected a clump of bloody flesh in her mouth and began to pull on it, my skin and muscle stretching like gum. I fell to my knees, screaming until my throat practically bled. She pulled farther until my skin gave out and broke off. She chewed on the chunk of meat, swirling it around in her mouth like a piece of steak. She threw her head back, moaning in pleasure as she fed off my youth. Her hair grew longer, the gray strands vanishing, and her skin looking baby soft. She reached her peak age once again. She cackled devilishly as I looked down in horror at the gushing wound she left. I swiftly grabbed the knife off the ground and sliced her ankle. "You little bitch," she exclaimed in pain. I tried to open the door and run away as far as I could, but I was too slow. She wrapped her hand around my neck, dragging me back and choke-slamming me to the ground, the knife slipping out of my hands, sliding just out of reach. She sat on top of me, wrapping both hands around my neck. She slowly squeezed tighter and tighter, completely blocking my windpipe. Tears in my eyes filled to the brim as I felt the blood trapped in my head. I coughed up saliva as I wriggled around to break free. She stared down at me, flashing her teeth with a ferocious smile as she awaited my demise. She leaned in closer. "I love watching the life fade out of the young, like draining blood from a chicken," she sniggered as I slowly began to black out. I made one last attempt at survival before she crushed my windpipe. I stretched my hand out, my fingers about to detach as I reached for the knife. I grazed the handle of the knife with my fingertips. It was so close. The energy in my arm grew weaker as my neck tightened in her clutch. Right before my life began flashing before my eyes, I got a decent grip of the knife. She began opening her mouth wide, ready to bite down on my face and feast. Before she could, I lifted up the knife with every bit of life left in me and shoved the blade into her mouth. Blood immediately began pouring out of her throat and onto my face. Her grip slowly began to let go, my throat clearing up space to breathe. I took in as many breaths as I could as I slowly pushed the knife deeper. She choked up blood, squirting it onto my face as I pierced the knife through the back of her throat. I twisted the knife around, the blade grinding against her teeth. She fell over, her grip entirely loosened. I took in a breath so deep it could have popped my lungs. I could feel the blood flowing back through my body. I coughed up a bit of bloody saliva. I looked over at her corpse. Her hair had turned a frail silver again, and her skin wrinkly and baggy. I did it. I survived. Everyone. I disorientedly stood up. The sudden movement too much for my body to handle. I approached the door. The coolness of the handle soothed my hand. But before I could leave, I remembered I had forgotten something. I leaned down and pulled the knife out from my grandmother's throat, blood spurting out from her throat and across the tan wooden floor. I limped upstairs, walked down the hall. I looked at the bodies as I passed them. When I reached the room, I could hear my great-grandmother's dying breaths. I slowly opened the door, the light from the hall peering into the dark room. My great-grandma sat in a wheelchair, one they never cared to let her move around in. I approached her with a stare. You would have thought she was dead if her lungs weren't pumping. She didn't look at me. I didn't think she even knew I was there. I tilted my head, just staring at her as she slowly breathed with a deep wheeze. It was a strangely peaceful connection for a moment. But all good things come to an end. I cranked my arm back and swung the knife into the side of her head. The blade went straight through, the tip of it pointing out the other side of her face. She didn't look any different than when she was alive. Blood trickled down the side of her face as she slumped over in her chair. I stayed silent, watching her corpse lie. I stood and thought to myself for a moment. Fuck this family.
I stumbled back down the steps. Half of my body's blood supply spilled across the house. My grandmother's corpse still lay near the front door, her death long awaited. I limped past her, blood dripping off the sole of my shoe as I stepped in the pool. I reached for the door with a heavy hand, trying to at least get outside before I fainted from my injuries. My vision slowly grew fuzzy as I stumbled forward, grabbing the doorknob to keep myself up. The knife clanked against the floor as it slipped from my weak grip, my arm resting by my side. I sat on my knees, resting my head against the door as I took deep, slow breaths. I couldn't give up now. I did too much to get where I was. I gripped the knob tightly, groaning as I lifted myself up. I slowly creaked the door open, my eyelids impulsively squeezing shut as the bright sunlight beamed. I slid out the door, the cool air satisfying to breathe. I lifted my head, closing my eyes and taking savory breaths. I hadn't gotten the chance to just breathe. I quickly collapsed to my knees, pressing my blood-soaked palms against the concrete pathway. My jaw trembled as tears welled in my eyes. It felt like everything had just hit me. I killed everyone. I killed my entire family. The thought forced tears out of my eyes. It was a fight for survival, but at what cost? I let myself sob. I deserved to feel something else other than anger. When I emptied the sadness from my body, I wiped off my damp cheeks, weakly getting on my feet. I sniffled as I looked around my gated community. Nobody was outside, but I needed help. I staggered off my front porch and into the street. I went for the first house that was directly across mine. The car was in their driveway. I almost tripped up the smooth stone steps as I approached the big metal doors. With all my strength, I pounded against it. "Please, help me," I pleaded. My simple cries felt over-exaggerating. But there was no response. I banged again, my arm was ready to drop. "Please, I'm injured badly," I cried, breathing heavily. Suddenly, the sound of clicking heels came tapping towards the door. My eyes widened with hope, until the door wasn't open. I eyed the side of the house, catching the resident peeking through their pulled-back curtains. She didn't look worried or panicked. She looked disgusted. I stared back in silence, a beg for help gleaming in my eye. She threw the curtains back, her footsteps leading towards the door. She inched the door open, just enough to fit her head through. I don't know what dumpster you dragged yourself out of, but get off my property before I call security. How'd you even get in here? She warned. I'm literally I tried to explain, but she slammed the door shut. I stood in shock. Did she not recognize me? With a dropped jaw, I stumbled off her front porch and tried another house, and another house, and another house. Each ignored my life pleas, told me to fuck off, or weren't even home. After my last attempt, I gave up, standing aimlessly in the street like a lost dog. If nobody was going to help me, I needed to help myself. I made my way back to that wretched house, hoping it was my last time. I sighed as I threw the door open, seeing my grandmother's corpse once again. I wished she'd just vanish, like a dead enemy in a video game. I limped up the stairs again, back into the blood-painted hallway. The bodies were still spread across the ground, the blood drying into the fabric of the carpet. I needed to find a phone, which is actually harder than you'd think. My great-grandmother owned the house, so all rules were written by her. She felt that house phones would allow spirits of the house to speak to us, so we never had those. I wasn't allowed my own cell phone because I could get one when I was able to pay for my own, so that made this even harder. I had to take the bet that one of my family members had their phones on them. I started with my parents' corpses. They laid close to each other. My father's brain matter dried to the carpet. I kneeled down, almost losing my balance, and began pilfering through every pocket. Nothing. Even in death, he was fucking useless. I turned to my mother's corpse, pausing for a moment. I couldn't avert my gaze from her decimated face. The sight churned my stomach. She deserved better. I held back tears as I searched through her pockets, ending up with nothing. I stood up, making my way towards my aunt and uncle. After checking my uncle's corpse, I was left with my aunt. I stepped over her corpse, approaching the mess that I left my aunt in. I carefully danced around the shards of glass that scattered across the ground. I reached down, sliding my hand into her pocket. My eyes shot open as my finger grazed the corner of a phone. I quickly grasped it, trying to slide it out of her tight jeans. Suddenly, my legs gave out. I groaned and I dropped to the ground, grabbing the frame of the table to keep myself up. I wasn't getting any stronger. I needed to act fast. I lifted myself back up, my arm shaking. I used my other hand to pull the phone out, and then stumbled out of the room. I dabbled my fingers against my shoulder wound, baring my teeth as it stung. Blood covered my fingertips. I was still bleeding badly. I wiped them off against my pants and kept walking. I walked down those steps for the last time, feeling as hard as ever to do so. I stepped outside, looking behind me as I closed the door. I lifted the phone, praying it wasn't dead. I sighed with relief and a smile as it turned on. Thank God old people don't put passwords on their phones either. I opened the phone app and dialed 911. I raised the phone to my ear, tapping my teeth together as it rang.
911 operator, what's your emergency?
A woman on the other end asked. I have a medical emergency. I have multiple injuries, I explained.
What is your address?
She went on. I told her my address, explaining that I'm in a gated community.
An ambulance is on their way,
she informed me. Okay, thank you. I sat down on my curb, feeling dizzy. She asked me a few more questions about my injuries and what happened. It was hard explaining that my entire family tried to murder me and feast on my corpse. I eventually hung up the call, waiting for the ambulance to arrive. I looked around my street with tired eyes. It was so dull you'd think it was abandoned. All the trimmed bushes and parked Cadillacs don't cover the fact that everyone hated each other and thought they were better than everyone. After a few minutes, the sound of sirens broke me out of my thought cloud. The ambulance pulled up in front of my house, the colored lights spinning. I stood up and 2 men hopped up. Thank you. My words trailed off as I suddenly felt numb. I collapsed to the ground, my vision blurry and my head muffled. She's losing a lot of blood, one of the men exclaimed in panic, motioning for the other to get a stretcher. They pulled it out of the back of the ambulance, lifting me onto it. My eyes slid around, my eyelids desperately wanting to close. I looked at the blue sky and the faces of the panicked men carrying me. It was hard for me to make out what they looked like. Everything was fuzzy. They lifted me into the ambulance, a woman sitting on the back with me. She lifted my head, strapping a mask to my face, and began pumping something into my lungs. Within seconds, I felt exhausted. My vision blurred even further, everything in a mist. But before I blacked out, it's funny. I looked at the woman and I could have sworn she had 3 eyes. I slowly opened my eyes, staring at a blurring ceiling. I was laying down comfortably, my back supported by a soft bed. I reached up to rub my eyes, quickly feeling the weight of tubes that ran into my arms. I wiped the fuzziness from my vision, blinking rapidly. I made it to the hospital without dying. I looked over at the heart rate monitor as it beeped, mesmerized by the green bar as it rose and dropped to my heartbeat. There were wrinkled green curtains that separated the beds for privacy. Nurses fast walked by, masks covering their mouths. I reached up to touch the bandage on my forehead, flinching as it stung. "Oh, you're awake," a nurse suddenly exclaimed as she noticed me. She walked over, a clipboard in hand. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Like shit," I chuckled weakly, wheezing as I coughed. "That's the usual with injuries like these," she said, leaning down towards me. "How long was I out for?" I questioned. "A short 3 hours, I think," she answered, jotting something down. "I'm gonna change your bandages. This might sting a bit," she warned me. She gripped the gauze, my eyes shooting open as she applied unexpected pressure. I held in cries as she pressed into my wound, vigorously ripping off the bandage. I couldn't tell if she was extremely inexperienced or she did it on purpose. She dangled the crimson-soaked cloth, then dropped it into her pocket. She pulled out a clean gauze and medical tape. I almost shot up out of bed and she pushed the gauze against my wound, practically shoving her finger into it. "Please, less pressure," I pleaded. "Sorry, honey, it'll be just a moment." She ignored my request. She taped it down, my shoulder throbbing as she ran her finger over to make it stick. I squeezed my eyes, a tear running down my cheek. "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to be so rough," she apologized, her tone ditzy. She grated her thumb across my cheek, wiping away my tear. With a smile, she began walking away. I stared at her in confusion and a bit of shock. Why did she manhandle me? Then I caught something strange. As she turned the corner, almost behind the curtain, she put her thumb in her mouth and licked it clean. Did she just eat my tears? I thought to myself, absolutely baffled. I uncomfortably shifted around in my bed, my shoulder raging with pain again. I stayed observant like a hawk for a few hours, the nurse never returning since. In my time, I noticed a few things. First of all, the place seemed extremely understaffed. I think the only nurse I saw walk back and forth was the one that practically abused me. And a man walked by a few times, seemingly a doctor, but that was it. The only people that worked on this floor. Speaking of floors, I never saw anyone leave this one. From my viewpoint, the hospital seemed to be in a T shape. The rows of beds were at the top, and then one long hallway that leads to other rooms, then the staircase and elevators. My bed resided in front of that hallway, giving me a bird's eye view. I had not seen one person enter or exit the staircase, neither the elevator. And I thought I was overreacting. I lost a lot of blood, so I didn't exactly possess clarity, but I came from a family of psychotic cannibals. I could smell suspiciousness, like a drop of blood in a bottomless ocean. The one thing that stayed under my skin was the nurse. A medical professional could not be that reckless. She was like a caricature. My tears, she licked it off her finger. Everything just felt so strange, like I was on an episode of The Twilight Zone. I knew I sounded paranoid, nitpicking with these observations till I was visited by the nurse. It was around 7 p.m., the sun almost set. She smiled as she appeared around the curtain, holding an IV bag. I faked a smile.
"We meet again,"
she joked. I nodded, letting out a stale chuckle.
"I'm going to change your IV for the night,"
she explained, unhooking the old bag. She then reached for my arm, giving me a moment before she pulled the needle out.
"This might hurt a bit. It's okay to scream or cry,"
she tried to reassure me. I'll be fine," I croaked, her comment rubbing me the wrong way. She unwrapped the tape, gripping the needles that were buried in my arm. Suddenly, she tore them out of my arm. A scream escaped my mouth as I almost flew off the bed. I looked down at my arm with wide eyes, blood squirting out of the holes.
"Oh my God, I'm so sorry,"
she apologized, reaching in her pocket for gauze pads. I glared at her like she was insane. My jaw dropped. She ignored my gaze and pressed the pads against my wound. The white cloth quickly ran red as my gushing blood soaked into it. While holding it down, she used her other hand to pull out tape, tearing off a piece and using it to keep the gauze down.
"That should stop the bleeding eventually."
She straightened her back. I continued to stare at her in shock. I couldn't believe what she had just done. She pulled the needle out like a plug from an outlet. She was about to walk away until she turned to me. She stared at me intensely, like she was studying my face. Her expression showed that a thought ran through her head.
"You're a tough cookie, aren't you?"
She smirked, sounding scornful. I kept silent, continuing to stare. She eventually walked away, my eyes following her until she disappeared. I looked down at my arm, groaning as I bent it. It wasn't the worst of my injuries, but it felt like a really intense bruise. I didn't know where I was going to go, but I needed to get the fuck out of there. I waited until the lights turned off and the floor was clear. When the time was right, I slowly slid off the bed. Goosebumps ran across my skin as my bare feet touched the cold, polished floors. I peered past the curtains, not having seen past them. I looked left and right, perking up like a dog as I noticed a beaming red exit sign. I stepped out from behind the curtain, tiptoeing towards the exit. I would just go through the door, fly down the steps, and escape to somewhere. As I continued down the pathway, I looked over, slowly stopping. The beds were empty. I backtracked a bit, realizing that every bed was empty. Where are the other patients? I shook it off and continued on towards the exit. When I reached the door, I pressed my hands on the cold metal bar, praying an alarm wouldn't go off. I clenched my fist as I pushed into it, preparing to run for my life, until the door didn't open. I scrunched my eyebrows as I repeatedly pushed it, in realization that it was locked. Why would they lock an emergency exit? I thought, fear beginning to grow inside of me. I turned back again, finding myself at square one. My only other options were the staircase or the elevator. I wrapped my hands around the corner, peeking my head out. It was clear, so I slid around and went for it. Suddenly, a muffled conversation caught my ear. I stopped in my tracks, trying to locate the source of the sound. I noticed two silhouettes through the curtain of a room window. I stayed quiet and froze as I listened in. "Are you trying to make it obvious?" a man berated.
I'm sorry. You asked for tears or screams. I did my best."
A woman apologized. "One fucking tear that you saved for yourself. Humans aren't dumb. We can't have another escapee. We can't afford another cover-up. Get your shit together," he hissed through his teeth. Humans. Odd word choice.
Look, we could just move her to the basement early. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make her suspicious," she suggested. "The basement? You want to move her early? Do it yourself. You're the one who wanted to deal with her anyway. Go fucking prove yourself or something," he demanded, his footsteps storming off. I didn't know the context of this conversation, and I didn't want to. It just gave me more of a reason to get out as soon as possible. I crouch-walked towards the elevator, pressing the button. I sat impatiently as I waited for it to arrive at my floor. After sitting there for a few seconds, it seemed like I was on a higher floor than I realized. Suddenly, clicking heels walked towards the door. My neck twisted around, eyeing the door to the room. The elevator wasn't coming any faster, and I couldn't take chances. I quietly sprinted back down the hall, clenching my teeth as I heard the elevator doors open. How convenient. I turned the corner, pressed my back against the wall. I could hear the door suddenly open. The nurse stepped out. I cautiously peered around the corner, attempting to see her position. She stood, staring at the open elevator, a needle in hand. I swiftly retracted my head as she looked down the hall, a look of suspicion in her eye. She began walking down the hall towards my empty bed. I sidestepped farther across the wall, praying she wouldn't see me. She walked through the doorway, stopping my breath for a moment so I did not alert her. She approached my bed, raising the needle as she slowly lifted the blanket. I lightly jolted as she realized I wasn't there, throwing the blanket back down in frustration. "Little bitch," she scoffed under her breath. "She's going to start looking for me. I needed a plan, fast. There was a high chance she'd end up seeing me anyways, so I'd have to trust my legs to carry me to freedom." I slowly went for the elevator. My sight locked on her as she threw curtains out of the way, desperately searching for me. As I turned the corner, she whipped around. Both of our eyes widened as our gazes crossed. We froze for a moment, as if she was scared as well. In the mere seconds of the pause, I realized I wasn't going to make it to the elevator. I then realized I was going to enter another fight for my life. I broke into a sprint, bolting past her. She unfroze, running right on my tail. As I ran, I realized the hall was short, so I was either going to have to dodge her extensively or kill her. The decision was quickly made for me as she leapt onto my back. Unable to handle the weight, I tumbled into a metal cabinet, crashing into the floor. I groaned in pain as we wrestled on the floor. She raised her arm, trying to inject me with the needle. I blocked it as she swung down, my arm shaking as I held back her force. She gripped her other hand around my arm, pinning it to the ground. We were in a face-to-face struggle, her hot breath hitting me. Her skin was beating red, her mouth stretched open to reveal inhumanly jagged teeth. I wriggled the arm she held down, attempting to release her grip. "Just fucking sleep," she growled, forcing the needle towards me. Groans tried to escape through my teeth as the needle almost grazed my skin. I tugged at my arm with all my might, lifting it off the ground with her grip still attached. I directed her arm towards my mouth, quickly sinking my teeth into her skin. She craned her head back, her screams of agony growing stronger as I bit harder. She dropped the needle, using her other arm to pull herself from my grip. As blood began pooling in my mouth, I realized. She gripped her arm, staring at the wound as she whimpered. Blood oozed out of the tooth-sized holes, dripping down her arm. While she was distracted, I snatched the needle and swiftly pierced it into her eyeball. She stumbled backwards, breathlessly crying. The needle was stuck in deep, moving around with her eyeball. She lifted her trembling arm, gripping the needle. She moaned in pain as she slowly removed it, blood trailing down her cheek. After removing it entirely, she dropped it to the ground, her bitten arm dangling at her side. She looked at me, her eyeball red. She wiped away the streak of blood, baring her teeth. She stormed towards me, ready to kill me with her bare hands. I scrambled across the ground, trying to get back on my feet. As I crawled, my hand pressed against cold metal. I looked down, noticing a scalpel under my palm. I gripped it tightly,
whipping around with a slash. I hit a bullseye, slicing across her hand as she reached for me. She yelped as she retracted her hand, blood dripping onto the floor. I stumbled till I stood, planting my feet into the ground. I raised the scalpel at her, my hand shaking. Our eyes met, daggers in her gaze, but a sharper one in my hand. She wagged her hand, shaking the blood off as she came after me. She swung at my hand in an attempt to disarm me. I leaned backwards, pressing my arms against my chest to keep them out of her distance. Open for an attack, I lunged towards her, pulling the scalpel into her neck. Her eyes shot open as the blade hit a weak spot. Blood exploded out like a geyser within seconds of pulling out the blade. She tried to keep her balance, blood leaking between her fingers as she tried to plug the hole with her palm. Within seconds, she collapsed to the ground. I dropped the scalpel, my lungs on fire. Suddenly, as I watched the blood pool around her corpse, she began to change. Her skin darkened to a deep red. Her hair disintegrated. Her jaw lowered as it made room to fit long, razor-sharp teeth. I scanned her corpse up and down in confusion. It had made a full transformation. "Oh, what the fuck are you?" I whispered to myself, my eyebrows scrunched. I tiptoed around her corpse, unable to take my eyes off of it. I reached the elevator again, pressing the button. I looked over at the door, remembering that the doctor, or whatever he is, was still there. My teeth chattered as I waited anxiously, staring at the glowing button. I periodically looked behind me, waiting for him to burst out the door. My anxieties cooled down as the elevator beeped, the doors sliding open. I stepped in, pressing the first floor button. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a door opening. I looked up, noticing the doctor staring right back at me. My eyes shot open as I began to press the closed door button. "Stop," he demanded, running towards me as the doors began to close. "Close, close, fucking close," I begged as I rapidly pressed the button. I clenched my limbs as he just failed to reach me, his fists slamming against the closed doors. I breathed deeply, a pit in my stomach. I felt barely safe for a moment as I traveled between floors, until it came to a halted stop. I looked up at the floor number. I had stopped at the second. Close enough. I waited until the elevator doors opened. My guard raised up again, as the opening doors revealed a concerning scene. I slowly stepped out under flickering lights, blood streaks running across the floor. I tilted my head, eyeing down the hall. Papers were scattered around, bedpans and other equipment scattered about. It felt like I walked into the aftermath of something. I stepped back into the elevator, pressing the floor button a few times. It screeched as it tried to move, but ultimately stayed stuck. I remembered the staircase next to it. I gripped the door handle, grunting as I tugged on it. I groaned in frustration. It was locked. "Fuck," I muttered under my breath, stepping back into the hallway. I had to find another staircase. Before I continued down the hall, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. A fire axe sat in a glass container on the wall. I slid my arm into my shirt and elbowed the glass. It shattered easily, almost thin as paper. I reached past the shards, lifting the axe off its stand. I felt its weight in my hand, gripping it with my other one as well. I didn't know if I'd need it, but it wouldn't hurt to have it on me. I prowled down the hall, my feet sticking to dried blood. Broken lights hung down from the ceiling as the others flickered. More blood painted across the floors and walls. There had to have been a full-on massacre. When I reached the end of the hall, I peered around both corners. More empty beds lined the wall, a few of the blankets stained with blood. I hid behind the wall as I noticed something at the end of the hallway. A man was leaning over behind a curtain, grabbing something. He straightened his back, revealing a body in his hands. The person was injured, but they didn't appear to be dead. I flipped my back against the wall as he began walking towards me. I lifted the axe, gripping the handle tightly with both hands.
I kept my ears open for the sound of his footsteps, the floor vibrating as he grew closer. When I felt he was close enough, I appeared from behind the corner, throwing my whole body into the swing of my axe. My eyes darted around in confusion as the blade hit the wall. The man had vanished. Suddenly, a chill crawled up my spine as fingers slowly wrapped around my shoulder. I whipped around with a swing, feeling like I was going insane as there was nobody standing in front of me.
Where do you think you're going?
A gravelly voice whispered in my ear. I spun around, swinging the axe throughout the air. I felt taps on my shoulders as he laughed sinisterly, making me twist and turn. I couldn't tell if he was extremely fast or just invisible. I then felt something slice across my arm. I yelped in pain as I looked down, blood seeping into one of those jagged slashes that ran across my skin. I swiftly bent my neck as I felt a stream of air fly by my ear. I swung my axe around again, still not getting a hit. I quickly pressed my hand against my cheeks as he attacked my face. I removed my hand, blood trailing through the crevices of my palm. I made one last attempt at an attack. I pressed the bottom of the handle against my stomach. The blade extended outwards. I began spinning in a circle, covering any ground that he could have been on. I stopped shortly as my lungs began to singe with exhaustion. Where the fuck could he be? Then it clicked. I slowly looked up. My eyes widened at the sight of the man latched to the ceiling. His skin was pale. His long nails hooked into the panels. His body was facing the ceiling, his skin on his neck straining as he had twisted around to stare at me. Before I could make a move, he retracted his claws and dropped above me. I screamed as the weight of his body crashed me to the ground, the axe slipping from my grip and sliding across the floor. I groaned as I held his arms back, his claws desperately trying to reach me. I stared deeply into his eyes, his iris a dark red. I slid my hands up to his arms until I could easily grab his claws. I clumped them together into my grip, bending them backwards. He hissed in pain as I pushed farther until they snapped in half. He leapt off of me, pressing his arms against his chest like a T-Rex. I scrambled to my feet, rushing over to grab the axe. I stood steadily, staring him down with the axe raised. He stared back, stretching out his fingers with now destroyed claws. And then, as I closed my eyes to blink, he vanished as I reopened them. I looked up at the ceiling, and he hadn't gone there either. Come on, I groaned in frustration. I realized he had somehow snuck behind me as his arm wrapped around my neck. My eyes shot open as he applied enough pressure to cut off my airways. I attempted to reach behind me, trying to snatch him or gouge his eye, but he used his other hand to hold my arm down, squeezing my throat harder. My throat croaked as I desperately tried to breathe, and then I realized he stupidly forgot to apprehend the arm that had a weapon. With the strength of one arm, I swung the axe behind me. He shrieked in agony as he released me from his grip. I fell to my knees, coughing up saliva as my throat opened up, trying to take in deep breaths. I wiped spit off of my lips, lifting myself off the ground. He stumbled into the wall, the axe stuck in his face. I rushed him, ripping the axe out of his face. I earned more screams from him as blood squirted onto my face, a deep gash running across his forehead. Taking away his chance to escape again, I flipped the axe around to the other blade and swung at one end of his stomach. He let out groans of pain as he gripped his gut, blood soaking through his clothes. I gripped the handle tighter, baring my teeth as I tore the blade across his stomach, then retracting it as I hit the other end. Blood poured out of his body like a waterfall as he fell to his knees. Organs began to slip out of the deep laceration, his skin painted red as he desperately tried to shove them back in with weak hands. I stood over him, my chest lifting as I breathed. He looked at me as I raised the axe, his dark pupils shrieking. I roared as I swung it down onto his head. The blade sliced through his head like a wooden log, splitting it into two as it reached his mouth. I yanked the axe out, blood shooting onto my shirt.
The two halves of his axe wobbled around as he fell over, his exposed organs hitting the ground with a wet slap. I watched as his corpse transformed like the nurse, his hair decayed away and his skin faded to gray. I kneeled down, observing his corpse. "Are you some kind of demon? Or monster?" I questioned aloud, as if he'd answer. I stood up, sucking air through my teeth as I wiped blood off my cheek, the cut stinging. I looked down at my arm, blood dripping onto the floor from the cut. I reached for the corpse's clothes, tearing off a strand of his thin white coat. I wrapped it around my arm as a makeshift bandage, blood quickly soaking through. I searched down the hall for another staircase, my eyebrows raised as one caught my eye. I ran over, grabbing the knob excitedly, and my face fell as I realized it was locked as well. "Oh, fucking hell!" I exclaimed in frustration, slamming my fist against the window of the door. I aimlessly walked around, absolutely stumped. All the staircases were locked. It was as if they didn't want anybody descending any further. Are they hiding something? What's the motive? Left with nothing else, I decided to try the elevator again. The doors were still open, so I stepped back in and pressed the first floor button again. Nothing happened. I pressed it again and again and again. I was about to break it. "Come on, fucking work," I exclaimed, pounding the button with my fist. Suddenly, the speakers let out a small ding. My head perked up, noticing the doors slowly closing. I stepped back, a satisfied smile on my face. The elevator jolted down a bit, but stayed stuck. I looked down, my blood beginning to boil. Suddenly, I lost my balance as the elevator began to drop. I stumbled to the wall, holding the metal bar as the elevator screeched. Everything shook as I descended at full speed, until it crashed at the bottom floor. I groaned as I fell to the ground. I looked up at the floor number, but the light had broken. It wasn't hard to guess that I had hit the basement. I stood up, dropped the axe, and forced my fingers between the elevator doors. I grunted as I used all my strength to force them open, barely able to get it to separate by an inch. I let go, taking deep breaths. Then, a light bulb lit above my head. I lifted the axe and jammed the blade between the doors. I pushed against the handle, the metal creaking as it separated. I pushed harder, trying to make enough space to fit my hand through. Suddenly, the blade snapped off the wood, clanking to the ground. I quickly shoved my hand between the doors to stop it from closing. I dropped the handle, using both hands to pry the door open. When they were successfully open, I picked up the handle and the blade. There was no way of reattaching them. It was useless as a weapon. I tossed them in the corner of the elevator and stepped into the basement. I wrapped my goosebump-ridden arms across myself, the temperature dropping quickly. The basement was dark and bleak, the walls and floors a gray stone, weak lights illuminating the hall. I slowly continued on, my bare feet slapping against the cold floors. I peered around the corner at the end of the hall. It was vastly empty, rusted pipes that clanked as heat pumped through them lined across the walls. I turned the corner, observing a few different rooms as I walked past. Most of them were unhelpful to me. Things like the janitor's closet or plumbing, rooms that rang with sounds of steam. None of them were a staircase or an elevator, so they were useless. Till I reached the end of the hall and found a room that wasn't like the others. I stepped in front of it as strange sounds caught my ear. There were two big green doors, screw holes where a sign once was. I hesitantly pressed my ear against the door. The sounds were unrecognizable, possibly plumbing sounds. What was more concerning was what sounded like human grumbling. Disturbed, I pulled away from the door, looking down at the paint-chipped doorknob. I was too curious, so I reached for it, slowly turning it. I opened the door to just a crack, peeking inside. It was hard to get a good look. so I continued to open the door frame. When it was fully open, my jaw crashed to the ground. I couldn't process what I was seeing. About a dozen people hung from the ceiling, their hands and feet stretched out and tied to hooks. Some of them were presumably doctors, wearing white coats, others seeming to be patients, wearing hospital gowns. Ventilation masks covered their mouths, appearing to be pumping oxygen. The dangling tubes were attached to tall, thin steel tanks. I slowly approached the tanks, my wide eyes locked on the person it was attached to. They appeared to be unconscious. I looked down at the tank, detaching the tube from it. I hesitantly gripped the knob, slowly turning it. Suddenly, a jolt ran through my body as an ear-piercing sound exploded from the tank. I quickly sealed it again, reattaching the tube, my ears ringing. That was not oxygen. It sounded like a scream. I looked up, slapped my hand against my mouth to hold in a shout as I crossed gazes with the person. They stared at me, fear in their eyes. "What happened to you?" I whispered as I removed the hand from my mouth. He tried to speak, but was unable to, letting out panicked groans. Then I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Rubber cups were attached under his eyes, sewn to his skin. Clear tubes ran from the cups to the ground, the end of them sitting in a glass jar. I knelt down, leaning close to see inside. There was a bit of water inside. It didn't make any sense. I looked back up at the cup, then back down at the jar, trying to make the connection. Then my head jerked up as I realized. They were collecting tears. I thought about the nurse wiping away my tears and then licking it off her finger. Why are they collecting tears? I stood up, observing the rest of the people. They were all connected to tanks and jars, too. I slowly stepped back, trying to take in the room at its full scale. I blinked rapidly, still trying to understand what I was looking at. I yelped as I suddenly bumped into something, whipping around at the sound of glass clinking together. I had hit a shelf, glass jars and bottles clumped together. I lifted a jar, a piece of tape stuck to it. Tears was written across it. They seemed to be storing them. I slid them around, grabbing a bottle. I ran my fingers over the label as it read, "Fear." I twisted the cap off, almost dropping the bottle as a scream suddenly rang out. I whipped around to see if anyone else was down here with me. Confused, I turned back around and grabbed another bottle with the same label. Again, a disturbing scream was let out as I twisted the cap off. Are they bottling screams? How is that even possible? I looked over at the tanks, everything making more sense while getting even more confusing. It's not oxygen in the tanks, it's screams. I shifted around a few more bottles, reading labels like laughter and anger and other emotions. I didn't know why, but they managed to contain human emotions. But what were they using them for? My train of thought was cut off as the people began to groan. I turned around, realizing that they had all woken up. They wriggled around, screaming under their masks as they knocked jars over, their eyes locked on me. My eyes shifted around to each of them. I wanted to help, but I didn't know how. Suddenly, loud footsteps began to echo from down the hall. I quickly slid into the corner, bunching up into a ball and praying whoever it was would go away. Of course, nothing was ever easy, as I heard them getting closer, but the people wouldn't stop wriggling around. They wanted my help so desperately. I felt guilty, but I was left with no choice. I held my breath, pressing my knees against my chest as someone walked in. The people stopped moving at the sight of her presence. "Calm down. You're making a mess for nothing," she berated them. She stood a few jars up, menacingly walking in front of them. She randomly stopped in front of one of them, caressing her finger across their face. "What makes you think this was going to work?" she asked in a childish, condescending tone. Their bulging eyes turned to me. She took notice of this.
"Have you seen a ghost or something?" she asked, turning around. We locked eyes, my body paralyzed with pins and needles. Within a second, she came lunging at me. I impulsively grabbed a bottle off the shelf, smashed it against her head before she could reach me. The glass shattered, a deafening scream bursting from the bottle. She stumbled around, plugging her ears as blood trickled down her forehead. I ran out the door, pushing myself off the wall as I fell into it. I flew down the hall, my heartbeat in sync with my pounding footsteps. I hooked around the corner, almost crashing to the ground. I passed the elevator and found the staircase that she had to have come from. I tugged on the doorknob, on the brink of crying as it was locked. I noticed under the knob was a keyhole. I then realized she probably had the keys that I'd have to remove from her corpse when I murdered her. The basement had nothing to defend myself, so I'd have to get creative. I peered around the corner, watching as she limped out of the room, a bottle in her hand. She stood in the middle of the hall, twisting the cap off the bottle. She quickly shoved the neck of the bottle into her mouth, a scream puffing up her cheeks as it ran in her throat. She swallowed the scream, beginning to breathe heavily. Then I realized they're not just storing human emotions, they're consuming them. I observed from behind the wall as she growled with each breath, her skin slowly turning red and her irises glowing. And finally, dark goat-like horns began to erect from her head, stopping as they curled. I felt like I was trapped with an enraged bull. She began storming down the hall, her feet practically about to crack the ground. Unable to hide, I needed to find something to fight. I looked around, filled with hopelessness by the emptiness, until I noticed a hanging pipe, water dripping out the end. I quickly ran out in her line of sight, latching onto the pipe as I tried to break it off. She came barreling towards me as I pulled harder. When she was too close for comfort, I snapped the pipe off and swung it at her. I smashed the side of her head, leaving me shocked as the pipe bounced off her head, the metal vibrating. She stood unharmed. Her head had dented the pipe. It was like hitting a boulder. She yanked the pipe from my grip, swiftly swinging it at my head instead. I tumbled into the wall as my ear rang, blood instantly dripping down my face. My head pounded as I tried to see straight. Before I could even try and stand up, she wrapped her hand around my neck. She had the grip of a gorilla as she lifted me off the ground, about to crunch my throat. I grabbed at her arm as she hung me in the air, saliva bubbling through my teeth. Her eyes were ignited as they stared at me. Then, she tossed me across the hall. I fell through the air until I crashed to the ground, feeling like my ribs cracked on impact. With no time to stay down, I lifted myself with the last drops of adrenaline I had left, and began stumbling down the hall. I desperately searched for a room to hide in as she stayed on my tail. I threw the janitor's closet door open, quickly throwing myself in and slamming the door shut. She immediately began tugging at the knob after I twisted the lock. Stepping backwards, pressing my back against the shelf, knocking over bottles of cleaning supplies. She then began hitting the door repeatedly. I needed to find a weapon, fast. If she had the strength to bend a metal pipe, she had the strength to break down a door. I searched the room in panic, throwing around mops and bottles. I looked behind me, the door about to cave in. I needed to use what I had to my advantage. I grabbed a bottle of bleach, shaking it to see how much was left. It was about half full. I quickly twisted the cap off, my hand trembling. The door came crashing down, wood chips flying across the small room. She shoved it out of the way, preparing to lunge at me. I whipped around and tossed bleach at her face. She shrieked in agony as it doused her eyes, spazzing as she grabbed at her face. She stumbled backwards, practically clawing at her eyes. I rushed over, ready to attack. As she removed her hands from her face, I plunged my fingers into her eyes. She wailed even louder as she tried to pull my arms away. I shoved my thumbs in farther, swirling them around her eye sockets until her eyeballs turned to mush. She dropped to her knees, letting out blood-curdling cries as blood streamed down her cheeks like tears. She swung her arms around aimlessly, her eyes entirely demolished. I wiped off my thumbs against my pants, covered in blood and chunks of flesh. I then wrapped my hands around one of her horns and began to pull. Her shrieks grew louder and louder as the horn began to detach from her skin,
strings of flesh splitting like melted bubblegum. With one last tug, I tore the horn off, earning a scream from her that was worth trapping in a bottle. Blood squirted from her head as she let out breathless cries. I tilted my head as I observed the horn, rubbing my fingers against its grooves. I looked down at her, realizing she wasn't over with. I held the horn like a knife, aiming at her gaping mouth that continued to let out sounds of agony. I pierced the horn through her mouth, her face dropping as blood began pooling in her mouth and trickling past her lips. She fully dropped to the ground, blood gurgling in her throat. I pressed my back against the wall, slowly sliding to the ground. I just needed a moment to breathe. My side throbbed as I sat. The pipe had done good damage. I leaned my head back, wetting my dry eyes as I blinked slowly. I enjoyed breathing slowly, for once. How do I always get myself into these situations? I chuckled to myself. Satisfied with my short break, I stood up, groaning as my sore ribs ached. I flipped her corpse over, digging through her pockets until I found the keys. They jingled as I lifted them, dropping them in my pocket. As I was about to walk towards the staircase, I remembered the people. I couldn't just leave them. I went back to the room, their eyes lighting up with excitement at the sight of me. One by one, I unhooked them, helping them onto the ground. "Thank you, thank you," a woman cried as she shook my hand, her whole body shaking. I had no idea what to say, so I just nodded. Before I led them to the staircase, I snatched a bottle of anger from the shelf and shoved it in my pocket. They seemed to be as good as grenades. I then left the room. The people followed behind me. They seemed to be stuck here for a long time, their legs weak like jelly. I unlocked the staircase, opening the door for them. "Go, quickly, and call the police," I ordered, motioning for them to run. They squeezed through the door, desperate to escape. They ran up the stairs like a stampede, and were out of my sight quickly. I followed suit, my wounds throbbing as I limped up the stairs. I finally reached the first floor as I pushed open the door. I stepped into the main lobby, seeing rows of waiting chairs in the front desk. I made my way into the lobby and realized the exit was to my left. Except a man was standing in front of the glass doors. I froze in silence as I watched the man stare out the doors, the prisoners running in the distance. "What have you done?" His voice shook, balling his fists as if he sensed my presence. It was the doctor that almost caught me earlier. He slowly turned around, the veins in his face bulging. His eyes were pure black, like staring into a void.
"You'll pay for this,"
he growled, his voice demonic. I ran away from sweet freedom as he came stomping towards me. I zigzagged around the hall as I pulled on every doorknob, being left with nothing but locked doors. I was so close, I couldn't die now. When I found an unlocked door, I threw it open and leapt inside. I slammed the door behind me, locking it quickly. I had entered an operating room, medical machinery standing around and a blue table in the middle. I began throwing open drawers, looking for any type of weapon. After finding useless things like stethoscopes, I snatched a bone saw. I almost jumped out of my skin as he began pounding on the door. I turned around, watching as it bounced on its hinges. I crept towards the door, facing my back against it as I got close. I slowly reached for the lock, twisting it to unlock the door. He tried to throw it open, but it was blocked by my body. He shoved his hand through the crack, trying to grab at me. That was my cue, as I threw my back against the door, loosing it on his wrist. He roared in pain from behind the door as he began kicking it, his trapped hand wriggling around. I reached over with the bone saw, pressing the blade against his wrist. He screamed in agony, rapidly kicking the door harder as I began to slice his hand off. The blade easily cut through his skin and muscle, blood squirting and dripping down the door. His hand began to slump as I hit his bone, blood pouring onto the floor. I gripped the saw with two hands as I cut through thick bone. He tried desperately to pull his hand out, but I kept enough pressure to keep it stuck. When I cut through his bone, I sliced through the rest of his skin, completely amputating his hand. It plopped into the pool of blood on the ground, white bone poking out of the stringy meat. Blood squirted out of his nub as he removed it from the door, my body pressure shutting it. I quickly locked it again, his wails ringing from behind the door. He was going to continue coming after me, and I wouldn't be able to pull off another stunt like that again. I then remembered the bottle that I stored in my pocket. I pulled it off, twisting it around in my grip. I thought of the ways I could use it to my advantage, but none of them would kill him, until an idea popped up in my head that would either save my life or get me killed. I twisted the cap off, quickly shoving the bottle into my mouth. The sensation of the scream filling my mouth was indescribable. I could hear it in my ears. I squeezed my eyes closed as I somehow swallowed it. I stood for a moment, waiting for its effects to kick in. For a moment I was confused, as I felt completely fine, until my body began to feel hot. My limbs twitched as my skin grew hotter, the blood running through my veins feeling like magma. In mere seconds, I felt like I could split the earth in half with the stomp of my foot. I marched towards the door, my body feeling weighted. I threw the door open, the knob banging against the wall. The doctor stood, his back facing me as he whimpered, his hand wrapped around his bleeding nub. I rushed up behind him, dropping my foot into the back of his leg. He grunted as he dropped to his knees, holding himself up with one hand. I cracked him over the head with my heel, knocking him flat on the floor. He groaned in pain as I planted my left foot on his back and my right on the bicep of his good arm. I reached down and began pulling his arm back. He choked out screams as his bone began to crack. It felt like a fire had ignited within me, harboring pure rage. I gave it one last tug and snapped his arm. He tried to kick his legs into my back as he cried. Blood gushed out of his arm, jagged bone tearing through his skin. I stepped off of him, planting my feet at each of his sides. He groaned through his hyperventilating as I balled his hair up in my fist, lifting his head.
Please don't do this. My people need your resources.
He begged through his agony. I ignored his pleas and pressed the blade against his threat. It felt like bombs were exploding in my chest, my muscles straining. I began rapidly easing back and forth at his throat. He gargled out screams as blood sprayed across the floor. I bared my teeth, my eyes wide open as I pumped hot air out through my teeth. I let out a roar as I sliced faster, his stringy flesh tearing apart. With one last slash, I decapitated him. I raised his severed head up, blood dripping onto his body. My chest pumped as my lungs inflated with air, my heart feeling like a firework. Then, I crashed. The rage in my body plummeted, leaving me feeling exhausted. I dropped the bone saw in the head, blood spurting out as it rolled across the floor. I stumbled off his body, my limbs feeling weighted. I trekked down the hall on the brink of fainting. When I neared the doors, I dropped to my knees. My muscles couldn't handle any more, my vision blurring, but I was so close. I had to keep moving. I moaned as I stood up, dragging myself towards the door. I shoved the door open, leaning on it so I didn't fall. I took in a deep breath of the soothing air, closing my eyes. I did it. Again. I then looked up as the sound of sirens in the distance caught my attention. I was filled with hope for once as 3 cop cars skidded into the parking lot. One of the officers hopped out of his car, rushing over to help me. I fell into his arms as he walked towards his car. "You're okay. You're okay," he reassured me. He opened the car door, helping me in. I settled into the leather seat as he slammed the door shut. I watched in a daze as he sat in the driver's seat, speaking white noise into his handheld radio. I dissociated as I stared at the bars that separated the front and the back seats, feeling lightheaded. I said, "What's your name?" he suddenly asked, breaking me out of my trance. "Maria," I answered, my throat dry. "Okay, Maria. We got a call from a group of people claiming they were medical workers that were imprisoned and some crazy things about demons. They claimed you freed them. Is that true?" He questioned slowly. I looked up at him in silence as I tried to get my thoughts together. Yes, I did," I answered. All right. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. We're just gonna take you back to the station to get you patched up, and then you'll have to go through questioning, he explained. I nodded weakly, rubbing my eyes. He started the car, and we began driving back to the station. The car ride was peaceful, a rare moment where I wasn't fighting for my life. I watched as the buildings flashed by in a blur, the clouds moving slowly. I couldn't believe it was finally over. I could breathe. I felt safe. Do you have any family we can contact? He suddenly asked. I turned to him, thinking of a way to answer that question. Family? I killed my entire family. I thought about my mom's side of the family, people I hadn't spoke to in years. Would they even remember me? Or take me in? Well, here's to hoping they aren't cannibals or demons.